start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SSL Gold Cup. We are here today for race 4 of the first qualifying series. Whether it be morning for you, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us, and we're excited to getting racing underway today. We've got a little bit of wind out there, 7 knots of wind, beautiful sailing conditions. And right alongside me here is Thomas. Thomas, thank you for being here in the commentator booth with me. How are you?
I'm fine, and thank you, Jan, for inviting me in here for day 3. And it's the golden day today, Jan. You haven't explained that yet, but today they're really fighting into it. Today it's all on stake. Who will go into the next round?
Today is a double points day. Every race that will be run today will count for double the points. So this means the outsiders could potentially come back, which means it's a very exciting day. Nobody's out of it yet, whether they have scored some more points or not. Everything can change today. So thank you. Stick around. We're gonna show you that right now. We've got a little bit of a racing schedule. We'll show you the racing schedule. Here we go. So we're going to start the day off like this. We are going to be racing with fleet number 2, and then fleet 1 will be coming back. They'll be racing 2 races back to back, and then the fleet 2, the first fleet we're going to see this morning, will be coming back later on today.
And this also means that they're managing only to do 5 out of the 6 races. So the 2 races today, Jan, is very important for the teams.
Yes, very important for the teams. As we said, obviously today being the last day, we cannot start any races past 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we've got to get racing underway, and we've got to get 2 races in for each fleet. Here we go. This is the qualifying series round robin table. If you look over to the left-hand side, we are in Group 1. So we are in round 1. We're on the last day. Today being the 22nd of May. The first group that will be this morning is Group 2, so we'll have Belgium, Estonia, Ireland, and Serbia. And then we'll have Group 1 and Antigua, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Tahiti.
Yeah, and Jan, this is almost like football. This is the Sailing World Cup series we're doing here in the SSL Gold Cup. So these groups are battling to get first and second and then qualify into the next round. Absolutely.
As they right now, what we're doing is these qualifying series are going to be able to let everybody go into the 32nd of final, as we can see right here. As you can tell, we have 16th of final, 8th of final, quarterfinals. These teams that have been here that are already qualified are the best 24 teams of the SSL global ranking. Right now, what we're doing with these qualifying series is we're trying to determine who is going to go to the 32nd of finals, and we've got no one on there yet, and we'll be very excited to post the first 2 teams that will qualify for the 32nd of final after today's racing.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a battle out there because it's a very tight battle. And I spoke with the team captain, O'Leary, from the Irish team today, and he said, today, yeah, we have been doing 3 races, but because we're only having 5 races in total, then it's like everything is on stake again. A small mistake will cost you that first or second place. So it's a battle in the battle.
It's a battle in the battle. And speaking of battles, why don't we check out what the action was yesterday on the water?
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. We're in round 1, Group 1 of the first time ever the SSL Gold Cup. Race 3 of Fleet 1 saw a very light wind start. It was real difficult for the teams to get off the start and actually get some speed together. It was a real tactical game of getting in front of one another before actually heading back down in very, very light winds. Shifting to the left, shifting to the right, making sure they're working hard to put that spinnaker up in very, very light winds. Bermuda were hunkered down into their boats, making sure that the weight was well distributed inside their boat. After massive wind shifts and very, very light conditions, we saw the course being changed until finally the wind totally died down in the bottom mark, which made for some spectacular comebacks between Antigua and Puerto Rico. The finish was a very slow and arduous one, crawling to the finishing line. Even though the teams were in this very, very light winds, it was only meters between third and fourth place.
It was quite a tricky day today, a very light breeze and a huge game of snakes and ladders throughout the racecourse. It was all about connecting the shifts and the different puffs on the water and just trying to stay in the pressure and keep ahead of all of the other boats. So obviously high stakes, but going at quite a slow pace. Things were going really well for us during the training races earlier this week. But we had a tough 2 days to start off the competition with a few silly errors. So it was nice to put it all together today and take our first win, but not our last.
This is race 3 of the first round of the qualifying series for Group 2. Very difficult conditions for the start as we saw Team Belgium with an OCS crossing the line much too early, having to go back around before they could get started and follow the other teams up. We saw a wonderful start from the Estonians as they got some maximum speed and managed to cover everybody. As they got to the windward mark, the Estonians were out in front of the Irish. As the teams rounded the weather marks, we saw an unbelievable move, a Sambuca by the Irish, as Team Estonia fought to get their spinnakers up and make sure they kept their speed up. On the second windward leg, we saw Team Estonia making sure that they stayed between their opponents and the mark in order to go Estonia, Ireland, Belgium, and Serbia. As the teams got to the weather mark for the second upwind, making it for an unbelievable mark rounding at the second windward mark. Estonia managed to stay in front. Ireland couldn't close the gap as we saw them yet once again send a Sambuca at the weather mark. On the last and final leg, we saw Estonia doing everything they could to keep Ireland between them, making sure they were covering them all the way down. Team Estonia kept their calm, stayed out in front, and finally won race 3. Not far behind, we had the Irish and the Belgium team slowly but surely making it across the finish line. It was a snail's race, but it was as exciting as snail's races can get.
Yeah, actually it was quite difficult. You must keep your nerves calm, because wind was very shifty and gusty, and we had many times when we thought now maybe we lost everything, but then after some seconds again it was good again. We see the final results in the end of the last race, and we have now good position, and we try to keep our good speed and feeling.
Anything can happen tomorrow, as the last race will count double in points. Oh, that was some exciting racing, even though we had very, very light winds. And the great thing about today is it will be light winds, but more wind, a little bit more wind. We've got 7 knots, so that's not too bad. Yesterday we were, I think, looking around 4 knots.
Yeah. But it's quite interesting with the SSL 47, as we discussed before going live. When we have this wind shift at 7 to 8 knots, the agility of the boat changes big time, and the angles they are going to race for. So it's a new condition for the teams today.
Yeah, we'll be seeing different angles. We'll be seeing the boat will be handling differently. The setups will be slightly different. We'll definitely have a little bit more action today. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard right now, and let's talk about this a little bit. Here we can see that Estonia and Ireland are the 2 leaders for the time being. Belgium, Serbia down in the bottom with 4 points each. Now, each race that we'll be running today is double points. So theoretically anybody can come back. We're really seeing Estonia and Ireland probably going to try to cover Belgium and Serbia. They try to keep themselves on the top of the leaderboard. Only one team in this round right here will be in this fleet. Will be passing and getting qualified to the 32nd of the finals.
Yeah, Estonia's a little bit safe if they only manage to do one race, but 2 races, everything is open. But Ireland, they are in trouble at the moment because if Serbia and Belgium's winning, they're getting 8 points, and that will put them to 12. And if Ireland is losing or have a disqualification or breakdown, then they will get 2 or 0 points, and then they will lose the second place. And it's all about being first and second to go into the next round.
Yeah, that's what's making it really exciting, and this is what's exceptional about this today, is this double point situation. Let's quickly take a look at the course that we will be sailing today, or the course that we'll be sailing today. So here we go. We have a little bit of an animation. As you see, we get the start. We will be tacking upwind, zigzagging upwind, going around the mark, the dog leg, those 2 marks. They got to go around those 2 marks, and then they'll be going back down through the gates. They can choose either one of the gates, go left or right, and then come back up. When we'll be talking today, we're always looking at the race course like this. So the left stays the left and the right is the right, even when they're going downwind. So you guys don't get confused if we say it on the left-hand side and you see them, on the TV, it looks like they're on the right side. So we're always the left-hand side always stays the left-hand side, even though we may be going downwind. Coming up right now, we've got a little team comparisons. I'll show you the teams that will be sailing this morning. So we've got the Belgian Sea Devils with the team captain Sébastien Gaufroy. We have Estonia, the Icebreakers, with Tony Toniste. And we have Ireland, the Green Armada, with Nin O'Leary. Serbian Eagles with Goran Stevanovic.
Yeah, and it's quite fun because Stevanovic and O'Leary is taking this very, very serious, and they said, hey, it's not going to be a match race out there, not defending, but they're really going into it to try to race their own race, where we can say Estonian and the Belgian team, they are more, hey, let's take the chance, let's see how it is. Estonia just needs to defend, but all the others needs to attack.
Yeah, let's see how that goes. We've got Sébastien Gaufroy, which gave us a small interview, and let's get an inside look at what he thinks about the racing for today.
So you're third at the moment, but everything is possible in Golden Day where points count for double. What's your plan for today?
Well, a bit the same as every day, give it our best. We have seen, though, the last 2 days that the best from the others seems to be even better than ours. So we will have to step up and keep on fighting really hard. But it's true, there's more points to win today than in the rest of the week. So, yeah, everything's still possible.
Thank you very much.
Here we go. You guys, we can see here in the background, we have the boats that are getting ready and going out onto the race course. We see that we have a spectator boat, which is going out on the right-hand side over there. That we actually have some of the teams that are on that boat, and they'll be switching out so that they're on the water, they're right next to the race course, and that way we can effectively get all those races in that we want today. We don't have very much time. Here we go for the team, which is the Belgium team, the boats, the crew of the Belgian team. So we have the tactician Sébastien Godefroy, we have a floater as Sophie Faguet, and trimmer Emma Plachert. These are all the hot names over there. Some of them being in the Olympics and being a laser world champion. For Emma, she's a laser world champion. Sébastien went to the 2008 Olympics, got a 12th place over there. So we've got some seriously good sailors. Let's take a look at the Estonian lineup. So the tactician on this boat is Tonu Toniste, and the main trimmer Peter Saraskin, trimmer Tumas Tuniste. All of these guys, they were all in the Olympics, in the 96 Olympics for all of them, sailing in the 470 class and in the laser class, in the Olympics in 92, in the Olympics in 2000. So we have a couple different people with Olympic experience, and not just one Olympics, several different Olympics. Let's take a look at the next boat that we have here. We have Team Ireland. So we have, as main trimmer and captain of the boat, we have, as we said, Nin O'Leary. He is the team captain. Pittman, we have Cyan Guilfroyd. And on the bowman, we have Simon Johnson. And now let's show you a little video about the captain, Nin O'Leary.
So you are second at the ranking, provisional ranking at the moment.
Yep.
But today is Golden Day. Races count for double points. What's your plan?
I think again we just need to start well, start smart. We've got 6 points on Belgium, so we just need to stay in touch with them. It's a strange way to think about a race, to be covering back and not worry about first place. Normally you want to win, but the top 2 go through. Double points, very important to stay in touch with the guys that are behind us. Even if we finish just behind them, it's not a problem for the first race. Then the calculator comes out and we do the maths and make sure that we have enough wiggle room and we'll see.
All right, so now we have, now let's take a look at the weather forecast right here. As we said, 7 knots of wind. The wind direction is out of the northeast. It was slightly overcast today, and a nice cool 18 degrees. We were seeing up to 33 degrees these last couple days. It was really hot.
Yeah, so it's going to be a morning breeze here. It's going to be very windy, according to what we have in the light races yesterday. But 7 knots of wind, SSL 47, that's going to speed up the boats.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Serbia here and their boats, and the guys that are sailing on there. We have a Serbian team captain, which is Goran Stevanovic. I guess one of the other hot names on that boat is a tactician, Nikola Marjanovic. A very, very interesting crew. It will be exciting to see them sail. They did some excellent sailing for these last couple days.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting to see because all the teams come in with the proudness of representing their country.
Yeah.
And you can really see that they are focused this morning. There was not many questions at the morning brief. They were just getting ready to go on the water, all focus and control, watching their races from yesterday. And now they're getting ready because today it's do or die.
Today is do or die, and let's get this underway, and let us show you the national anthems. Let's get the national anthems underway. So that was the Belgium national anthem. Let's now listen to the Estonian national anthem. That was the Estonian national anthem, and now for the Irish national anthem. There was the Irish national anthem, and now for the Serbian national anthem. There we go. Those are your national anthems. Belgium, Estonia, Ireland, and Serbia, with a beautiful backdrop here on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. This is actually the biggest lake Switzerland has that has no other borders with other countries. And we are situated in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, quite close to the German-speaking parts. Switzerland having the particularity to have 4 national languages. So there's a little bit of we were talking about the background. There's a little bit about the background of Switzerland and where we are today. Here we are with some wonderful onboard footage. And we would just want to remind you that you guys can, obviously, if you're following us, you are following us either from YouTube or from Facebook, and please don't hesitate to ask us questions. If you have any questions, you can go onto the live chat, and you can contact us if you want any more information about what's going on with the SSL Gold Cup. You can go to goldcup.starsailors.com, and you can follow us there. So you can get a lot of information about the teams. You have all the information about the racing rules. Everything is online. Everything is made easy for you to be able to follow along, to get some information. And like we said, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to write them, and we'll try to answer as many as we can for you.
And let's then jump to the water. Today we can see some waves on the sea. On the lake, actually. So today we can see there's wind in it. We can see they're speeding up. They're testing the boats right now. They're getting ready to prepare for the start. And we heard at the morning briefing that if they have anything issues with the boat before the start, the referees or the race jury might not take notice of that. So it's now or never. The teams need to be ready.
Yeah, as they said this morning, the teams have got to be careful. I mean, we need the boats. We need to get all these races in. So they've got to sail hard. They've got to sail fast, but they can't break the boats. So, you know, generally, if you're breaking the boats, you're forcing upon something. And you know, we want clean, good, fair racing without destroying the equipment. And the reason why we say this is because this is not the team's boat. All these boats do belong to the Sailing Athlete Foundation, and the SSL Gold Cup is the organizing committee. So all of these teams that you're seeing right now are all sailing on one design boats, the SSL 47s, and there will be actually switching out. So the teams that you'll be seeing for the next race, once these guys have finished, they will be just hopping on the same boats and going back for another round.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing that this one design, if you don't know much about sailing, what does one design mean? It means that all the boats are exact the same. You can't have a bigger sail, you can't have a bigger mast as you can in some boat classes. So here, the conditions of the boats are the same. So it's the skills of the sailor and also the skills of the tacticians. There is deciding who is going to win this battle and this race.
Yeah, and these boats, just unbelievable boats. So they've, you know, we're looking at boats that are 47 feet long. The whole length in meters, that's 13.6 meters. And when the bowsprit goes out, we get all the way out to 15 meters. So that's 51 feet. That's a big boat.
But at the same time, they say it's like sailing a dinghy. A dinghy is a smaller boat. That's some of the Olympic classes, because this boat, even if it's big, it actually reacts quite fast. But it has some agilities that you need to watch when we are coming into the race. When you have powered up this boat, it seems to overpower it, and it's easy to keep the speed in the boat. But when you're losing your momentum, you're losing your speed, then you really need to find that wind fast, because it takes time to speed up again.
Yeah, it takes time to speed up, but I mean, obviously, you know, when they're going downwind, we're talking about 240 square meters of sail, and that's 2,580 square feet of sail. So that's a lot of sail area for a boat which is only at 5,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Sorry, 8,000 pounds. You know, that's 3.7 tons, metric tons, that is. So, yeah, big boats, lots of sail, not too much weight, fully made out of carbon. These are full carbon boats, carbon mast, carbon boom, carbon hull. And that's what makes these boats actually so impressive, is that they're very stiff boats. So every time they're going to be making a little bit of an adjustment, that adjustment is going to go straight to the sail, and it's not going to be lost in having you know, a hull which is going to be a little bit flimsy or anything like that. Very rigid boats makes for some very precise settings.
Yeah. And while we are waiting for the start here, we see the different teams going on board camera here. We can see this is called the pit. This is where the battle is going to be. And this big one in the middle is where the grinders are. And they are really going to battling it out today, because it's medium light wind for these boat types. So we will see a lot of shifts. We will see a lot of tacking and jibing. So how will that work for them?
Yeah, so exactly. This is the pit, and what you're looking at right now here is the grinder, and is the grinding pedestal. Sorry, there you go. See, he's grabbing that grinding pedestal, and basically what he's doing is he's making the winches on either side. So we can see one small winch on the right-hand side here. We have Tonu Teniste here. He's just in front of him is another winch, and that's how they can adjust the sails. So the ropes go around those winches, and those winches are turned by that grinding pedestal. And if you look on the ground, you can see there are little buttons, little black buttons, and that allows them to select which winch they want to use. So not only can they select the winches they can use, but there are also 3 speeds that they can use. So it's not just a question of getting up there and turning that pedestal as fast as you can. It's really to know which speed you need to use and which winch you're going to be using. And we'll see that on some of the maneuvers, on the downwind maneuvers, where they'll be using actually. This is the third winch. This is the main winch. Right now, the view that we have from right now is from the grinding pedestal, looking towards the aft of the boat, and this is the mainsail winch right here.
And here in the picture, if you're new to sailing, you can see 3 persons, but the 2 persons in behind, not the guy coming in the building, but the 2 other Estonians you're seeing there, that's the helm and that's the tactician. Those 2 are actually deciding the battle. The helm is steering the boat, he's the driver. The tactician, he's listening and watching everything, but also listening to the crew, what's going to happen.
Yeah, we see here number 7, which is our mainsail trimmer. His name is Peter Sharashkin. He's been to the 1996 Atlanta Games and also to the 2000 Sydney Games. So he's an Olympic athlete, which is that's his job right there. We see him with the number 7, the main trimmer, Peter Sharashkin.
Yeah. And there we have the built-in team. They are just waiting. They have some small adjustment on the boat before they're ready. You can see they are just waiting. They are followed by
they have a problem. They're having a problem, and the AP flag is actually now flying. So maybe you can let us know about the AP flag.
Yeah, the AP flag. Actually, I'm the non-sailor here, but that's saying that we are waiting for a fix of the boat coming.
Yeah, it's a delayed. It's a flag which is. A striped flag, red and white striped flag, which is telling everybody that we are currently delayed, and it doesn't have any time mention on it apparently. So it could be going down at any point right now. Obviously, we're looking at something happening here with the Belgian team.
Yeah.
We see the motorboat is next to it. The short team is hopped onto the boat and is trying to fix the issue.
Yeah, and there we have the team captain of the building team. What do we know about him?
Yeah, the team captain is Sébastien Godefroy. He's actually a catamaran specialist. He went to the 2008 Olympics in Beijing. He was also sailing in the Finn class. He went to the 2004 Athens Olympic Games, so he was also in the 96 Olympic Games. So it was a couple years ago, but definitely has many different Olympic experience, and not to mention, being world champion in 2007 and in the Tornado class, as well as in the Finn class. He's done Tour de France à la voile. He's a very experienced guy. He's a big guy, weighing in at 99 kilos. So he definitely
knows how it's going to be. And as a team captain, now we are waiting a little bit, but we are looking at the teams. As a team captain, he's the one selecting the team coming on. And I had a small talk with Sebastian. He said he was quite nervous when he collected his team because he didn't know all the sailors and how they will work together. So how does this work about there's a link to the SSL global ranking list, the world ranking list there. They're having the first official one there. But how is this linked together?
Well, ultimately, he's going to be choosing who he wants on his team. He can have up to 22 people on his team. Obviously, we're not having 22 people on the boat at the same time. And the way that's done is through the SSL global ranking. They're going to be doing a national ranking. So they're going to be selecting actually the best ones. For example, they'll be taking a couple females. They'll be taking a couple juniors they're coming out of that. Obviously, we need some experienced guys. We can't have only juniors that are sailing on this boat. Then it's the captain's choice of who he wants to see. Basically, the idea being that if you're good and you sail well, whether you be sailing on a laser or a 470 or some other class in your country, if you sail well and you have good results, I mean, there's more than the opportunity to actually end up on this team and to come out here to Switzerland for the qualifying series.
Oh, great. Then we just had a view. Here we can see the committee boat. We were close up with the committee boat before, and on there was some different signs. And one of the signs was saying we're doing an LA2. We saw the race course format before, but maybe we should see the race format graphic again. Then we can talk a little bit about what LA2 means. So
yeah, LA2. Basically, to explain it, it's just it's a windward leeward. It's a windward leeward course. Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful. So here we go. They take a start and they zigzag on their way up. That's what we call tacking. As we go up into the wind always coming from the top of the screen. They go around Mark 1. You see there's 2 marks. They've got to go around both of those and then through the gates. Now, they can choose either one of the gates. They don't have to go around. It's up to them what they do. So, depending on how many, depending on what the race committee decides, then depends on how many times they go around the race course. And you also notice, we might notice that if the race committee decides to change the length or the orientation, then we are going to have, then we're going to have a different windward buoy, and we might see that. It'll be a pink triangular buoy, which is letting us know whether or not the course has been changed.
So what we're going to see is we're going to see the teams race 2 times upwind and 2 times downwind.
Okay, perfect. And, I've got some good news here. We've got some on-water information. We have our on-water commentator, Marco, which is ready. He's out on the water, and he's got some information for us. Marco, how are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys loud and clear. Good morning. How are you doing this glorious morning here in Switzerland?
We're doing very well. We are very excited to get this racing underway. We can see that there's wind out there. We see that the boats are sailing. How about you? How's it going out there?
Oh, it's going well. Sun today, unfortunately, is hidden behind clouds, but hey, we've got wind out here, roughly 7 knots coming from 85 degrees, so from the east. The course is almost set up. The race committee is working on it, so it looks like it's going to be an eventful day today.
That's perfect. Can you tell us what's happening a little bit? We saw that there was an AP flag that's up, and we didn't see very much. We had an onboard camera, but we were sort of half covered by the mainsail that was down on, I believe, Team Belgium.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that, unfortunately, but yes, I've heard that the shore team has been called over to the Belgium team boat because there was a slight issue. They're looking to resolve it as soon as possible. I'll come back to you if I have any new information. But yeah, this morning was really cool. I got to dock out with Team Ireland, so it was really interesting to see how they go through their morning leading up to the race start. We saw that they were tacking upwind, kind of getting their modes set up, their measurements and their markings and everything set up for upwind and downwind, and they're pumped. It's currently sitting second, and it's going to be a good fight here in Group 2.
Yeah, we saw this morning there's only 1 point separating them from being the leader of this group and potentially qualifying for the 30 seconds of the finals. So definitely the pressure's on their shoulders, but I guess it's always a little bit better to be hunted, to be the hunter than to be hunted.
Yeah, but they also have one issue here, Marco. You say they are pumped there, but if they are losing momentum and the other teams are winning behind them, then Team Ireland will be in trouble, because then it's almost a tie.
Yeah, and Marco, there's one thing that we should keep in mind. Today is Sunday. It's relatively early, so most of the people here in Switzerland are probably having breakfast by now, or brunch or something of the nature. But we should see more and more boats, the general public coming out and sailing today, especially if the conditions stay nice like this. So we will have more and more boats out on the water, which potentially could be doing some wind shadowing for some of the things. So Marco, if you start seeing some of those boats coming out, please let us know to see if there's anything outside of the race course.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because as everybody knows, today it's Golden Day. So all races are worth double points, and everything is still to be decided. So it's going to be really interesting today, and hopefully we get all the races that were scheduled in.
Yeah, we're very excited. It's going to make for some great racing on this double points day. All the races that will be raced today will be will be double points. So.
Yeah, and it's also exciting because of the morning brief, if the race committee will continue waiting on Team Belgium. And that's quite a cliffhanger, because if they decide to start the race without Team Belgium, then there's a match race between Team Ireland and Team Serbia.
Yeah, I don't think they're actually going to start the race without them. They won't do that. Let's look at these two boats right here that are in the shot. I mean, we've got a little bit of time as we're waiting for racing to get underway. You can see the boat with the pink buoy. That's the pink buoy that I was just talking about. That's that boat right there will be replacing the windward buoy. Shall we need to change the orientation of the race course? So that's one of the race committee boats right there, and that's the official boat, which is dropping off all of the weather marks. And to the right there, you see with the yellow flag that's up, and we were talking about the AP flag, that striped white and red flag, which is right there in the back of the boat. That's just letting us know that racing is postponed for the time being. If you took a look at the other side a little bit in the middle of your screen, a little bit higher up, we see that there's a red inflatable rib, and he also has a yellow flag on there. So if you between the line that's between the race committee, the yellow flag where the gentleman is standing right there just underneath us, to the other boat, which is all the way over in the end here, that is the starting line. Now, what makes it difficult is that you don't actually physically have a line which is drawn on the water, obviously, but so it's the team members, and we were talking about positions on the boats yesterday, and I guess we'll discuss that a little bit right now. We have the number one. The number one is the first guy, which is at the very front of the boat, and one of his jobs is to be able to tell the guy who's steering the boat in the back, listen, we're 20 meters, we're 10 meters, we're 5 meters. Okay, you can go up. We're clear. We're about to pass this. So that's that line right there between those two yellow flags. That's the starting line.
But the exciting part here is also, we have one guy taking control of the line and watching for it. But to make a perfect start with the SSL 47, this boat type, you need to come in with speed. Normally when we are seeing Olympic classes, we almost see them go to the starting line and stop there and then speed up. But here, they need to come in with speed.
Yeah, they need to come in with speed. And if you look at the length of that line right there, it's a relatively short line. It's there's not much room. They're not going to give each other much room. But they've got to get started on that line, which is difficult to see.
But here we are with Team Serbia, and you can see they're practicing right now. And I need to say one thing: why are they hanging out of the boat there? Are they just relaxing, or what are they doing?
It's not a very comfortable position. They're definitely trying to get some riding moment. Right now they're testing their speed. And speaking of testing their boats and things like that, unfortunately, I think we have some bad news. We have Team Belgium, which is actually being towed back in currently. So apparently they have some sort of major problem on the boat. Something is broken. They're being towed back in. I think what was going to happen is that we are going to have the spare boat that is going to come back out. So unfortunately, the racing is slightly delayed. But that's unfortunate for the racing, and that's unfortunate for today, because we know we're on a time limit. We cannot have a start past 4 o'clock this afternoon. So this seriously compromises are we going to be able to have 4 races today? But on the other hand, it gives us time to explain to you a little bit more about the different positions on the boat, and maybe we can talk a little bit about also who we're seeing on each one of these boats. So yes, we're not going to be seeing some racing for the next couple minutes, or for a little while at least. But we do have some the opportunity right now to be able to explain to you
Yeah,
what
and
is going
while
on.
we are saying all this, we are watching out of the window here from our tower where we are commentating. The spare boat is also getting towed out to the Belgian team. They want to speed up this process, so we are going to see a switch on the water. Maybe we could see a little bit more about
Yes, I
that.
actually see both of the boats right now.
Yeah.
They're just crossing each other's paths. So this could be faster, a little bit faster than expected.
Yeah. So interesting what happened, and that's not the best start from Team Belgium because they are on the hunt for points today. So now the nervosity might come into them. Is this triggering them to not perform because they are so focused, all these teams?
Well, it's definitely not making it any easier, right? I mean, your boat is your boat's just broken down. You now have to change boats. That's not a big deal because they're all exactly the same boats. But it takes you kind of out of your bubble. It takes you a little bit out of your preparation. You're all of a sudden you're thinking about what's wrong with your boat, and you're not really thinking about the race at hand, the conditions, and what's going on. However, these are professionals. They're obviously it's not the first time they've had a boat that's broken down. Unfortunately, while sailing, it does have some mechanical aspects to it, and even though all the boats are exactly the same. Some of them, might have a small problem that they might not have on the other ones.
Yeah, and all this is very important for them. Here we have Team Estonia. You can see how they are communicating together. And in the front, we have this guy we called number 1. So who's he?
Carl Kolk right there with the number 1. He's world champion in the Plateau 25. He has a lot of world championship titles. He's used to sailing on X41s. Those are really big boats. But we just saw him. He's right there. He's at the front of the boat. That's his position. He'll be taking care of the spinnaker, making sure that's going up and down correctly, making sure that the jib is getting dropped down without ending up in the water. Same thing with the spinnaker. He's giving us time and distance to the line, which we were just talking about. So he's doing several different things, and on the windward beat, he'll be saying what he's seeing, if he's seeing any weather that's coming in, any puffs that are coming in. So he's got several things to do. On top of that, he's running around left and right, trying not to fall off the front of the boat, as the boat is whipping around the marks, and it's a very athletic position.
It's a very athletic position, but let's see how it's happening here. You can see Estonia, they are a little bit relaxed right now. They're sailing around, talking a little bit. You can see, now they're going to
and there's
do attack.
Maiki Saring right there with the number 2. She's a mid-bow, so basically she's helping the number 1. Should there be any problems when they take down the spinnaker, even if there are no problems, she'll be up there and just giving a hand. You could see on her knees. She's got knee pads, to quickly be able to just run up there and jump on her knees, and it's a really dynamic position right there. And number 3, we've got our pitman, Karl Hannes Tagu. He's the pitman, so underrated. The pitman, so underrated. If everything works well, nobody says thank you. And as soon as there's a problem, it's always the pitman's fault. The pitman, he's right there. He's responsible for hoisting and dropping all the sails, and really he's responsible for the timing of what's happening on the boat.
So actually, when we're talking about pit crew in there, because there's pitman and pit women's also, but it's the pit, the battlers in there. That's where we will see them when they're attacking, when they're jibing, when they're turning the boat. That's where they are straightening the sails. They're putting them up. They're putting them down. But there's a lot of communication, a lot of interaction in there.
Can you imagine? There are 9 people on this boat. They all have to work together, and just look at that. There's lines everywhere, and right there we're looking at the as we said before, the main sheet winch right there. So we've got a main trimmer right on this. We've changed boats now. We're on the Irish boat here.
Yeah, we saw on the Irish team, they are quite young according to the Estonian team, and they're at the helm position at the moment.
Yeah,
we
most
can
of
see
these guys were born in '96. some of the older ones are younger than me.
yeah. So quite a young team, and now we can see number 1. He's standing there at the driving seat, but is he the driver? Simon.
No. Yes, number 1 is the helmsman. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's got the number 1 number. Generally, he's at the front of the boat, the number 1. But they are allowed to choose which number they want. So obviously, it was decided that he was going to be number 1.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter which number they have on the back of their jersey, as long as they're doing their job correctly, right?
Yeah. But that's
His
quite
name
a
is
young
Harry
driver.
Durkin.
Yeah.
All right, he's a 29er specialist. So a 29er is a very, very agile, difficult boat to sail. It's not a keeled boat. He's talking right there with the captain, Nin O'Leary.
And it's all about that wind pressure. You can see they're looking out on the water, because today it's going to be quite a match race that way, because they are also a battle of wind. Because yesterday we saw, even with wind pressure, suddenly the wind died.
Yeah, it happens. The wind dies, and then it's just a complete reversal of the situation. So, and this is something that happens, sailing. It's you're dealing with the conditions. You're dealing with the winds, and it's anything can happen. And now we have a problem with one of the boats. I mean, the shore crew are getting everything fixed. I know that I could see some boats out the window. It's definitely, we've got some. There's already action, and we haven't started
the
sailing.
race yet.
Yeah.
But again, now this waiting time must be hard for the teams. Here we are with Team Serbia, and see the team captain himself. He's the helm also here.
He is Goran Stevorovic. Stevorovic. Yeah, I'm trying not to chew those words, chew those names up too much. He's a world champion in the micro class. He's a big micro class sailor.
But I'm a little bit surprised talking with all the teams here. Team Serbia is the only one that actually have big experience sailing lakes and rivers, because they are not just out at the ocean like the 3 other teams. Ireland, Estonia, and Belgium, they have direct access to the sea. But
yeah, it's true. They do sail on rivers, and obviously these guys know each other, right? Because they don't have that much shoreline to be sailing together. Like we were just talking about the helmsman, right, Goran, and he's used to sailing with Alexander. He's Alexander Jovanovic. They're both sailing in the micro class, and they've actually sailed a lot of races together. So the number 2, the gentleman with the number 2 on his jersey, and the helmsman with the number 10, those are actually teammates.
yeah, they know each other quite well. Sailing is a huge sport worldwide, but when we're coming to these national squads and everything, the team captain needs to choose a team that can work together. Now we don't have Team Antigua on the water, but those guys, they have been living together for the whole life of their sailing career.
Yeah, and we're talking a little bit about the micro class here. Also let's talk about the tactician, Nikola Marinovic. Yes, he's a 2-time world champion. So he is the hotshot on this boat, and he's got the number 8 on his jersey. Maybe we'll see him, but if you're, I think he's sitting right down there on the right hand side of our screen. So he's a world champion right there. So it's funny to see that a lot of these guys have been sailing on the same sort of boats, and we see that with other teams as well. They have a tendency to all be sailing on the same type of boats, because that's the boat which is the most popular in their country.
Yeah. And now we can see Team Serbia is speaking that the guy coming forward here is one of the ground crews. There's a ground crew on each boat here to support the teams, because they are not used to sail this boat. And that's the amazing part. They've been having practice, and we're talking about practice yesterday where they are getting closer, getting more and more practice, the less experience they have in the boat. So these teams has been having quite some practice here on the lake, but still, it's new for them sailing a boat like this.
Yeah, and like we said, they're technical boats, so now we have one shore crew per each boat, making sure that everything is fine and that we don't have any problems. Right here on the back here, we have Juan. Juan is he's the leader of all of the guys that are working on the shore crew. I know that he's been working hard all night. They've been making sure that the boats are in good shape for today, and nevertheless, little things can happen and breakdowns can occur. So no matter how much time they spend on these boats and how much energy, I mean, things can happen, right?
Things can happen, and we are just waiting for the next thing to happen, that we're going to see an orange flag and getting ready.
Okay, perfect. Well, as we wait for the new boat to come back onto the water for the Belgium team, let's take a little opportunity to show you about the region that we're in right now, with a little bit of sights and sounds and just a beautiful clip about Switzerland and the region we are. Wow, those are some impressive pictures right there. Yeah, just a really beautiful setting that we're in. We're actually located sort of we've got these two mountains, and we're sort of in the middle of these big, large rolling valleys. And it kind of funnels the wind down in between these two valleys, and it lets us, has some great sailing conditions, and
oh, there we have Team Belgium, and they are back up and running. So now they're testing the new boat. They got the spare boat number 3.
There we go. They're hoisting. Yeah, they're hoisting the spinnaker, making sure that all the lines are correct, making sure they've got no knots, making they just want to get a real quick rundown and seeing what's going on right there. We see the helmsman right there, Yannick Lefebvre. He's an Olympic medalist as well, right there with his number 8. He's also world champion in splash class. He's been sailing 49ers. He's European champion. So a lot of experience right there with Yannick.
And they're looking. See, they're controlling the sails. They need to look at them. How are this working? Is it working correct? Because when the race starts, there's no DMM. The technical thing needs to work. If something happens,
we see the shore team, which is right next to them right there. So making sure everything's going well. It looks like everything's okay on that boat. There we go, dropping the kite back down. Let's not put it into the water.
A little bit too much in the water here.
Let's not get it wet before we need to use it. And you're going to ask me, who cares if it's wet, right? Well, if it's wet, it's harder to get back into the boat. You know, it's like trying to put on a wet T-shirt. It's more difficult to put a wet T-shirt on than to put a dry one on, right? So it's sort of the same thing with, and not to include the weight, so a little bit more weight that's going into the boat. So more weight means that you have to move the boat more. It takes a little bit longer time to get the boat moving.
And it looks like, because the Belgian team are ready, we're getting some small information here in the studio that we might have a start within the next 10-15 minutes. So the Belgian team is at the starting line. So it looks like we are getting ready for some action.
That is perfect. That is good news. That is just unbelievable. I mean, they
Switch boat and everything within 15 minutes.
Yeah, switch
That's
boat,
just
take
show
boat.
how the organization is here at the SSL Gold Cup. Amazing stuff by the short team.
Yeah, just unbelievable. 15 minutes to get a new boat, to go out, to change everything, make sure we can get back and running, and that's just only a 15-minute delay for a major breakdown on a boat, which is unbelievable. Here we go. On the left-hand side here, we've got this big motorboat. We've got the rest of the teams that are on this motorboat, and they'll be doing the switch out from that boat in order to make things happen real quick. So very dynamic what's happening out on the water. Here we go. Let's take a little bit of look what's going on. This is sort of our eye in the sky right here.
Yeah, and this graphic, you need to get used to it, because it's here where we sometimes can see the battle. Because when we are going into racing the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series, then we will see the boats split up and be around 200, 300 meters away from each other, but actually being on the same level towards a mark. So that's, we need to keep an eye here on the graphics, because something cool is going to happen when we're going to have the matches.
It's a great way to have a general overview of what's going on.
Yeah. And there we have Team Serbia. They're going towards the starting line, nice and slow. And we're just waiting for the orange flag. When the orange flag is up, there's 10 minutes for the start. And we're getting closer and closer to that moment.
Yeah, no start may be, that means that they must leave at least 5 minutes before they can start the racing. And now it'll be interesting to see which flag will go up at 4 minutes to the racing. There we go. There's the imaginary line between the two orange flags. That's the racing, that's the starting line.
And there's Team Belgian at the starting line. So we are looking into a battle soon to start. There's Team Ireland also preparing themselves. It looks like they're testing how fast
So
it's
look,
going to the
we have
starting
some
line.
information on that boat. It says sails light, so we're going with the light wind sail, which is a Genoa.
Yeah.
And we see the race course is 7-0.
And the counter has started.
And the
7
countdown has
minutes to
started,
start.
and we are on LA2. So that is there we go. That is the information that the sailors are getting, letting them know, what is the course heading and what is the course format, because we can have different types of course formats.
And now we're getting into that part of the race that is very important, the start. And the next 5 minutes, we will see them battling for position, testing things, because 1 minute before, they will try to find the best possible position to have a clean start with speed and not got caught in wind shadow by the other boats. We can see here how they're sailing around. They are allowed to be in front of the starting line at the moment, as you see Team Serbia, but they are battling for position, trying to find that wind, trying to find that speed without getting caught by the others.
Yeah, so when you're racing, at 4 minutes to the start, a flag will go up, and that will let us know what the rule is within the last minute before the start. So for the time being, we've had a P flag, which is up, which is the friendliest of all the flags, basically saying all you need to do is be behind the starting line before the start.
And this means less than 6 minutes left to Group 2, race number 4 at the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. And this is business for these teams. They have this one race, and if they're unlucky, this might only be the last race for them if the wind disappears later today. So focus is on highest level at the moment. Team Ireland needs to stay in first, second, or third. If they get last, then it's almost game over if one of the other teams are winning behind them.
Yes, exactly. So here we go. We're about 20 seconds to having the SSL flag go up. So that's the class flag, which is going to be going up here. We'll see any second. There we go.
It goes.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, 5 minutes before. Perfectly timed by the race committee. This also means you can see Team Serbia is coming back behind the starting line. How is it? Are you allowed to be in front of the starting line and then race into the middle and turn up in sailing? Or do you need to start from behind?
For the time being, until 1 minute to the start, yes, they can.
Yes, they can. So until 1 minute before, they can be wherever they want to be on the race course.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, if they're above the line, at 1 minute and 10 seconds, and depending on which flag is going up, it's not very wise to be up there. It's probably not one of the best places to be. Being behind the line is better. Obviously, you want to be close to the line. We know that these boats, take at least 30 to 40 seconds to really get to full speed. So here we go. We're at 4 minutes on race committee. Now we're going to be seeing another flag that's going to be coming up. And that flag, it's probably gone up now, and it will let us know what the ruling is. There we go. We see that flag right in the middle. So it's a blue flag with a white square. That's P flag. And that basically says that you only need to be behind the starting line before as the gun goes. So
Okay.
it's, you could get a little bit fancy. You could stay above the line
And then come from the side, going down,
Yeah.
round it, and come back.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
you-
classic
you-
downwind start, as we call it in the virtual world. But it's quite exciting. Yesterday, at this moment, we saw the teams attacking each other, and we saw Team Belgium. They were a little bit slow of attacking away from the attack from Ireland, and Ireland was very, very fast in their maneuvering, and that made Team Belgium doing a false start, and Team Ireland and Team Serbia was following each other, and Estonia, they just had a free race away. I can see on our measurements that the boats are saying right now around 7 to 8 knots of speed when they're going sidewards here on the wind. So I think we'll have a start where they will have around 6.5 and 7 knots of speed. That's a perfect time start with speed from behind.
Yeah, you were saying at that sort of speed, the angles change to the wind with these boats.
Yeah, and that's quite amazing because yesterday they were lower speed, so they need to have a bigger angle on this on the boat into the true wind angle. So, and today the wind speed is almost 7 to 8, so now they need to have a smaller one to go towards the top market. That's quite interesting because are the teams prepared for that? Because they are used to train on the light wind conditions, and now we are in medium wind conditions.
Exactly. So things change from day to day. Now we're seeing everybody here go on the race committee side of underneath the line, and this is where everybody's going to be sort of jostling for position. It's very important right now. They're already seeing what each other is doing. There you go. You see the number one, the bowman, who's letting everybody know you got 2 boats underneath you. They're coming towards us. They're going away. They're tacking. They're jiving. He's giving some information about what the other boats are doing. Here we have the tactician in the back, who has, you see, he's got 2 timers on him. So he's definitely, he's on the ball. They've got a strategy. So right now they're trying to apply their strategy, and then we can start talking about tactics. But right now it's a strategic game.
Yeah, it's the battle of position, and also trying not to get penalized, because if one of the boats are pressuring you too much, then you can actually have a penalty before start, and that will be crucial with some of it. But also timed as well. At this wind speed, I think they will launch. Oh, they're doing already
1 minute
speeding
and
up.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
1 minute and 15 seconds to the start. So we saw they're telling them to slow down. There you go. They're getting some indication. As you see, they're easing the sail out, and they're heading up to wind, slowing down. Time to distance and time right now. just telling them, chill out, guys, relax. We're getting there. We still got 52 seconds before the starts. Serbia is on their own. They're not being too bothered. I think they're going to probably sit back there and wait for the others to fight a little bit and try to go in full speed.
They are too close to that starting line. They need to slow down. Team Ireland and Team Estonia is following each other quite close, but they're too close. 30 seconds, they need to time it well. See, he's saying slow down, slow down.
Slow down. We're getting to it. We've only got, yeah, so they're definitely going to need to be able to slow down here, and then what they're going to be wanting to do is create some distance underneath their boat. We got 15 seconds before the start. Here we go. Everybody's bearing away.
Oh, Team Serbia coming with speed. It looks like they're timing
Team
it
Serbia,
perfectly.
8 seconds. Let's see if they've got the speed. 7, 5, 4, 3. Let's take a look between the 2 yellow flags.
Oh, perfect.
And it's
for
a
Serbia.
great start. Perfect start for Serbia.
Yeah. And they're also
coming in with a
controlling
lot
the
of
race.
speed.
Yeah, it's amazing. But what happened with Estonia and Ireland? They were so focused on
right
battling each other.
Right now, Ireland is stuck between the 2 boats. Right now, they're in a very difficult position. They're getting sandwiched out. So you see what's happening right now is the boat closest to us is trying to get away from the wind. They're going in what we call a low mode, really favoring the speed and not so much going as high as they can. As to the opposite, the guys in blue over there, Estonia, they're trying to go as high as they can. They're squeezing the 2 boats, the Belgian boat and the Irish boat that are in the middle. They're getting squeezed out, and those 2 are in the wind shadow, and they're going to be popping out. But the Irish, they have a problem. The Irish, they're stuck. They can't tack because they have the Belgian boat above them.
And also
so right now,
Serbian
Ireland
boat.
is in a very, very difficult position.
Yeah, and this couldn't be a worse start for them because right now Serbia and Belgium is controlling Ireland, and they want Ireland to end in last position. But then Team Serbia
Here
or
we
Team
go.
Belgium needs
Tack
to win.
for Serbians.
Oh, that's an early tack. What are they seeing underwater that we are not seeing? Another wind pressure? No, they're following Team Belgium. That's why. So it's a small match race between those 2 nations, or what's happening? Oh, Team Ireland also going that way. So there must be a better wind pressure in the opposite side, in the right-hand side of the race course.
It's definitely important, speaking about the points, these 2 teams, we've basically got a race within a race, right? So ideally, these 2 want to be able to finish in front of the other 2, but between themselves, I mean, it's very important that they finish one in front of the other. Yeah. We see a little bit more wave. Look at here's the replay, wonderful replay. We see the green, white, and white and checkered flag go up, and they've just got a lot of speed. Look at that. And just going in there, settling in. They've got much more speed, much higher than everybody else.
It was a well-timed start by Team Serbia here, but I'm a little bit amazed because Team Ireland and Estonia was very good in the starts yesterday, but here they actually mistimed it big time.
Yeah, we already saw that about 1 minute before the start. We saw that they were jostling for positions. The Irish, they were sort of getting stuck. We had Team Estonia staying really quite underneath them and not letting them go, and they did a great job at Team Serbia controlled Team Ireland.
Yeah. And now we are seeing the boats going to the right-hand side. They are very close to each other, 15 to 17 meters in between the leader and the rest of the pack. And I have to say, this is not game over for Team Ireland. They have a huge chance to come back, but see, focus on the Belgian team. They might be a little bit nervous after that start with shifting a boat and now back in the race.
Yeah, this first leg is so important. It's really important that they manage to get to the windward buoy in a good position. This is really going to set them up for the rest of the race. So right now, it's just maximum concentration.
Yeah, but when I'm looking here, they're attacking early. They're going behind, or are they attacking Ireland and Estonia because they are now in a starboard tack? Means they have to ride away. So let's see. Oh, they're going behind the other boats. It looks like that on the picture. So an early tack. No. It's Team Ireland is forced to tag also. Great attack by Team Belgium. This is what we like. This is a battle.
This is a battle. This is now we see Team Belgium going a little bit higher in the high mode. They want to stay on this side. Very good position for Team Ireland right here. They've got they can give a wind shadow to the Belgium team and force the Belgium team to tack. So let's see what's happening.
Serbia is doing the same, but is it time with Estonia? That's interesting.
Is it going to pass, or is Estonia going to go out in front?
Oh.
Look at that. There we go. Ireland has gotten out in front. And now there's a wind shadow, a windward wind shadow, which is being casted against the Serbian team, which means that they are going to have to attack.
Yeah, it's amazing here to see this battle because they need to force the others.
Sorry,
Yeah,
it was the Belgian
Estonia
team.
also there. Estonia under pressure by the Serbian team, and see they were also forced to attack. So right now, Serbia is controlling Estonia a little bit, or what?
Yeah, we see Estonia, which is out in front, and actually they're casting a small windward wind shadow. It's a really powerful position. If you can be like that, slightly to leeward of your boat and in front, you're now casting a wind shadow. So there, right now, it looks as though they're not being too influenced. I guess they are, because it looks like they're all coming back in and they're going to do attack.
Yeah.
So there we go. That was that windward wind shadow. It's a very powerful position. It doesn't mean that when you're coming up with another boat on a port and starboard, it's not necessarily because you are the starboard boat that you're going to get out unscathed.
But again, attack battle here. Serbia is going away from the Estonian team. They don't want to follow that path. Maybe they didn't get enough speed into the boat, and now they're attacking away. And this is very crucial because when we are looking, and I have to say, we can see a little bit about overview here. They're going towards the ley line. Serbia and Estonia, they're
Looky
both
here,
in the
looky
middle.
here. We have this is a beautiful, beautiful tactical move by Ireland. It's just attacking underneath underneath the other boat, and there we go. And they've got all that. So apparently protests.
Yeah, they're trying, but
Protest. Now here's what's happening. If we have a protest and the Irish say, "Oh yeah, we do have a protest," or "We don't have a protest," if they believe that they're in the fault, then they need to do a 360. If they are in the fault and they don't do a 360, and then the umpires raise the red flag and say, "Yes, you are in the fault," then they need to do a 720. So it can cost them quite a bit. However, on the other hand, if they are not in the fault, the umpires raise a green flag, and there is no penalty.
And it looks like there was no penalty because Team Ireland is continuing their way. But see, Team Belgium is tacking up towards the middle. But it's Serbia. They're trying to attack, and they're attacking yet again. It's the fourth attack for Serbia, and they're trying to go in front of Belgium and Estonia here. See, very focused by the team captain there. They need to capture the win now.
This is wonderful. We're getting a tacking battle between 4 boats.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. It just goes to show how close it is between everybody. Here
there
we
it's
go.
coming
Another
in.
port and
Oh,
starboard. Another port and starboard situation. It's looking like they're going to be able to pass out in front.
Yeah.
And now, are they going to keep going to the right-hand side, or are they going to attack right on top of them? Is Estonia going to attack, or are they going to keep going?
It looks like they're keeping going to the right-hand side. They're following the Belgian team that needs to go behind Team Serbia.
They're maybe hoping that the Serbian team will bother the Irish team.
They are. The Irish team is going behind them here.
And we see the Irish team in the very top of your screen here. They're on a port tack. So yeah, they're passing behind the Serbian team.
And now it's interesting because it looks like Team Serbia is continuing to the left-hand side and not tagging up towards the middle like rest of the fleet. Rest of the fleet is right now at the moment going to the right-hand side. So they're all looking for wind. See how they're looking out. Where is the wind? Where is the breeze? Because this is the battle,
Here we go.
especially with all the attacks.
Team Estonia is going over to the left-hand side as well.
I think the wind is at the Serbian side, so the Serbian team is putting themselves in a good position. You can see them in the top picture. It looks like they're speeding up. They're also winning momentum on the
look
tracker.
at that number 1 hanging it all out there. Oh, that is, you got to have some abs of steel to be able to do that. He's just hanging on by his feet.
Oh, they need that wind pressure. They need to capture it. But see, Team Serbia, great tactical skills there. They found the win right now. But they have one issue. When they're attacking up towards the top mark, and if they're not far enough in the lead, then they will be under pressure by the Estonian team coming from starboard.
We have an almost 3-kilometer long windward leg here. Just to let you know, we're about halfway through. So that's about 2 nautical miles.
And they're speeding up. See here, if we're zooming a little bit out of this graphics, then we can see the two boats will meet soon, especially if Team Serbia is tacking up. But it looks like Team Serbia is continue that way. Estonia falling, Ireland also falling. Oh, Team Belgium losing momentum. See, they're going to the right-hand side.
I can see that they met up with the Irish, and there's a good attacking duel going on with the Irish and the Belgium team right there.
But this is important. Serbia has more speed than Estonia, but they need to be at least 20 meters in the lead when they're meeting next time, or else they will be caught in that chance of getting a penalty by the Estonian team tacking in front of them.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see if both boats tack. Then we'll see how the crossing is going to go. So we're about 2/3 of the way up here on this first beat, and it is one very exciting first leg.
Yeah, and it's quite exciting also when we're watching this different tactics. Oh, it looks like Ireland is tacking to the right-hand side now, continue their path up towards the middle, where the Belgian team and the Serbian team, oh, Serbia also tacked. So now we have that battle we talked about, Estonia versus Serbia. If Team Serbia is going to win this one, 10 they are in the lead, but it looks like Estonia is coming in. See Belgium going to the right-hand side, Ireland in the middle, but it's Serbia and Estonia. There is the battle right now. See, they're coming in there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because we've got a battle going on between three boats on the left-hand side of the screen, on the left-hand side of the race course, pardon me, and on the right-hand side we have Belgium, which has taken the opportunity and the decision to sort of go on their own and perhaps not be so influenced by the other boats. So we'll see exactly what's happening. Maybe they've found a little bit more wind. It looks like, as we can see some of the lines on the tracker, as though it is a left-hand shift. And if that's the case, and we have Belgium on the right, then they're going to be the big losers.
And maybe it's all about, we've seen all the boats when they are going to the left-hand side of the racetrack. We can see it's like the breeze is coming behind them. They're catching more speed. So that's maybe what the Belgians are thinking over there, because when they're attacking, then they will catch more speed than the rest of them. We need to keep on the speed, because right now they are the fastest team on the water, 7.8 knots. Or it's because they're sailing with a wrong angle. Interesting what's happening there. But here we have the Estonian team also capturing wind and putting all the pressure.
Look at everybody's hanging out there. And so there are no hiking straps on these boats. The way these guys hike is they're using the sheets with which they're adjusting the sails. They cross their feet and they just hang out. So it's a balancing act. To be able to get out there, and I can tell you from having done it, it's not too uncomfortable.
No, but
you would
again,
think
you need
think
to be in a
it'd
good shape to hang out there. So, but see, they're really battling it out here. They're trying to capture the wind, and I'm a little bit curious how they're doing with the angles right now, because that's very important. They're approaching the top mark. In our studio, we can see the Belgian is almost coming to what we call the ley lines on the right-hand side. So that's crucial. Now we can see if they're catching more wind when they're going to the left-hand side towards the top mark.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. We could see on the tracking system that there is a left-hand shift, and now we have Belgium, which has gone all the way to the right-hand side and is putting in attack to come back onto the ley line. Let's see what's happening. I mean, it does look as though there's a left-hand shift that's going on, so the favored boats would be Serbia and Estonia, and the losers would be Ireland and Belgium. But perhaps they're sailing in more breeze, and that could make a big difference.
Wow.
So let's see how it plans.
See, there we have it on the graphic.
There it is.
And then we can also come with next information. The Belgian team is the fastest boat at the moment.
Yeah, let's look at the difference on the top left-hand side of your screen here. We're seeing the differences between all the boats. And this is where we're really going to see if the Belgium team is able to make up that distance or not, depending on, and that's when we'll know if they were sailing in more wind or not. But now we have a very exciting part of the race that's coming up. We are getting to the windward mark, and there are going to be two things that are important here. Is first of all, the three boat length rule as we're going up into the buoy. Should anything happen within these 3 boat lengths rule, the boats are not allowed to repair until they've gotten to the offset mark.
Yeah, that's correct. But see here, Estonia is attacking early. They are afraid of the Belgian team. The Irish team also attacking. They're side by side with Team Belgium when you look at the pictures here. And the Belgian team, you can see they have a more stiff angle into the mark. And then Team Serbia coming in. They might be in trouble.
Team Serbia. Where are they? When are they going to attack? Are they going to attack underneath everybody and do a wind shadow over the two boats that are behind them, or are they going to cross on top?
Yeah, but it looks like
they're going to be crossing us slightly on top.
Oh shit! It's
in
a close
front.
one.
Are we going to be seeing perhaps? Are we going to be seeing protest?
Oh, we will see that.
It looked like the other boat had to change directions.
Yeah, the Belgian team was
changing course a little bit. Are we going to be seeing a protest?
This is good for Estonia because now they're in the lead. The first one to launch their Spinnaker and speed up going downwind, put the bat behind. Wow, that's amazing because if Ireland is losing that battle, everything will open up for later today.
Exactly. So now the team Estonia is going to be setting up their Spinnakers.
Serbia on the inside, nice mark rounding. Then it's Team Ireland in second, Team Belgium is last. Oh, so the Irish team is defending their position. They need to keep that position there. Not getting last, but second last is okay for them.
Marco, we hear that you're at the weather mark. What's going on, Marco?
Yeah, so we just saw Ireland pass by here at the top mark. We've got Belgium rounding right now. They're getting ready to launch their kite for the downwind leg. It seems like they're gonna try and sneak it up already a little bit. I can't tell very well because it's covered by the Genoa, but it's really incredible. We see already Estonia, Serbia, and Ireland have launched their kite. Wow, a very, very fast launch from the kite from the Irish team. And it looks like they're gaining. They're gaining a little bit on Serbia, but I can't tell very well. Probably you guys can see it much better from the graphics in the studio. And here we have Belgium launching their kite. Went up smoothly, and now they're going down with their Genoa. It's a little bit slow coming down. They need to... okay, seems like they've got it. So at the moment we have Estonia in the lead, Serbia second, Irish very much on top of them, and closing up the pack is Belgium.
How are the wind conditions, Marco? Are they still the same? Are you seeing any big puffs that are coming down either side of the race course?
Not much pressure. I can't read it very well, but it looks pretty stable throughout the whole race course. Everybody here is on starboard tack, just heading downwind down the left side of the race course. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to be the first team to jibe, if maybe they see a different patch of pressure coming down the race course.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. We'll get back to you in a little bit.
Yeah, and if we are lucky, then we maybe can see a replay of that offset mark rounding because there the boats were very close to each other. But it looks like Team Ireland survived that one, and Serbia is just keeping them in the lead. But we talked about yesterday that the Belgian team was behind, and now they have a chance to catch up with the rest of them.
Yeah, and we saw in the first leg as they were all going up, I mean, it was pretty even between the left and the right-hand side, and that's exactly what Marco was saying, that it seems as though the wind is pretty established over the whole course for the time being, and so it makes for some nice, even, great racing. And this is why we're seeing the boats really, they're attacking one another. And we could see the two boats there behind Estonia, the Serbs and the Irish going high, trying to cast some wind shadow. Here we go with the replay. This is Team Estonia as they get to the weather mark. Here we have Team Serbia, then Ireland and Belgium in the background.
And now it's the Spinnaker we need to look at, see how they're launching it and how they're turning around. See, Ireland hasn't the Spinnaker in their boat yet. So it's a slow one for them, but let's see. The head goes up. It's slow for both teams here. Where's the Spinnaker for Ireland? It's coming up.
There we go. Now they're getting everything set up. They do have about 100 meters until they get to that offset mark.
But that's
here we go. Here we go. Some jibing action.
A jibe that's mistimed or what?
Oh, it's looking like they were having a little bit of a hard time getting that Spinnaker through. Maybe they got it on the wrong gear on the pedestal. That could be.
They lost around 12 meters on that move there. So let's hope they're capturing some more wind. But they're tagging away, jibing away. Why did they jibe away from the battle? And I can see Belgian is also following them that path.
Well, let's try to figure it out. We were watching the replay, so we don't exactly
But
we weren't able to exactly to see what's going on. Maybe they were trying to get, getting some wind coverage by the Belgians.
See the meters up there. You can see it. Team Ireland, Team Belgium is winning momentum right now. Estonia and Serbia is lighter wind or a worse angle towards the mark. So right now, Team Ireland and Team Belgium is going towards the middle of the race course, where Team Estonia and Serbia is still continue going to the left-hand side of the race course.
We're seeing there's 90 meters between Ireland and Belgium right now. So these two are really the ones that they're fighting it out. They're duking it out. So they're trying to, each one of them are trying to win their own race.
Yeah. And here we have Team Estonia and the driver there. What do we know about him?
The Irish are getting closer and closer and closer to the Belgium team right now. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the distance right now, and we're looking at Ireland, which is just really making the moves slowly but surely on the Belgium team.
Yeah, but also Team Estonia is losing momentum out there, so it's quite interesting the battle they have. It looks like Team Serbia is getting closer and closer to the leader, but they're both losing a lot of momentum to Team Ireland and Belgium.
Look at Team Ireland. We've got the three boys lying down on the deck, getting the weight forward on that boat. Staying down, hunkered down, making sure they're not getting too much, they're not protruding the wind and slowing down the boat. They're trying to be as aerodynamic as possible. You could just tell that, they want to go, they want to make the move. It's so difficult to stay calm in these situations where all you want to do is just give everything you have.
But this is quite interesting because we are right now almost halfway down the downwind lake here, the first downwind lake towards the gate mark. Ireland and Belgium are in the middle. They're winning momentum on Estonia and Serbia, and they just jibed and now also getting wind pressure in. And now it's the thinking, where's the biggest wind pressure? Because Estonia and Serbia continue all the way to the left-hand side. Maybe they've seen a little bit more wind over there.
Yeah, now everybody's on a port tack. Now we see from what we just saw here on the graphic that we're definitely going to have Team Ireland and Belgium that are going to have to do one more jibe in order to get to the gate. Now let's see how that's going to pan out.
Right now, Serbia is in a good position to come back in this race. If they get that second position, then the last race today will be very, very exciting for them, because then they have a chance to go up and qualify to next round.
Perhaps we can get a provisional overall if the guys can send us that information. It would be really interesting to see what it would look like right now, being halfway through the race. If the positions were to stay like this, we'll see if we can get that information. But right now, let's focus on what's happening. Look at the concentration on these guys. They're working their spinnakers. One thing that needs to be said is that, they don't just set the spinnakers and then they just drive. They're really working. Everybody is working. They're working on their positions. They're working on their sailing. They're working on the driving of the boat. So it's a constant working. And we have the tactician in the back, which is just analyzing everything and making sure that he's placing his boat where he wants to.
And there we have the score right now, 19, 14, 10 and 6. And right now, Team Belgium is trying everything they can to come back in this race. They're going to the left-hand side. They have jibed and going closer to Estonian team and Serbian team. And now Ireland is doing it, and they're doing it in a timing where they almost can hit the gate mark.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference. Estonia is not too worried, right, with the Serbian team, which is breathing down their neck. Obviously, they want to stay out in front, but there's a big gap between Estonia and Serbia. Right now, it's Team Ireland. They absolutely need to get back, attack, and get into that second place in order to have even a chance at competing against Team Estonia. Team Estonia right now is looking like they are going to be the ones that are going to go through.
If you're watching this, then it's like the boats are sailing against each other, coming from each side of the race course. And who has the right of way right now?
Well, right now we have several boats that are on port tack. The Irish are coming. The Irish are coming, and they're going to be on the starboard tack. But they are, they're a little bit further behind. So perhaps we have the Estonian and Serbian boat managing to pass, even though the Irish have the right of way being on the starboard tack.
And it looks like the Irish, if we are keep looking into the meters, are keeping the same speed as the rest of the pack right now. But let's hope for them. They're catching a little bit more speed, but they need to take care, because if they're coming to the gate and they're all choosing to go to the left-hand side gate, then it's the boats on the inside that has the right of way.
Yeah, now we have the dropping of the kite. This is a maneuver which is going to be very, very, very important right now. Now, let's make sure that there are no mistakes. This is going to be a crucial part of the game. Let's see how this goes down. The kites should be able to come down within approximately 7 seconds. So, if they don't mess anything up, then we'll be okay.
Did you see Estonia is speeding
140
up?
meters to go.
They launched the jib, put it up again, and now they're speeding up.
Now they're going to have to do a windward drop right here. There we go. They're dropping up to windward. Very good drop. No spinnaker in the water. Very nice. You see, nice and dry spinnaker goes straight in.
Great move there.
Wonderful. Wonderful move. Keeping their speed up.
Right-hand side.
Nice rounding. Same thing. Windward drop for the Serbians. Here we go.
But see Ireland going opposite.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's a very nice drop. You see how they sort of bear away. They're really on a downwind run in order to get that spinnaker to come in. Nothing has gone into the water, and now nice mark rounding, not losing any speed.
Oh, it looks like they're losing a little bit speed, but I thought it was a little bit too early to get that spinnaker down, but now I'm not on the boat. But see, Ireland, they're going opposite, and now they're rounding over there. So now it's the battle of the wind again.
Classic lure drop right here.
Rounding it, and then will O'Leary find wind in the opposite side?
Look at the distance between the Irish boat and the mark. They leave almost a boat length in between that.
Yeah, but see Team Serbia,
There we go,
they're
Team
tagging to
Belgium.
the opposite side. So Ireland might be in the favored wind right now. All of them are looking for gusts, they're looking for wind, and Ireland is going to the left-hand side and might maybe speeding up and capturing meters on Team Serbia. They're following them now.
Estonia, we see there right there with a 25-second lead on Serbia, and then another 20 seconds between the Serbians and the Irish. So we have a pretty even distance between all of the boats right now.
But see, they're all going to the left-hand side, so maybe Team Ireland found some wind over there, going to the left-hand side of the race course, and then later on maybe going to tack up towards the middle. It's a little bit difficult because we can't see the wind pressure out there, but Serbia and Estonia, they need to follow them to cover them up. And there we can see it. Oh, yeah.
You notice how he releases the jib sheet, the windward jib sheet. He waits for the jib to be able to fill in, and then he releases it at once. We see a lot of people as they're sailing, they release the jib sheet much too early, and the jib starts to flap. So guys, if you're sailing and look at this at home, make sure that you don't release your jib sheets too early.
No. And now we have the same situation. 3 teams going to the left-hand side, Belgian team going to the right-hand side. So Belgium is taking another chance, trying to find wind on the right-hand side, sail their own race, a little bit like Antigua did yesterday, and then see if they can come back when they're coming downwind. See, there they are.
They don't really have a choice, If they go on the left-hand side of the race course, they'll be sailing, to leeward of all those boats. They'll be in disturbed air. So they really don't have any other possibilities than to go off to the right. So now they've gone off to the right a little bit, and they've gotten themselves into some clear air, and now they can sail where they want to go. Obviously, everybody wants to go left. It looks like we're getting a left-hand shift, and probably a little bit of pressure, which is over there. But when you're being covered by all the other boats, that's the hardest part. It's like not only are you last, but on top of it, you don't have the option of going where you want to go.
And it looks like Belgium is way far away from rest of the pack. But if they're capturing wind here and they have a better wind pressure, then they actually have a chance to go in front of the Irish and maybe also the Serbian team. It's all about mathematics and wind speed, but they need to have a little bit more wind, and it looks like they're all almost at the same speed, without knowing it, around 7.5 knots of wind speed at the moment. So there they go. This is Team Estonia. And
look at that number 3 there,
Yeah.
Karlsson Tagu. He's just putting all his weight out there, you know, as well as the grinder, Tavi. He's putting all his weight out there. See how he's holding on to that wind channel right there. So we've got the grinders. Grinders are generally the big guys, you know, that are out there. I mean, these guys are, you know, Tavi, he's weighing in at 104 kilos. So when he puts his weight out there, man, I'll tell you what, that boat, you know, has a tendency to be a little flatter.
Yeah.
And we know that when we go sailing on boats, you know, the weight is very, very important.
Yeah, and now they're attacking up towards the middle. It looks like the same tactics as last time. Serbia is tagging in front of Ireland. We just saw that before on the picture. So there we have a beautiful picture. And now they're all going up towards the top mark, almost in the middle of the race course. So now it's important to see how will Team Belgium coming in. See, they're coming from the side, and actually Team Belgium is speeding up. See, they're winning momentum. They might come in and tag in front of Team Serbia and Ireland and Team Ireland.
Yeah, there's only 40 meters between Ireland and Team Belgium. Now, one thing that was interesting to look onto as we're seeing the guys is are we going to be able to
from
see?
Team Ireland.
Are we going to be able to see some rolling tacks? So I would like to have a look a little bit about what's going on and how all the guys are going to be going from the leeward side to the windward side and really taking advantage of everything that's happening. Let's look a little bit about what's happening inside the boats, inside the guys. I'd like to see that teamwork. It's really interesting, and now we can really have that teamwork. These are the perfect conditions for this. We don't have too much wind. And we can really play with the weight of the boat. Look at this wonderful drone shot right here. Now look at the team. Everybody is on the leeward side of the boat, and they're all going to come up at once. There we go. You see that? And now that is able to right the boat and get it a little bit of a pump as they're coming out of that. Because as you said, we're losing some time, we're losing some speed every time that we tack, and by doing this, it's giving us a slight acceleration.
Yeah, and this is Team Estonia. They are in the lead right now, but the battle is just behind them. See all 3 boats behind them on one line, and it's interesting to see Team Belgium coming in, because we have, every time we see attack, we're seeing the teams losing 9 to 10 meters on the measurement, and this means Team Belgium coming in with speed. They have to ride away. They're coming from starboard, so they might have a chance to challenge Team Ireland and maybe also Team Serbia. So this is crucial what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, we see Tavet there and Tuniste right there. You know, big boys between the two of them. You know, we got 200 kilos out there, making sure to keep that boat flat. Looks like they're going to be going in for another tack, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten up. And now, yes, here we go. They're going for another tack. Now, it's just wonderful to see these guys, how clean it is. Everybody on the lower side, and everybody goes up at once. Look at that. Just teamwork. It's beautiful. Not only are the sails set correctly, they're sailing fast, but there's a real dynamic on that boat.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because it looks like when we saw behind this beautiful Estonian team, they are very pleased right now because
Our main
they are
trimmer,
in the lead.
Peter Sharashkin right there.
Yeah, but see the bat behind them there. There we have Serbia and Ireland battling, and it looks like we can't see the Belgian team getting closer to them, so they also attack, and that might be too early, their attack. They cannot pressure it now, but now it's going to the downwind.
Yeah,
did
tough.
they get close enough to them to actually pressure the downwind?
Yeah, tough place to be right there. You can tell they're having a hard time. They're probably not going to be able to have the same angle as the Estonian team because they're just in perturbed air. I mean, you know, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer in these sort of situations.
Yeah, but Serbia and Ireland battling it out, and it's very important for Team Serbia to stay in that position. We saw how if it's ending up like this, that Serbia actually can go in to second place in the last race of today if they are getting a good result there against Ireland. So this is very important. It's the golden day here at the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. It means all races count double points. So Team Serbia, you can also see the concentration here. They need to stay there, keep the Aries behind them.
The best team out of this out of these 4 boats is going to be the team that's going to be qualified for the 30 seconds of this final.
Okay. So there we go. Estonia coming in, Serbia
There we
in
go,
second, Ireland in
all
third,
the boys,
Belgium.
everybody's hanging out there, getting maximum weight out there.
They're battling it out here. And see Belgium still approaching the others, so they might have a chance when we're going downwind. So we will have a small fight, a small dot fight between Serbia, Ireland and Belgium when they're going downwind. But it looks comfortable for Team Estonia.
They're leading right now with 154 meters. And as we were seeing before, we had all the Irish boys out there. You know, all of them, you know, we have one of those boys that are around 100 kilos. All of the lightweight ones are 80 kilos. So those are all big boys. And that helps a lot to get that boat to be straight, to have that sail a little bit straighter. They catch a little bit more wind. So the Serbian team right now is doing everything they can as well to not be influenced by the Estonian team. It looks like the Estonian teams are too far forward in order to be able to have some winds to be able to bother them. Here we go with attack from Team Estonia. They are on the ley line right now, and it's just a question of keeping it smooth sailing. They're out in front. And you could just tell they feel comfortable right there. They're really working together. Confidence is high. They're feeling good. All the maneuvers are very, very smooth. It's a well-oiled machine.
It's a well-oiled machine, and they have performed 2 races in a row. It looks like they're going to take a win here, but remember, downwind leg, everything can happen if the spinnaker is coming in.
Slight change here. We have the pink marker, so they don't have the offset mark to go to. They can just directly bear away and put the spinnaker up.
Yeah. And is this because they shortened the race course a little bit?
There must have been a change, probably a little change in direction because of the wind, probably. In terms of distance, not quite sure.
But let's see here, spinnaker launch. They're racing towards the finish line, but the battle behind is interesting. See all 3 boats approaching at the same time. And
We
who's
got
that
a
in
nice
trouble?
port starboard here. Is that
Is
Belgium and Ireland?
Yeah, it is. They need to bear away and go behind.
There we
Belgium
go.
back. Come back, Belgium.
Ireland has got to go behind Belgium. That's terrible. They've just lost their 3rd place. They're now in 4th place. This is bad news for the general standing here for Ireland.
Yeah. This couldn't be worse. This is the scenario they didn't want to be part of. Serbia, they must be proud of this one. Great win by them at the moment. They need to focus and race towards that finish line. Belgium, come back, Belgium. They came back a lot of time yesterday also.
Yeah,
and
it's
now
like
they're in the
this
lead.
is, you know, it's team rebound. We've been seeing this all day, all week. We've been seeing this.
Yeah.
They've been coming back, bouncing back. We'd like to see them out there. Maybe we'll see that if we get a final race underneath there. But I'll tell you what, right now, it is game on right now, because Ireland has got to catch up to that boat in front. Marco, are you up at the weather mark? How's it going?
Yeah, we just saw Team Ireland round, and it looks like they've had a problem launching their kite. But oh, what is this? The jury has a red flag up. I can't really tell who it's directed to. Just give me a minute to figure this out.
That might be Team Ireland.
No, that doesn't look like it's Team Ireland. It looks like it's the Belgium team.
No!
The Belgium team has gotten a penalty.
Yeah, it looks like it was at Team Belgium. I can't tell what happened here, but they had to get their kite down, and they're probably going to have to go for a 360 at this point. They're still working on getting that spinnaker down, and now they're going into their tack. And this has basically opened up the door for Team Ireland to gain back that 3rd position, which they unfortunately lost on this upwind leg. So at the moment, we have 3 boats on starboard tack with their kite up, heading downwind. We have Estonia with a comfortable lead on Team Serbia, and Ireland bringing up the rear. And then we have Belgium relaunching their spinnaker right now as we speak. And they've got it back up, and they've got it to build up once again and gain some, water gain on Team Ireland.
Like Marco, it didn't look like they were they had a problem with Team Ireland, or they did anything wrong. Did they touch the mark?
I don't know. I feel like that's the only explanation because they were pretty far apart from Team Ireland, and the jury just came straight in on the dinghy and waving the red flag and whistling. So I figure they probably touched the mark, but we'll confirm that as soon as I can.
Okay, great. Thanks for the info, Marco.
Oh, what an interesting call. That was so close of comeback, Belgian, that they actually pushed Ireland in the last
Oh my
position.
goodness.
And then
Ireland,
getting a
they just
penalty.
got saved by the bell.
But it's not over yet because Serbia is in second, Ireland is third. And if we get how the score will be right now with this score, then everything will be great.
So I've just been told that actually the penalty is because they have taken their bowsprit out before they reach the mark.
Oh.
So a little bit too much anticipation on the Belgium team to try to make sure that the Irish did not catch up to them, and they were penalized. So bowsprit out too early, penalized.
Yeah, penalized. But that's a luck of the Irish. In this case, we're not talking about luck. It's one designed boat. It's win. It's skills. It's a lot of things. But here it's okay to say luck of the Irish that the Belgian made that mistake.
And for those of you that don't know what the bowsprit is, it's that pole that you see out in front of the boat. So here we go. Look at that. It looks like there we go. You see the front, that pole going out too early. They should have taken it out only now. Look at the Irish team. They're waiting to put the pole out, and the pole goes out now as they cross and go around. There we go. So that's a little explanation of what happened.
Amazing that this change had such a big impact. Now we can see the teams are still like pearls on the string. It's Team Serbia and Team Ireland that's the interesting part here. Estonia must be very happy of taking this victory today, but Serbia and Ireland is battling out for that second. So can they pressure Team Serbia with the Irish squad?
You know, now Team Serbia right now, they're putting themselves into just a very, very nice position. They're really leading, and they're going to have a big lead at the end of this one.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting here because we can see the Estonian team has tacked a little bit early, lying down to get some more.
Yeah, they're not sleeping. They're not, they're not chilling out there.
But this means there's a
deck.
light wind right now, and rest of the fleet seems to also jibe towards the mark. So, are the wind disappearing?
Look at the guy's mouth. I mean, you could see the concentration. No one is talking. There probably is one guy talking, and that would be, whoever's looking behind and seeing where the wind is coming from. We can't forget that the wind is coming from behind. So it's a quiet on board. We want to be listening to how the water is going around the boat. This is telling us a lot of information. We know if the boat is accelerating or not. It's a sensation that they need to have. And these guys right here, Toniste, he's talking with the with the helmsman, because basically what he's telling him is, I've got pressure. I don't have pressure. So what that means is, the sail is pulling hard, and if the sail is pulling hard in his hand, he can feel it. It means that they can bear away. They can go closer to that leeward mark. And so it's a constant communication between those two, the guy who's flying the spinnaker and the guy who's driving the boat. And then we have the tactician, which is going to be telling them, okay, guys, within 3, 4, 5, 6 different lengths, boat lengths, we'll be doing a jibe. And we've got another guy, generally the number 1, who's out in front. He's looking at what's happening in the back. He's telling them, are you going faster than your competitors? Are you going slower? Obviously, he's a little bit busy right now, the number 1, so somebody else is taking that role. But everybody has a very precise role. They may look like they're not doing much, but it's concentration. It's not moving around too much. If you're just walking around on that boat like an elephant, you're going to be shaking the sails and protruding the air which is flowing through this. So it's a very millimetered. So we just saw the sail right there just go out a little bit. Well, then that means they have a little bit more pressure. They can go down. They can get closer, and it's that it's that working of the sail and the direction of the boat, which is making them be that much faster. I mean, look at them. They had 150 meters on the last one. Now they have 240 meters lead. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but they aren't comfortable in the lead. They are getting rich, as you say, but I will be pleased to see how it's going with Team Ireland and Team Serbia on board, because right now we have same situation as yesterday with Team Belgium and Team Ireland approaching the finish line almost side by side, and Team Ireland needs to take a decision how to attack Team Serbia, because those 2 points are very important if they can win them.
Yeah, let's just real quick here. We got 90 meters to the finish, and we've got Team Estonia, which is crossing the line right now. There we go. Congratulations. Checkered flag is out. Congratulations, Team Estonia winning this race number 4.
Yeah, and now
let's go
the
check
battle.
out what's going on in the back here, because we've got 2 more boats that are coming in, Serbia and Ireland.
They're side by side almost, so let's see what's going on there.
We had 100 meters between the 2 of them.
Yeah. But it looks like the Serbian team is the favorite position.
Is going to be able to get in there. I don't know if Ireland will be able to go in for straight, or if they have to do another jibe.
Great
Anyway,
race by
this
the
is
captain.
a great race by Team Serbia. Team Serbia, which has didn't put so many points on the table these last couple of days. They've sort of been in the back of the group, and now they're getting the weapons out on this second to last race. We hope second to last race.
See how happy they are. That was an important second place. It couldn't be better for them at the moment. And keeping Team Ireland behind them, so they still have a chance to get second overall.
Yeah, they could be very proud. Yeah, you could just tell, they're finally breathing. Yes, they did it. That was a really good one for them. They needed that. They needed that for their mental state. I don't think we'll be seeing quite as much happiness here on Boat Ireland. It doesn't, it was all about that start. They got squeezed out in that start.
See,
look at these guys.
The joy of representing the country and performing like this, it's all open for them. They still have a chance to be in this game. So the last race of today will decide that.
Yeah, unbelievable here.
And then we have Team Belgium.
And then we have Team Belgium. Unfortunately, unfortunately, not really. It's the rules of the rules. They were just a little bit too antsy to get that spinnaker up, and it cost them dearly. Yeah, but they did have some good rebounds. They did manage to come back and be in third place for at the second windward mark rounding. And nonetheless, even though they do finish last on this race, it was a good race by them, and we saw them really having a good race on their own. Very, very difficult to come back from being in the back of the standings and being lured of all the other boats. So now, here we go. This is race 4 that has finished here for our group number 2 between Estonia, Serbia, Ireland, and Belgium. We are now going to be making the moves. We see the motorboats that are going out on the water. We are going to have team changes right now. As it stands right now, for 8 points for today's race, Serbia was 6, Ireland 4th, and Belgium 2. So we said it was a double points day. So generally, when you're first place, you get 4 points. But today counts double. It's the last day. I believe that we will be able to see now the overall results. Should be coming up, and we'll be able to see what the point standings are. Here we go. Team Estonia with 19 points, so they got a nice 5-point lead. That's going to be really tough to be able to get
It
caught
looks
up.
quite comfortable. There's one race left. So if they get last 2 points, that's 21 points. So they are sure of getting at least second position. Only if they are getting a technical mistake and disqualified, they can lose their spot.
Yeah, let's just remind everybody that only the winners of this fleet will be going on to the 30 seconds of the final. Yeah, but we have two boats that will be qualifying, but there are 2 fleets, right? So this is fleet number 2, and then fleet number 1, which is the fleet which is going to be getting onto the boats here very soon. So it will be, and that's how they're going to be. We're going to have the 2 teams. So 1 team from each group will be passing on. So essentially, we have 2 teams going up.
Okay, there they are. See, happy, getting ready to shift position. They can take a calm also in the last race, getting some experience into it and fighting for it. So they must be pleased about these results going into the next one. We're going to have a shift of teams, and that's going to be fast. And let's hopeful that the wind continues being like this on the water, so we can have some more excitement, because that's coming in here.
Yeah, I think we're going to try to see if we can find any information about the on our race info WhatsApp communications group. In order to be able to let you know.
Yeah, and we might also at a time getting maybe a small report from the water soon, but we're just waiting for the team to dock out and changing there.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to if we can go back to the what we just saw previously. I was actually led you to I've led you to wrong information here. It is it's the two first teams, so it would be Estonia and Ireland as we're saying right now.
Yeah, and that's also meaning that Serbia it's all open. If Ireland is doing a terrible race like this one, or a race where they're under pressure and getting third, and Serbia is winning.
Okay.
Then it's
let's keep on talking about this, but just before we keep on talking about these two, we've got Marco, which is going to be doing an interview with Team Serbia.
Guys, actually, it's Team Estonia. I'm here with Team Estonia, and so congratulations, another win for you guys, and another dominating performance. You must be proud of your team.
Thank you. Yes, we work hard. We made some training camps, and we had actually on board all the best sailors in Estonia. So we are pleased with the result.
And so obviously there was a lot of maneuvering out there, and all of them from your team were so smooth. So what is your secret?
Like we said, we have best sailors in Estonia, and we have a lot of experience with the bigger boats. So it's every day for us, and it's maybe looks so smooth, but it was hard work and some time ago.
And so 8 points from this race, and you virtually secured a spot in the final series this November. So what is the plan for the last race from your team today?
Sure, it was the main goal was secure the place in the finals, but now we can have fun and try to win our event in here. So sure, but it's much more relaxed now.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Marco. Thanks a lot for that great interview with the Estonian team. And we're seeing here on our screen that we have the teams that are starting to change out. We have Team Tahiti, Team Tahiti, which is going on to the winning Estonian boat. Maybe that will bring them a little bit of luck, but as we know, it's not luck that gets you out in front. It is teamwork and good challenge. Here we see they have two flags. So you see they've got that red flag in his hand right there, and they have another yellow and a black flag. So the red flag is a protest flag, and the yellow checkered, that's the Lima. If they have a problem onto the boat, they can raise that flag and let everybody know that they have an issue, and they're asking for a little bit of time to be able to repair.
Yeah, a little bit time for it, but it's not much time when we heard the morning briefing. It's going to be a fast shift and then a fast control of the boat, and then the start will go, because we have wind out there, and we are going to aim for 4 races today, and last race will start before 4 o'clock. Here we have Team Bermuda getting ready. They had a very good performance yesterday, where they won the race after having a terrible start 2 days ago, where they have a spinnaker crash, man overboard. But this group number 1, we are coming in with Antigua, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, Tahiti. It's all open. Everybody can win this one. Everybody. So there needs to be focus for the next 2 races.
Okay, and let's check out the race replay of what we just saw. Yeah, guys. All right. Welcome back here. You're back in the studio here. Thank you. It's nice to see everybody and to be able to talk to you, and for you to be able to see our faces. We have now finished with our Group 2. We are going to now be moving on to the Group 1, and we would like to present to you a little bit what is going to be happening here in a couple minutes. So we have a little team comparison. Let's check out the team comparison and explain to you what's going on and who's going to be out on the water. So we have Team Antigua, the Rum Runners right there, with team captain Shannon Falcone. In the same team, we have Bermuda, the Privateers, team captain Ruckel Evans. Puerto Rico, Los Boricuas, is Raul Rios, and we have Tahiti, the Black Pearls, with team captain Teva Plichard.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting battle, this one, because see, all the teams except Tahiti has been winning one race, and there's 2 races with double points. This also means when we're going in to see the overall score in a few seconds with them, then we can see it's all open. They need to be focused for the 2 next races.
Yeah, let's quickly take a look up at the team lineup here. The first team lineup that we're going to show you is Team Antigua and Barbuda. Right here in front of us, we have the team, as we said. Team captain is Shannon Falcone. One of the rock stars here on this boat is Jalise Gordon, was just recently at the Tokyo Olympics. Also, we have Rocco Falcone. We have several very good sailors that are here, winners of the America's Cup, Shannon Falcone. And we have a little interview with one of the team members of Antigua and Barbuda. Let's listen to that.
The ranking at the moment, but today is Golden Day, so double points. What's the plan for today?
The plan ultimately for us is just sail our race. The reality is, with the fact that we've only done 3 races so far, and double points today, it's as if we didn't race the last 3 days. So we're going to start out like we did yesterday,
and then we go
sailed our race. You know, here it's a minefield in the light conditions, so looking for shifts and pressure. Both can pay big rewards. And yeah, the guys have had great time. It's been a fun week of sailing. They've learned a lot, and hopefully we can bring all that together today and execute as cleanly as possible.
Thank you, Shannon.
Drink.
Right, perfect. And now we're going to go and check out the team lineup with Team Bermuda. Here we go with Team Bermuda. As we said, main trimmer is number 10 is Ruckel Evans, as well as Jesse Kirkland, which is a 49er specialist, along with Penny Clark, which has been to the Olympics in 2008 in Beijing, as well as we were just talking about Jesse, which was at the Olympics in 2012. So we have several different Olympians in here. We have Emily as well, which is on this, which has just participated and just come out of the last Volvo Ocean Race. Now let's go on to a quick interview with Evans.
So Bermuda snatched its first win of the qualifying series yesterday. Today it's another day, Golden Day, double points for each races of the day. What's the plan for Bermuda?
The plan for Bermuda is to do the same thing as yesterday. I mean, we got off a win yesterday, momentum's high, and yeah, we're really feeling good with these wind conditions. This is our time to shine and qualify our country for the final.
Thank you very much.
Here we go, guys. Welcome back. And now moving right along with the team lineup of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico team captain and helmsman is Raul Rios. As a main trimmer, we have Kike Figuera. We have 2 people that have been in the Olympics here. Kike has been in the Olympics, as well as Gretchen Oritz. She sailed in the Tokyo in the NACRA 17 class. And Kike has been to several different Olympics. He's been actually to 4 different Olympics. Now let's go quick interview here with Team Puerto Rico.
So Raul, difficult day yesterday, but you were in the game for all the race yesterday. Today double point for the Golden Day. What's the plan for SSL Team Puerto Rico?
Well, yes. Yesterday was a difficult day for us. I think we were sticking to the plan. It was just a little bit of unlucky with the conditions that basically got complicated. But the plan today is keep foot on the accelerator, keep moving forward. Today for us is going to be day one. The way the points are, the way the win is actually right now, which is actually nice. The best I think win we've had any morning. So our plan is just keep moving forward and forget about what happened yesterday.
Thank you very much, Raul.
Okay. So that was Team Puerto Rico, and now moving on with the lineup of Team Tahiti. Here we go with Team Tahiti. So the captain here is Teva Plichard, who is the number 10. As a main trimmer is the hot shot here. His name is Tom Lamotte, and we have as bowman Jan Rigal as another hot shot. So a lot of experience on this boat, generally sailing many different types of boats, including NACRA 15s and NACRA 17 Hobie Cats, and a lot of different experience on rather small boats on this team. And we have a little interview for you from Team Tahiti.
So you are last of the group, but just with 6 points. So everything is possible Golden Day today, double points. What's your plan?
We don't really have a plan. We just want to sail a bit better than we did the previous days. We are just 1 point away from the second place to be qualified. So we'll try to just improve a little bit and sail a bit better, like I said.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're back, and that was your team lineup and a little explanation about all the teams that will be sailing out there. We, as we understand, the orange flag has gone up, and we are going to be getting racing underway in just a few minutes. Teams are already out there. Here we go with the live onboard footage. Team Tahiti right there. With our number 5, the trimmer right here, we have Cesar Villa, who is a Hobie world champion. He is a young sailor right there. He is in charge of trimming the jib.
And it's quite interesting, 4 minutes to the start. We're jumping straight into the starting procedure now. And this starting procedure, it's very important to find the position. The wind has lightened a little bit up, so we're going to have the same type of race as yesterday. 5 to 6 knots of wind. Will this be in the favor of the Bermudans?
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going on. It's very, very difficult to say in this group because all of the people that are sailing in this group, there is really very little difference in the points standing. So we have a very equal group. Everyone has their chance and their opportunity to be able to make it out there and to get the first place. Remember, we need the 2 teams that are coming out of this. These 4 teams will be qualified. And we'll be going over onto the 30 seconds of finals.
And then we have the squad of Antigua here. They have been sailing their own race the whole yesterday. They went their own way. It looks like for a long time they were losing the race, but they're ending up second, and they are in the lead of the group. But they need to defend the lead because everything is open in this group, and they can lose their first position and the qualification into next round. And
yeah, but this is a very interesting group because there's a lot of young people on there. There's a lot of energy on that boat, and there is just one man right there, which is just absolutely, pretty much a god on this boat. He has won the America's Cup in 2010, so we have an America's Cup winner, which is on this boat, and that is Shannon Falcone. Before we continue talking about all these unbelievable athletes, we have Marco, which is out on the water, is trying to get a hold of us. Marco, we're listening to you.
Yeah, hi guys. So for this race, it looks like the breeze had died down slightly, just a little bit. It's come down to 6, maybe 5 knots. Bearing is 85 degrees. So it's a little bit more east, and it seems like for this race we're going to have light sails on. Class flag is already up, P flag is already up, but some boats are still up the course and working their way down. So it's going to be interesting to see what we're going to see here at the start, actually. But it looks like some pressure might work its way down the race course and hopefully hit the boats a couple minutes after the start. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Marco. We're 2 minutes and 10 seconds before the start. And like we said previously, this is really the important part. All the teams are now getting underneath we can see the starting line and the committee boat here in the background. So Puerto Rico is already getting themselves set up. They apparently know where they want to go. The strategy has been made. Now it's going to be tactics.
Yeah, and yesterday at this light, when we saw that they're starting speeding up 1 minute before time to time it perfectly in there. We also saw these teams starting on a perfect line and all had a good start. So this is going to be very close, especially because of the light wind. The Helms and the tacticians will pressure it to the limit.
We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. We see another boat which is coming down. Looks like it was Tahiti which is coming down.
There they are.
Oh, it looks like we've got Bermuda and Antigua with 1 minute left to go before the start. I'm wondering if they are not going to be able to make the start. If they can't get down there in time to make the start, that's not a problem. The start will start. That is their problem. They should have been back. Here we go. 1 minute. They should have been back a long time ago in order to get back underneath here. They have 4 minutes. Once the start has started, they have 4 minutes to cross the line.
But this is terrible for Bermuda if this is happening. They are in the heat to qualify into the next round, especially after the performance yesterday. So let's see if they're speeding up with the Spinnaker.
35 seconds to go. 2 boat lengths.
Those 3 boats are getting ready there. So where are the Bermudans?
Yeah, what's happening? Oh, look at that. Very, very good. Very good from Puerto Rico, which is that leeward boat, boat number 3. They've got a lot of room underneath them, so they can just bear away whenever they want. 10 seconds left.
Oh, wait, they're coming in. Good start.
They're trying to stop everybody. Here we got Tahiti, which is picking up speed.
Oh, there's Bermuda. They're coming with speed.
Puerto Rico. So that's the start of the race. So it's a 3-boat start.
A slow start, actually.
3-boat start. The last boat has not made it to the starting line. Apparently, they took a little bit too much time in getting ready.
Oh, no. But they're coming with speed, and see what's happening. Is that the Puerto Rico boat that is doing a slow start over there?
That's right. I think Puerto Rico was actually trying to put the pressure on Tahiti, and they just forgot to bear away and get some speed. Tahiti was on their timing. They got the speed, and they managed to get a little bit to go up a little bit more.
Oh, why are they protesting? There's a protest from Team Bermuda here. Interesting call. Interesting call.
Interesting call. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We might get some more information about what's going on.
But they're coming with speed. They did a mark rounding here, or a start mark rounding, and coming with speed. They're only 100 meters behind, so interesting how they're coming in. And they're going to the right-hand side, together with Puerto Rico, where the rest of the fleet, Tahiti and Antigua, is going to the left-hand side.
Yeah, what a crazy start. We're seeing a 3-boat start because
already
they forgot
to the left-hand side. So
what happened? What happened? Why did they not? Why were they not there? I mean, you know, the orange flags go up. Everybody knows you got to be back.
Yeah, but here
at this level of racing, this is unusual. Something must have. Apparently, you know, they're complaining, and apparently, race committee is not going to have any of it.
No, he's shaking his head. Oh, we are not ready for the start. Is that why he wants to complain? But here, what a terrible start for Team Puerto Rico. They had everything. They tacked away, they tacked to the right-hand side. Now they tacked to the left-hand side, and these 2 tacks actually make them on the same level as Team Bermuda. So already now, Team Bermuda is almost back in the race, but in the lead, it's Team Tahiti, it's Team Antigua. But we have been seen with these 4 teams, they have one huge issue: the launch of the Spinnaker when they're going downwind. They don't have the experience, so everything can happen. A small mistake, everything changes.
Yeah, exactly. Like we said earlier, you know, they have young teams. I mean, we do see on the Bermudian boat, we do have a little bit more guys that are used to sailing on bigger boats. Yes, but however, you're right. It's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be putting up those spinnakers, taking them down, and making sure that, you know, they don't mess anything up.
Yeah. Now I'm coming from the virtual world, and I'm seeing a lot of things, lines when they're sailing here. I'm seeing, you can see Bermuda here behind, they're going to the right-hand side. And according to the wind shift and the data I have here in front of us, they are sailing right now the shortest distance towards the top mark. So we need to keep an eye on Team Bermuda. All the other ones going to the left-hand side is sailing a long distance towards the top mark. Interesting call. It's all about wind. It's all about strategy and what they're doing.
Yeah, obviously, you know, between what you want to do and what you can do, there's a big difference, right? I mean, some of, you know, for example, Puerto Rico have been pushed out onto in order to try to get a little bit of free air. So yeah, they probably do want to do the same thing as the others, but they just can't.
But right now in this group with Tahiti in the lead, are they the only one that haven't won the race yet? As I remember.
I believe so. We'd have to take a look at the statistics on that, but
so that will open up everything if they're winning this race. And Antigua, they're just trying to keep themselves in the second. Here we have to start.
There we go. That's the start right there.
Slow start, very slow start. The slowest.
Individual recall. Individual recall. You see that that white flag with the blue cross in there?
Yeah.
That's an individual recall. So that means that somebody
might be Puerto Rico then.
That might be Puerto Rico.
That's why they're doing
or
this.
It might be Tahiti. If that's the case, then they need to go back down and they need to do a mark around. All they need to do is go back underneath the line. Now, what happens is I don't believe anybody came back.
No.
So if they didn't come back, who did an OCS or over course start will be penalized.
Yeah, but it's quite amazing to see that starting line, because it looks like it was Puerto Rico, because they tagged behind the starting line again, doing a small jibe almost, and then going up again. So it was maybe them. Here we have a beautiful picture of Tahiti in the lead. What do we know about this team? Because they are quite unknown.
Well, maybe Marco will be able to fill us in on what happened there and who did get that individual recall. If he can get that information and then relay it back to us, that would be great. It was kind of hard to see from where we were. I guess it was a matter of inches. You know, the race committee here, you have the best race committee in the world, best juries in the world. You know, they're not giving anything. This is top-notch racing. This is the best of the best. You know, there are no breaks. So we'll see what happened. We'll see if we can get that information and figure that out. Marco, can you hear us?
Yeah, guys, loud and clear. I'm up here right next to Team Tahiti, heading upwind, starboard tack. Nice pressure here. Everybody hiking hard to get that boat to the top mark as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Just followed behind, I'm guessing a couple hundred meters behind, is SSL Team Antigua, also hiking very hard, also trying their best to get the boat sailing quickly with the best VMG to the top mark. Behind Antigua, a couple other 100 meters behind, is SSL Team Puerto Rico. And finally, bringing up the rear all the way to the right of the race course is SSL Team Bermuda with an unfortunate start. So about that individual recall, actually it was for Team Bermuda. That was way over the starting line. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened there, but they were so far upwind and they didn't have enough time, even with the kite up, to get to dip below the starting line and then come back up and start with the rest of the fleet. But we saw, Team Tahiti is breaking away here, guys. They've got some very nice speed. You can probably confirm it with your data there, which I don't see, unfortunately. But hey, great racing out here. Team Bermuda tacks away towards the right, and hopefully they're looking probably for some extra pressure, something to get them back into this, given that today is Golden Day and all races are worth double points.
It was a pretty impressive start. Thank you very much, Marco, for that information. Please let us know if you've got anything else, any spicy news coming out from on the water.
Yeah, but interesting here. You can see how the difference in between race number 1 and race number 2 here. There's almost no keel on this boat. It's very light wind. They're trying to find the holes. We can see Team Bermuda, they're 480 meters behind according to the graphics, and they're going to the right-hand side again. Team Tahiti is speeding up, and now they're attacking towards the mark. Was that them or was that Antigua? Let's see. It looks like it's Tahiti doing that attack towards the top mark. So interesting if Bermuda can find wind in the opposite side. That's
Yeah,
the
Bermuda
battle.
right now, it's basically it's double or nothing. They're rolling the dice.
Yeah. And there we go. But Tahiti in the lead. That's great. That's really great. You can see here they are trying to look for wind.
Yeah, it's the breeze has gone down just a little bit. We're apparently having approximately 6 knots, 5 to 6 knots, I believe. We were up at 7 knots in the previous race, so it's getting a little bit lighter. We'll see what's going on. Apparently, it's still pretty even out there.
But we will see a difference here. We will see them actually sail a little bit longer distance and a little bit slower, but they need to have a bigger angle towards the wind because it's so light wind. Because here we can have the specifics of the SSL 47. When we are below 7 knots of wind, you need to open up the boat much more to capture the wind. So we will see them sail maybe 40, 45 degrees to get what Marco called the best VMG.
Here we see Rocco here on the bottom of our screen. You know, he was in 2015. He was the Optimist North American Championship. He placed second in there in that championship. So this is a young sailor which is just coming out of who's been sailing Optis and lasers, and so the young generation right there. Rocco Falcone. He is the tactician.
Yeah, and
you see some really great concentration here on our number 8, Jules Mitchell. Really concentrated on making that boat go fast. Number 8, he's the helmsman of this team. You see the captain right there with the number 10. He's won the America's Cup.
They're going upwind nice and slow. I had a small talk with Mitchell the day one I was here, and one thing that's very interesting about this team is they all know each other quite well. They have been sailing together the whole life, opposite the other teams. These guys and girls know each other as good friends.
Tristan Lawrence right there, you know, just taking advantage as we can finally see their faces. Great to be able to say their name. You know, he was first at the Caribbean 600. Pretty young lad right there, you know, big boy, 93 kilos, you know, he's putting all his weight out there. That's really important. We see the girls. We have Jalise, which is right back there in the hiking hard, getting all their weight out there. They're a little bit lighter, so they really need to get all that weight out there, but it's doing a great job. I mean, we can only just barely see their you know, the bottom of their shoes and their faces, so really putting all that weight out there.
But see this battle we have here. Tahiti, they are in the lead according to data. We can see how close Antigua are to them. Antigua is placed on the outside, so Tahiti will have the advantage when they're going towards the top mark. They're racing up to right now 975 meters left, but a small mistake in the angle towards the wind can lose the momentum. So it's all about keeping that momentum, because at this light wind, the worst enemy is losing the momentum of the boat, because then you will slow all back. In the opposite side, we can't see it here on the graphic right now, but there it is. See Bermuda tacking in. Maybe a little bit early if they're taking this chance, but they're coming in starboard now, trying to capture some wind and then go towards the top mark. But with this tag, they need to do a double tag to round the top mark.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going on. You know, it's always, tactically speaking, it's much better to always sort of stay within the ley lines. You definitely don't want to be going beyond that, because then you'd just be sailing extra distances for nothing, really. So centering yourself, getting back into it, and they don't really have a chance. Remember, they took a start with you know, several seconds behind everybody else, so they've got to center themselves back into the playing field.
But still see the
give
meters.
themselves a
See the
chance.
meters. There's been winning 75 meters, almost 80 meters right now. So Bermuda is on the way back. They took the chance, as we said graphically, going to the right-hand side. There was a shorter distance towards the mark than the rest of the fleet. And at the same time, they were lucky to get some wind speed in here. This is Team Puerto Rico we're just looking at there. They are a little bit behind. Trying to capture and win and see if they can follow up everybody, but they need to keep an eye on Team Bermuda. And there they go, nice and slow.
We've got 600 meters left. Oh, what a great shot. And I mean, yeah, this was pretty funny because I don't know, is this Team Tahiti or what?
It looks like Team Tahiti seen from the top.
Yeah, and if you look in the very back, we even have the tactician, which is hanging out there. And number 9. Teiki Hachechi.
He's pointing at the mark. Where is it? Where is it? When
is
do we
he
need to
pointing
tag?
at the mark, or is he just trying to get more weight out there?
I think he's pointing. You can see he's pointing at it. There we go. And they're coming up nice and slow, but right now they're almost like pearls on a string. But the battle should be now. It's now they need to tag it. They need to coordinate
they're
that
getting to
mark.
that ley line, and now they just need to make sure to see what's happening there. So we see Tahiti is going slightly over ley line, and that's just going to be able to make it easier for them to protect their position versus Antigua. And here we go. We see Antigua Barbuda right now that's tacking over. And I'm sure that's because the other boat, has already tacked. So there we go. They're slightly over ley line, which means that they can just go down in that low mode and go for speed.
But this is
which
quite
will be
interesting.
Now they're on the starboard tack. We've got some boats off to port that we saw just as we were going around here with the camera.
Yeah, but we're going to see a huge battle at the top mark now. See Team Puerto Rico coming in with speed. Antigua is tacking a little bit early. They have the right away, but will Team Puerto Rico coming in with speed?
Yeah,
you can
what's
almost see it
interesting
here.
now is with Team Puerto Rico, because these guys have gone over ley line. Now maybe this is just a graphic that hasn't lined up with what is really going on out there. We don't know, but what could happen right now is Team Puerto Rico could go and just tack right underneath Team Antigua and be in a favorable position. So anything can happen right now. It looks like first place Tahiti, second and third place right now. So let's look at what's going on your top left-hand side of the screen. There we go, back there. This is what we want to see. What's going on right here? This is going to be real short. Are we going to see a penalty? Are they going to do it?
They're
it's
attacking
looking
early.
good. Oh, very smooth, slow, keeping their speed. There we go. They just managed to attack just underneath them. Now they got to get that speed back up, but they do have an advantage of being underneath there. They are casting a windward wind shadow on the other team.
Yeah,
and the other team cannot, they cannot bear away on top of a boat. So they do have the advantage right there, even though they came in as a port and starboard boat and they were the port boat.
But there's one interesting thing in this huge battle they are having here. Tahiti and Antigua, Puerto Rico and Antigua side by side. It means that right now Puerto Rico is on the inside. And when we're coming into the mark roundings, imagine 3 boat lengths around the mark. That's a mark rounding zone. Then they need to give room for the inside boat. And this means that Puerto Rico can be in the lead after this mark rounding, going towards the offset mark, because here again, Team Antigua needs to give room for them.
Yeah, exactly. So they have room at the mark. Antigua is going to be bearing way.
Yeah, and you can see it there. Trying not to get penalized here, because if they're getting too close, then they will get the penalty. And again, is that...
No, that's fine. Now, once they pass that weather mark, then they can put that bowsprit up. We're not going to have the same problem.
But here it goes, and you can see how they need to give room, and then they'll be very close to each other. See, they're pressing them out, they're pushing them away from the mark. They're doing a very good mark rounding trap, as we call it. Great move here.
Are we going to see a Sambuca here by one of the teams? You know, that would be to directly jibe. Here we go.
It's an early one.
Taking an diving down early, getting their spinnaker up. That's very good. They've got more speed.
And they now on the inside, so Puerto Rico needs to take care. They're not left it yet.
They've got spinnaker problems right now.
This is what we talked about. The routine of
You
launching
said
a
it.
spinnaker.
You said it. You called it. They have had problems. There have been in this fleet. There have been problems putting up the spinnakers.
But we still have a clear stern here, so Antigua is caught behind them, unlucky. Oh, there we go, trying to make an overlap, but again, this is going to be a very, very huge battle downwind for these two. And that's good news for Team Bermuda, because now they have a chance to come back in this race, because these two other ones are going to do a huge dogfight now.
Exactly, and this is the opportunity that they need to take right now. They need to take advantage of the fact that the other two are dogfighting, and that might give them a chance to get back into the race.
Yeah, and see.
But let's get into this. Let's get into this race right here, because what we're looking at right now is we want to see if the boat that's in the back can actually have overlap, and then and in that case, they can tactically they can do several different things.
But one thing I'm seeing here when we saw the pictures of the two boats before, the wind is disappearing. It's like they're sailing slower downwind than upwind, even with the spinnaker. So they are in an area with very light wind. So will Bermuda jibe to the opposite side and see if there's more wind? That's an interesting call, but Puerto Rico and Antigua is fighting this out, and it looks like Puerto Rico is winning a little bit distance. You can see it here.
So some good discussion right here. I mean, apparently there, we go. We see the number 5 on the Puerto Rico team here, which is looking in the back. He's the tactician.
Oh, spinnaker
Freito
trouble
Lugo.
again. It's Bermuda this time. It has spinned around up there. No. We don't want to have them to break the spinnaker.
This is a terrible race. A terrible start. Now they're having spinnaker problems. This is not what they needed.
No, they were so close actually at getting back in it, but there's still a fight downwind. They're going to race
All right,
around 2
come on, guys.
kilometers.
It's not over. You can get back into this. Come on. We'd like to see our 4-boat race.
Yeah, and it's coming down here. Oish, see, that made a huge gap. But
That's a 300-meter difference right there.
Yeah. But let's see the battle in the middle. That's the interesting part. It's a really good race by Tahiti in the lead. So the team captain from there, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, doing a great job. A lot of experience, though.
Yeah. And there we go. See, they're close. It's all about wind shadow and angle now. But Antigua, what will they do? What will Falcone do there?
Tahiti, let's talk a little bit about Tahiti, because those are the underdogs, right? Those are the guys that have actually the least amount of experience. They only have world championship experience.
We just have a replay there. See, that spinnaker issue there. But unlucky for Antigua, they're behind the other boats. And in a virtual, I might have been driving here, going the opposite way, and see if I could speed up and get away and get out of this small battle. But here they continue the path together.
So our leaders, Tahiti right now with 200 meters, and as I was saying, they are the underdogs. Those guys have only have world championship experience, and it was funny talking to them these last couple of days. We were saying about how perhaps no one's going to be expecting them to be out in front, and look what's happening today, right? First race, double points. Wind is dying. I don't know. We got until 4 o'clock this afternoon to get another 2 races in, one for each fleet.
Yeah,
see what happens.
And it's quite interesting because this will change the whole score in this group. Now the group is 100% open because Antigua is in 3rd, Bermuda in 4th, and Tahiti, they are in the lead, getting 8 points. So all is open this group, and they're also going to do the next race.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can get a visual on the provisional right now, and just see how it would stack up if they were to finish in the way they are right now.
That's Gonzalez. See how concentrated he is. It looks like the team are relaxing again, but it's very focused. There he's racing downwind. He's steering the boat. They are looking at the sail, trimming it, getting ready, and they're the only one who has jibed towards the gate right now. And Team Bermuda is also following them, so that's a quite interesting call. And I have to say one thing, with the data we have access for, they are sailing the fastest speed at the moment. So is this a change for Bermuda, that they're coming back?
Yeah, right now they're sailing at 6.4 knots, so we can see here with the info that we have, all the other boats are at 5.4, so like a full knot slower.
Yeah,
We do have Bermuda, which also is sailing now, has picked up some speed. So we're looking at, you know, Bermuda and Tahiti, which are a little bit more in the middle of the track. They've got a little bit more speed, which is sort of telling us that the pressure is sort of in the middle. This is very good news for Bermuda. Maybe they'll get back into the game here. Remember, we're only halfway through the first downwind leg, which means basically we're only halfway through this race.
Yeah. But one thing interesting, see the measurement up in the top left corner right now. Puerto Rico, Antigua is losing momentum to Bermuda. Bermuda is back in this race. They caught the win together with Tahiti, and first now they have been driving towards the gate.
That's great. They've lost 100 meters now, so we see them coming back in here. They've still got good speed in the middle, here in the middle of the track.
Yeah, but it looks like when I'm following the tracker and everything, and we see everything from the top, it's a beautiful picture of the team, by the way. 10, Bermuda, Tahiti, they have the correct course towards the gate mark, and the two other teams might need to do a jibe mark rounding. So that's going to be very, very interesting, especially with the issues we have been seeing with the spinners for the teams. So I call Bermuda is back in this race, and they are speeding up for third and maybe also second at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking back. At least they're coming back, that's for sure, and that's, you know, that's a really good thing. We want to see them back into the race and up the ante for everybody else. Now here we go. A lot of concentration here on Team Barbuda.
But they see that score
sorry,
up there.
Yes, Barbuda, Antigua.
14, 14, 13, 8 if this keeps the score. So it's all open. Everybody could go, but this is good for Tahiti. The underdogs.
Yeah, the underdogs. It's great. I love the underdogs.
Yeah.
I love them, man. It's awesome. So it's perfect. So we see there's a tie here, tie in points, and look at that. Puerto Rico with just 1 point behind. It's just, wow, it's so close. It is so close. Let's see what's going on right here. Every point is going to count, especially when we're looking at Antigua and Bermuda right now.
But here it's a beautiful picture here.
I guess it's Antigua and Puerto Rico right now that are going to be really the.
Yeah, they are in trouble. I have to say that when I'm looking into the data. But see here, Tahiti. What do we know about this underdog team? Do we have any info on them?
So if Tahiti overtakes Puerto Rico, they're going to win.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to be happening.
But here we can see the team we're following them. Yeah. The captain Gonzalez is there, but what about the rest of the team? We can see they're sitting and waiting. They are all quiet. They have 340 meters back there. Antigua is getting closer to Puerto Rico, but look at Bermuda. My data here in studio is saying, and this is just to make it a little bit exciting for all of you that can't see everything, they are 1.4 knots faster than the two other boats. This means they are really capturing speed right now. You can also see the angle. They are aiming more for the gate, where the two other teams, they need to figure out if they're doing a jibe in the mark rounding.
Yeah, this is getting intense, and we're only halfway through. We got 630 meters until we get down to the bottom gate, and we'll see what happens. Because then again, anything can happen. Now they've already had, you know, a difficult time. We see two boats having a hard time putting up their spinnaker. Now we've got 4 boats that need to take them down. It's not over. Let's see what's happening. This is going to be a very interesting drop, depending on where they want to go.
Yeah, and here you can see the concentration on Team Antigua, and Shannon Falcone is really looking out there. See, all focused, and they're actually pressuring the Puerto Rican boat right now. See, there's only 15 meters in between them. So will they take over there? But take care, if we're looking to the side, they might see Bermuda speeding up, coming by them almost like a speedboat coming in there. But interesting what's going to happen here.
We see everybody is very concentrated here. The plan has probably already been put together. They know which buoy they're going to go around, and so they know exactly what they have to do. We see the weight is forward on the boat, and then like we've said already several times, but it never hurts to repeat it again. We want the weight in the front. We want to pick the back of the boat up, and you know, if the back of the boat is sitting in the water, that's just more drag. And just like we have on race cars, we want at least drag as possible. Less drag, the faster we go.
Yeah, you see the team here all focused. They are really focused on what's doing here on Tahiti. They have a long distance down there, but see the three boats behind. Can you see Team Bermuda? They are approaching. They are almost looking at the same distance as the two other boats.
Okay, here we
for
go
Tahiti.
with Team Tahiti.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. So it's looking like it's going to be a jibe and then a leeward takedown.
So they're going to the opposite side of where they are, trying to go up where Antigua and Puerto Rico are. So they're going to the left-hand side upwind. Interesting call because
Very nice
the wind has
move.
been on the right-hand side.
Very nice move from the whole team here, just really working together. Everybody's getting back into their positions. We see the tactician is coming back. Here we go, not losing any speed. Okay, so they decided to take this one. It does look like that mark right there is slightly closer to the windward mark, to the future windward mark. 73 meters to go. Let's get a good drop here, and down it goes. Don't put it in the water, boys. Come on. It's a little bit in the water. Get it in, get it in, get it in, get it in. Now the problem is if it goes into the water and it makes a pocket and it catches some water, it's going to stop the boat.
I'm a little
They're
bit
having a little
interested.
difficulty getting that jib to get back in. They've lost a little bit of speed, but they've got, you know, they've got a certain amount of lead over the other boats.
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in what's happening now because they're going upwind. We have been seeing in the last upwind leg, they're almost having the same speed as downwind. But because the wind has disappeared, then we might speed even lower in the upwind speed. So are we below 5 knots upwind? That can change the whole game again because the other boats are approaching with speed. We can see Puerto Rico coming first. They're on the inside of the mark rounding zone. You can see this circle around the mark. That's deciding when a special rule 18 is coming in gear, and Antigua is going into the opposite
let's focus
side.
in here a little bit on what's going on here onto the boats. Let's focus on the teamwork and how it's going on.
But Antigua going
now,
opposite. That's interesting. They might go opposite. They have
Very
seen the
good.
wind.
Okay, good. No, we have the same problem here, right? We want to get everything to come in a little bit faster. Looks like a pretty good mark rounding. They're getting their sails taut quite fast. Right? Yeah, here we go with a nice split. So this is a windward drop now. This is a little bit more difficult because the wind has to come windward of the jib. We've got some lines in the water. That's fine, that happens sometimes, but we want to get those lines back in, and especially we don't want them to touch the buoy. There we go, it's coming back in, working hard back there. There you see now, we see the grinders. You see how they're working hard. They can shift gears if they want. They can then turn in the other direction and go to a lower gear.
But this is quite interesting. Remember what I said. In the first upwind leg, it looks like there was more wind on the right-hand side than the left-hand side. And right now, that might be the case because we have a split between second and third. So now we can really prove what's happening. Bermuda coming down. They're still fighting for it, but they can speed up and maybe take the advantage. And they're going to the left-hand side.
Interesting to see that there's only 20 seconds between second and third place. So right now, you know, there's 1 minute and 22 seconds between first and second, but there's only 20 seconds between second and third. So it's a real close race right now that we're looking against Puerto Rico and Antigua.
Raul Rios is here on the Puerto Rican team here. They're getting ready, and what do we know about these guys, Jan?
Yeah, Raul Rios, you know, he was the Opti World Champion in 2008. And then since then, he's gone to win the Worlds in 2017 in the Snipe class and in the Lightning class. He's got a lot of experience at the World Championship level.
Yeah. And now we have Bermuda rounding the gate mark also, and they also choosing to go to the right-hand side. And boys and girls and skippers around the world, I have to say, right now we are getting confirmed about the wind pressure with the data in the studio. It looks like Antigua is capturing more wind. We can't trust this, the distance between the boats, but they're capturing more wind pressure at the moment. They are sailing faster than Puerto Rico. Here we can also see it. They are winning momentum.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like as we're seeing, sort of, you know, we've got a split in the field, and we've got boats that are going equally fast, pretty much on both sides right now. It looks like everybody's hit a little bit more pressure, and we see everybody is out hiking. Now, it doesn't take a lot for these boats to start to heal, and for everybody to get out and to start hiking. And that's a good sign. When we see, when we can only see sneakers in front of the camera, well, that's a good sign. That means we got the weight over the boat, and we're getting that boat, trying to keep it as flat as possible. Flat is fast.
But keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this. It looks like Antigua is doing their own race. Once again, here we have Tahiti in the background. They have also tacked to the right-hand side, but they're losing momentum. They are in lighter wind. We can see the measurement meters up there. It's counting down nice and slow. Is this the lead for Antigua? We're going to see what's going to happen. And will Bermuda come back? It looks terrible for Puerto Rico at the moment. They also see that all the other boats going to the right-hand side and doing attack there.
Yeah, you know, you were saying that all week they've been sailing sort of their own race, and you know, that's what we heard from Shannon when he when he gave his interview, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's going off to the right-hand side. He's the only boat that's off to the right. Tahiti is right now is in the middle of the race course, so they're taking less chances. Now, what this means is that Antigua, they are taking more chances. Now it's double or nothing. So they're going out there and they're doing a little bit of what Bermuda did, and that managed to get them back into the game. So let's see how this pans out here at the weather mark. But they are getting closer and closer and closer. So here are the projected results on the top left-hand side of your screen. Right now, as it stands, Antigua, it has 16 points, Tahiti 14, Puerto Rico 11, and Bermuda 8.
Yeah, and now it's going to be interesting because they're going to tag up to the top mark for the second time, and then we're going to see the launch of the Spinnaker. We have been seeing 2 issues with that launches before, so everything can happen now. A small mistake will change the whole situation of everything. We have Bermuda coming back in the race, and it really looks good for Antigua right now. They are speeding up also, so great race by all of it. This is an open race, even if the boats are not close to each other.
Yeah, there is quite a wide spread, but remember, everybody's trying to get back to that windward mark. Now, there is only one windward mark that I'm seeing here on the tracker, so it looks like as though maybe they have changed the length and distance. We now have 660 meters to go until we get to the new mark.
Yeah, and the measurements is telling that Tahiti is capturing speed again. They are now in that breeze that Antigua they see here, Team Tahiti, with the Plichard as the captain. And you can see on the water they're really speeding up. They are much faster upwind.
Yeah, we
than
had
downwind.
a Charlie green minus, so that means actually they shortened the race course. So Charlie for change.
Yeah.
Okay, and minus as they went smaller course. So we, so yeah, that's why we only have one buoy up there. It'll be that pink triangular buoy that we will see. Which means that basically they're going to have a lot less time to bear away and to put their spinnakers up. And so we'll see if they can do it.
Bermuda attacking a little bit early before the ley line. Antigua going over the ley line, putting in a bigger angle towards that mark coming in here. And Tahiti, they are now also at the ley line. So, great comeback by Antigua, winning over Puerto Rico in this upwind leg. Great move. And now they also have the right of way. That means if Puerto Rico is coming closer to them, they need to bear away. Tactical race.
Tactical race, very tactical race. Here they're
side by
Tahiti
side,
is making
4
sure they're
meters.
getting themselves right in front of their opponent. Now, let's check out what's going to be happening here at this windward mark, because like we said, there is no dogleg. They don't have 100 meters to go and set themselves up. They get right up there and they got to get straight into that downwind mode. So that means things have got to go fast. When things go fast, they have sometimes a tendency to be able to go wrong. So let's take a look at this. We already saw two boats that had a difficulty in putting up their spinnaker, even though they had time.
Yeah, and see, the leader is losing momentum also. Tahiti under pressure, but Antigua is getting a bigger angle into the boat. It looks like they're speeding up, capturing the wind much better. Puerto Rico coming in port side. It's if you draw lines on the water, you can almost see how they will crash into each other. So here, it's a battle for it. Bermuda also winning momentum, but it's all about what happens at this mark rounding.
Just remember the distance that there was at the leeward mark. There was 1 minute and 20 seconds between first and second. And now look at the distance.
It's great. This is really racing. We are coming in. It looks like they were away from each other, but sailing is much more than being close to each other. It's all about angles. It's all about wind. It's all about finding that. Here they're coming into the mark. Tahiti first, but I'm looking at Puerto Rico right now. That's an important battle against Antigua. They are at the same level, 5 meters.
5 meters in between them.
Oh,
so we
see,
have
a big angle there. That's why. So Antigua, much more speed, winning it.
Here we go. They're coming in. Now let's see how this goes. Remember, they cannot put their bowsprit out before they get to that orange buoy, to that buoy. Now, if they do, they're going to get a penalty, and that's going to cost them dearly.
There it's coming out.
Oh, that is. Oh, are they going to get a penalty? Because from our angle, it looked a little early.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, they put the spinnaker up. It looks good. Now let's just make sure that we don't have a jury boat that's running after them.
Oh, the jury is coming there. Antigua coming. See how much they wanted that upwind leg. Great race by the captain. Great race by Antigua here.
Yeah. Oh, that was the same thing right there.
Yeah, also an early one. It's a very close call, this one. They're taking it to the edge.
Oh, what's going on? They're having huge problems here. Oh, they're trying to do a sambuca, and it's not working out.
Oh.
Come on, get it up. Sambuca. So basically what they're doing is they're trying to immediately jibe as they before they. Oh, the spinnaker's coming down. The spinnaker's coming down. Somebody didn't seal off the line. What's? Oh no, this is terrible.
So it's all open again. This is a chance for Puerto Rico coming back. But let's see how it's going with them. If the drone can just
that was
around.
a very difficult move. You could. That's one of the hardest moves that you can do right there to put up the spinnaker there. So we predicted it was going to be a little bit of a mayhem. We didn't expect that to happen. To have the spinnaker come down, that's just a real catastrophe. They lost a lot on that one.
Yeah, but it's all about how Puerto Rico did it, and we didn't see that. And it looks like right now they're still winning over Puerto Rico. But again, interesting call. They're going to the opposite side than rest of the fleet.
So we can
to the
see
right-hand side again.
Puerto Rico is going off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, so Puerto Rico, Tahiti, left-hand side. See,
doesn't see looking from their tracker, it looks like they didn't really have any issues. We got a nice straight line right there that we see for Puerto Rico off of the windward mark. That's generally a good indication that everything went smoothly.
Yeah, but interesting call again on Antigua. They are going opposite rest of the fleet. Will Bermuda follow Antigua, or will they follow the rest of the fleet? Because if we are having same situation as yesterday, then the left-hand side where Tahiti and Puerto Rico are, the wind disappeared 100%. And now there's attack. It looks like there's a jibe from Tahiti also. They are seeing Antigua is speeding up again.
Yeah, they might be coming back over here on this left-hand side. The difference between this side of the lake is that here we have much shallower waters that are over here, and we are not as close to the mountains on the left-hand side as you see right here. On the right-hand side are more of the mountains, so we have to have we do have a tendency to have some sort of like a little bit of a thermic breeze on that side of the lake, and that might be what they're looking for.
Yeah, but interesting, those almost 100 meters in between the leader, Tahiti, and Antigua, that's very little in light wind. because a small mistake, a jibe, doing a mistake in the jibe, or the wind is disappearing, then that gap is gone.
Yeah, and they've already made a mistake now with their spinnaker putting it up. I mean, yes, it is a hard move. Making a sambuca is it's definitely difficult maneuver to do, because you're pretty much hoisting, jibing, and doing a real quick jibe set basically. Because on these boats, there's one thing you can't forget, is that you have to take the spinnaker out on the port side, and it has to come back out on the port side. They can't just switch it out, and they can't pull it out on the other side. There's a retrieval line that goes out, and there's only one way that spinnaker goes out and one way that spinnaker goes back in. And so it is a difficult move on these particular boats.
Bermuda, it looks like they have been doing a penalty up there. With the distance and also on the tracker, so maybe they launched
oh no, another penalty
like Belgian. But there we go.
Maybe Marco has got some news. Maybe he saw what happened. Marco, if you can hear us and you know what happened with what looks like a penalty from Team Bermuda.
Hi guys, yeah, unfortunately no news on Bermuda, since we're following close by SSL Team Antigua, sailing their own race as always. They had a problem, as we saw, with their spinnaker hoist, because somebody just apparently let go of the halyard and it just fell all the way down, I mean halfway down. It was very unfortunate, but their jibe set turned out pretty okay, and so now it looks like they're gaining something a little bit on SSL Team Tahiti, while Bermuda is still at the back of the pack, still trying to fight its way back in on this golden day. And let's remind everybody that we also have a second race after this for Group 1, so it's going to be interesting to see, what's to come.
Marco, just to let you know, I was just told here in the studio that it is the bowsprit rule, apparently, that they got penalized for, and that's why they had to do a 360.
Again, just like SSL Team Belgium, they just forgot about the rule and went straight for the hoist, and they were fouled with the penalty. Very unfortunate for SSL Team Bermuda, that really still has a long way to go to catch up with the rest of the fleet.
Great, thank you very much, Marco.
And beautiful replays we are having here. Here we saw the issue for Team Antigua with the spinnaker while doing a jibe. Yeah. But see how much they're fighting to get back in it. But here, this is an interesting graphic. See, Antigua is winning over Puerto Rico at the moment.
400 meters to go.
Yeah, and Tahiti, they look safe at the moment, but the wind can still disappear at the moment. They're a little bit outside of the ley lines, and they're going towards the finish line. Bermuda going opposite, but with that penalty up there, it looks very hard to come back in the race.
And right now, I mean, we're looking between Antigua and Puerto Rico as well. There's 50 meters in it, but look at the angles. The angles are very different. Oh, it's great. Look at the water behind the boats. You can see the zigzag. You can see the where they've been going, almost as if they were drawing their lines out on the water. You don't see that too often. Anyway, as we were saying, the angle for Tahiti for Puerto Rico to be able to come down is just going to be it's too wide, and they're going to lose speed. So it's looking like it's going to be Antigua right now. No, these are the projected results right now. So Antigua with 16 points, Tahiti with 14, and the rest as follows.
Yeah, but a great race by Tahiti. Here we are seeing them nice and slow coming in. They are the underdogs. Can we tell anything about them? What do we know? We know the captain. They're coming here to the finish line.
No, we can't say anything about them, and they're the underdogs. No one knows anything about them. It's a top secret team.
Yeah, it is.
Now, we've got some information, but let's look at what's going on here.
So pleased and happy about that one.
I think that's the first one that they're winning.
Yeah.
Good job. Congratulations. What a great team.
Yeah.
Some young sailors on that team as well. Young sailors coming out of the Laser and coming out of the Sunfish. I was talking to their coach earlier this week. Really great to see that young team coming out here and doing such a, just really getting that result in on the day that it counts.
But here we have a small battle. It looks like Antigua is taking it. Puerto Rico, it looks like they're faster than Antigua, but there is too much distance in between them. There they're coming in. Great race by Antigua. You're taking a chance going to the right-hand side. So great move by going into second place.
Wonderful play. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. I'm sure when that spinnaker dropped up there, they were they were probably pretty scared. What a good race. I'm sure they're quite relieved.
They are. Great race by them. And there we have Puerto Rico coming behind them going in.
They just look so calm and collected. It's so funny to watch them, you know. They're cool guys.
They are. And that's Puerto Rico coming in. In third, for a long time it looks like they were getting second, but Antigua, hats off for that race, taking chance and reading the wind on the right-hand side. And that's going to be interesting for race number 2, because now they have a lot of data and they're going straight into race number 2 within the next 15 minutes.
You know, Antigua, just do not forget that the team captain has won the America's Cup, okay? Let's just not forget this, because he's going to be able to see things that others can't see. He's got the audacity to be able to do things others won't do. I mean, you don't win the America's Cup because you're a mundane sailor. So, you know, we've got the best sailors in the world that are over here, and they're putting the show on for us today. And here comes in fourth place Team Bermuda. What a tough day for them. I mean, they're getting a late start, and then they have a penalty up windward. I'm pretty sure that this is a race that they want to forget.
Yeah, it's the race they want to forget. Yeah, they're just going into it, but it's not over yet, because they are going straight into race number 2, the last race in this group, and there's still double points counting. So if we're going to see the overall score with this result here in a few seconds, then we can see Team Bermuda will still have a chance to go in second. So that's going to be a very close one.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, they've already changed mood right now. They're drinking water. They know that as soon as they cross the finishing line, you know, they've got to get right back into it. Race committee is not going to waste any time. I'll tell you what, they're not going to get far away from that starting line this time.
No, this time they will stay there, not going up practice. As said in the mornings, they said today there might not be time for practice, and that's what we saw. So here we're going in, fourth place for Team Bermuda, and a little bit roller coaster for them. A loss, a win, a loss, and now we're going in for another race with them here while they're taking the spinnaker down and getting ready.
It just goes to show, you know, that you know, the level in this field is pretty similar. Everyone has their chance, and you know, also great to see Tahiti get their first win. And it was the day that, you know, that they got to do it. So right now they're taking a little bit of time. They're waiting for the last boat to cross. Here we go. Bermuda is crossing right now. And there we go. The line is closed.
And even this race had a lot of action in it. Quite amazing to see this tactic. And again, Antigua,
I think they're going to have a couple words with race committee.
Yeah, maybe they will. Going straight over there.
There's no point, right? I mean, oh, look at the jury that is coming. All the juries are following to make sure that, you know, there's no bickering that's happening out there on the water. I doubt they would do that. You know, that's just not how it works in this sport. So here we go. Race results. Tahiti with 8 points in this race. Antigua with 6 points. And Puerto Rico with 4, and Bermuda with 2, with you know, 3 minutes 50 seconds behind. Before we move on to the rest of the results, we are going to go down onto the water with Marco whenever he's ready. Apparently, he's still, I think he's. Yep, Marco, don't fall into the water. He's trying to get onto to another boat. Or maybe we can see the overall results if we've got those. Otherwise, we'll just we'll wait until Marco is ready. Here we go. Provisional overall. Interesting to look at this. Antigua 16, Tahiti, Puerto Rico, Bermuda. So 16, 14, 11, and 8. Right now, it looks like it's Antigua and Tahiti that are going to be moving through.
Yeah, but if we're doing the math here, then it's still all open. Antigua needs to be focused. They need to have at least a third position in the next race. They are not allowed to lose it. Bermuda can still qualify by winning and having Tahiti or losing the race, and Puerto Rico second last. So everything is open mathematic here for going in for the 2 first position and qualifying to next round.
And so, you know, if we look at this provisional overall, if we could stay on this provisional overall, thank you. It just, what I was going to say is that we saw every single team has won won a race. Here we go. So you see Bermuda, they won their 3rd race. Puerto Rico, they won the first race. Tahiti just won this one, race 4. Antigua won race 2. So, you know, it's everybody has had their chance. Everybody has had their moment of glory, but we just see that some of these guys have had just a tendency to be up there a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we let's go back and have a little bit of a recap of what happened in this race, just so we can see what happened. And that was the replay that you just saw of this last race, which is the 4th race of Group 1 here in the qualifying series round 1, which is happening over here. Just want to remind everybody to on social media that you can check us out on Instagram and on Facebook. If you have any questions, you can go to the you can go and ask us any questions on the live feed if you'd like to. We'll try to answer those questions for you. on the live feed, and here we go. We're about to get started here. We're about, I think, 8 minutes off the start. We see that the orange flag has gone up, so we are in the beginning of the procedure, of the starting procedure.
But before we're getting started, I will actually be glad if we could see the overall result, because there's a lot of math here, a lot of outcome. This group is all open. As it looks like, if we're correct, all teams can still qualify into the next round. Bermuda needs to win, and then the rest of the fleet needs to be in another position. Tahiti then needs to lose, and then Puerto Rico in third position. Then they can go further on, but see Puerto Rico, Tahiti, Antigua.
Yeah, it's double points. So basically, if Bermuda wins right now, they'll go from 8 points to 16 points. And if Antigua goes down to the bottom, well, then they should still be up there, because they'll be in, and they'll have at least 2 points. So they'll put them up to 18. So it's looking like Antigua have the greatest possibility. But I am not the greatest of mathematicians.
No, Antigua is only safe if they're getting second. If they're getting third, they might miss out. Because if Tahiti and Puerto Rico continue surprising as they're doing right now, then it's game over, Antigua.
Yeah, it's very interesting, everything that can happen mathematically speaking. How about on the water? How's it going out there on the water? Marco, can you hear me? Do you have any news for us? Can you tell us what the weather is like?
Yeah, guys. So pressure here looks to have built up a little bit from the finish of the last race. It's kind of working its way down the lake. Bearing now at the moment is 85 degrees, so same as before, but it should be around 6 to 7 knots, hopefully. So it's going to be interesting to see here, because Tahiti got their first win, but now Antigua is leading the group, and they have the best chance to get on to the final series this winter. So it's going to be interesting as well with Puerto Rico and Bermuda, because if Bermuda wins, they're through. So a lot to take into consideration here.
Yeah, exactly. We were just talking about that. Thanks a lot, Marco. Thanks for keeping us updated on what you see out there. This is going to be an exciting second race. We saw a lot of things happening in the first race. We saw a lot of issues with spinnakers, halyards being dropped, spinnakers not wanting to go up, and some attempted sambucas. Yeah, action-packed. First time we saw Tahiti get their first win. I'm sure they're really pumped, very concentrated on that boat. Looks pretty good. Looks like we've got some wind going on out there. We've got all the boats currently around doing approximately 7.5 knots of boat speed. So it's moving right along. Here we go with Bermuda. Bermuda now really they need to show us that that they're back into it. It's probably the toughest for them, having that last regatta that they just had. They got to get back into it now.
But everything is possible, and we have been seeing these 4 teams. They are a little bit struggling on the water, but at the same time really exciting and really focusing on the tactics. And now I'm quite interested if all the boats will following Antigua, because I have to say, Shannon Falcone, he had really been reading the wind out there and doing his own racing all day long, and amazing how he came back after being almost 180 meters behind of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's just impressive. Obviously, when you've been, like we said, when you've been winning the America's Cup, I mean, it's not by chance. One of the best sailors in the world right here, and just showing his stuff. And you know what's really great is look at that team that he's got with him. A mixed team of young men and women, and there's some energy out there. When you look at them hiking, I mean, they're hiking all the way out there, and they're all pretty tall actually. If you look at the difference between them and Tahiti, the Tahitis, they were telling me they're pretty small people actually, and these guys are a lot bigger, so they're able to get further out there and put more weight out there. Yeah. How much of a difference that makes, we'll see. But
3 minutes to the start. It's now the teams are getting ready to go close to that starting line. And I think we will see Bermuda a little bit closer to it now, but there will be a huge fight. The wind is picking up a little bit more, so we are looking into 6-7 knots of wind speed now in the gust, so they might sail a little bit faster. So let's see what happens. Bermuda, Tahiti, Puerto Rico, Antigua going in. And we have actually a very exciting, everything can happen. There's a battle of getting that second position.
Look at where Bermuda is. They're way underneath the starting line this time.
But really, there is a battle coming in. One of the outcomes can be if Bermuda is winning, Antigua getting second, Puerto Rico getting third, and Tahiti fourth, then Bermuda gets that second position.
All right, let's check out what's going on here as everybody is trying to find themselves. And we see that we still have the P flag, so we have no black flag yet. 2 minutes before the start. No problem here with the move that we're seeing. We're having all the boats go leeward of the line. And this is really important right now because they're jostling for positions, and it's going to be really interesting here to be able to see, what they're doing and how they're getting themselves set up. We often saw that the leeward boat has got a certain advantage for sure.
It could be very interesting to see the battle a little bit in distance where they're positioning themselves, because this is crucial moment for all the teams. We have seen the battle when they go up in here. They're going a little bit away from the starting line. They want to come with speed, but we know they need 1 minute. Around 1 minute, you can see Puerto Rico getting ready.
We
Bermuda
got 1 minute,
ready.
10 seconds.
So
So basically, it's the question of who is going to turn around first.
Yeah.
They all want to be the leeward boat. Here we go. We have 1 minute left. They're rather far from the line, which is actually a good thing, which means that they'll get a good run up to the line.
I think we're going to see a slow start. They will be afraid of doing that false start. They will not hit it at 0, maybe 3 seconds.
Bermuda right there with a very, very good spot. They're leeward of all the other boats. They're keeping their momentum up. They're keeping, all the others are releasing their sails. Is that Tahiti
position
that we saw in a difficult position back there? Oh, here we go with Bermuda.
All coming in. Bermuda coming in. It's a battle. Antigua caught behind. Puerto Rico in the lead. Tahiti last. Right now, this looks great for
Bermuda is
Bermuda.
now bearing away. There's 10 seconds left to go.
They're too fast. They're too
Everybody
fast.
needs to get all. We got 2 boats that are getting squeezed out. All the boats are getting squeezed out. Look at what Bermuda is doing. Oh, it's the beginning of the race. They've stopped everybody. They can just sit there and stop everybody. They're going to sit there. They're going to stop everybody. They're going to make everybody go around. There we go. Oh, they're bearing off right now. Very good. Oh, they just taken out 3 boats. 3 boats cannot make the start, and now we've got Bermuda that's on by themselves, and they're going. They've got a clean start. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're the only boat on the race. A complete change to the last race. Before we had 3 boats that were taken off, and now we have 1 boat that is by themselves.
Yeah, it's amazing, and Antigua is in a good position here. They're coming up here. They're going into. There's a protest. Protest Puerto Rico. Protest Tahiti. There's a lot of things happening here. Antigua coming first. They're rounding it. So let's see how it's going in. Great move by it. So right now, everything as the surprise outcome is going that way. Bermuda in the lead, Antigua in second, Puerto Rico in third, Tahiti in fourth. That will put Bermuda in that second position. So what a race number 5 we have in Group 2 at the start.
What a complete change. What a complete change. Is that a penalty?
To Tahiti, it's folding out.
Oh, no.
Like we've written the stories ourselves. No. So, Bermuda just needs to keep that breath and not doing any mistakes. Right now, they're battling it out. So, Antigua needs to win that second place. That will secure Bermuda going in to the next round. Wow. From 0 to hero in a start. Great move by them.
Unbelievable. Wow. This is great. This is absolutely what we've been waiting for. Wow. This is what a turnaround. This is the last race that these guys will be racing today. This, like we said, it counts double. Just an unbelievable start. It's just unbelievable. Bermuda really, really aggressive right there. Like we said, you know, that lured boat has got the whole entire advantage, and they saw that they could squeeze everybody out, and that's exactly what they did. They squeezed everybody out, and now they got themselves out in front. I'm sure that they've got to be pretty happy. They've got to be smiling. Now that was a great start.
Yeah, and let's see if we can get a replay of it here in a few seconds.
Having a good start is one thing, finishing out in front is another.
Yeah. But right now, everything is going by the textbook for the surprise result. Antigua is battling Puerto Rico. Tahiti, they really need to fight the way back. They need to get third and see if they can capture Puerto Rico to keep their second place.
Here we go, the
overall.
replay right here. So as we see right there, the boat that's on the very bottom there, that's Bermuda. And they're bearing away to get some speed, and then they realize, oh, we could just close the door and shut everybody off. So they can't go further than to head to wind, and that's exactly what they did. And Bermuda is like, oh, we're gonna duck down, and no, they're not. And they completely closed the door, making the 3 other boats go around and having a clean start for themselves.
Yeah.
What a way to get rid of your competition.
And then Tahiti got a penalty there.
Now let's see. Yeah, let's see what's going on here with the penalty.
There, they were going in front of the other boats.
I think that's very, yeah, probably. You know, they're protesting because, but you know, you got to leave room for the boats to be able to
pass there, so they're not sailing into
each
other.
Yeah, and there you go. Protests also from Tahiti, trying to squeeze Bermuda up, and that is probably a valid. A valid protest right there. However, the first protest from Puerto Rico that was just trying to turn around right there, I mean, you got to leave them room to turn. You got to leave them room to turn. You can't just protest them and squeeze them up.
See the focus on Team Bermuda here.
That's a lot of rules that are going on at the same time down there. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the outcome is.
Raquel is sitting there, stretching it out. They are so focused there. And they are really, really going into this race, but it's only 150 meters in the lead. Everything can happen with this wind breeze we have on the water. But right now, Bermuda needs to cross the fingers that Antigua and Puerto Rico is battling it out, and Antigua is winning it. And see Antigua again choosing the right-hand side, Tahiti left-hand side, Antigua speeding up.
Yeah, coming back on the situation of the penalties over at the start, I'd actually, you know, thinking about it here a little bit, I don't actually think any one of those penalties were valid, simply because they weren't ever given enough room, or they're not giving enough room, and neither were they given time to react to each one of those boats. So everybody put their flags up, but in reality, nobody actually followed the rules correctly in order to put themselves in a situation where they can't protest.
And see, when you see the measurement, the meters up there, Antigua is now in the lead with 50 meters in front of Puerto Rico. They're capturing more wind in that right-hand side. So again, Sean Falcone doing it again, doing his own race, going away from the other fleets, and going to that right-hand side.
Yeah, it's been working for him all week long. He's been, you know, doing his own thing and reading what's happening on the race course, and so that's
but this
really
might
nice
also be trouble for Bermuda, because Bermuda, oh, what's happening up there?
Well, we have
Tahiti going in third at the moment.
Here are the projected results currently up here on the top left-hand side of your screen. You see Antigua with 22 points, Tahiti 18,
Bermuda 16. And it's because Tahiti, they are going in third right now, according to the measurement. So you can't trust it right now, because there's a huge battle in the right-hand side. If we go to the overall graphic, see, they just need to focus there. Right now, Antigua, it looks like they are speeding up, and they can challenge
right now,
the thing.
Bermuda is absolutely not in control of their race.
No.
I mean, even though they are in first place, they're currently third on the standing. So the outcome of this team is going to be dependent on what the other teams do.
Tahiti needs to lose to have Bermuda going in second.
Okay.
That's the thing here. And right now you can see Tahiti going left-hand side, and there's a battle here on the right-hand side. But see here on the graphics, Antigua, when they're going to cross towards the top mark, then they will have the right of way, and that could be the doom for Bermuda here, because if they have the right of way and they're too close, like 60 meters right now, then they might need to bear away and give room for Antigua, and then Antigua is winning the race. So everything is up for that second place at the moment.
How crazy is this? This is race number 5 here in the series. We're on the first leg, and we still have no idea who is going to be winning.
Yeah, and Tahiti, they are a little bit in trouble because they are coming in port tack when they're coming towards the top mark. So they need to bear away no matter what happens to all the other boats. So it looks like they're in second, but they really need to have the wind in their favorite side to win it over there.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, port and starboard and seeing what's going to be going on and whatever. But, you know, let's not forget, we just saw this in the last race. They've got to put those spinnakers up, and they got to do a good job at doing that. And that's just a whole other story right there.
Yeah. Here we see the cross coming in, Antigua coming in. They are quite 160 meters behind Bermuda. They went a little bit far up off the ley line, meaning that they're having a bigger angle towards the top mark and can capture more speed. So what will Bermuda do? They're keeping their lead, but Puerto Rico, they will drop down behind Antigua. So keep an eye on Tahiti, keep an eye on these 3 boats, because that cross will change the whole story.
There we go. We saw that was crossing very close behind the... Obviously, that's a real close call.
Puerto Rico and Antigua there.
Yeah, but you see Antigua was starboard tack, and so they had the right of way in any case. It just kind of looked like as though Puerto Rico did have to duck down beneath them. And it looks like they're going a little bit above in anticipation of what's going to be happening at the windward mark, and make sure that they can keep their speed up and try to catch up with everybody. Here's the situation right here. Look in the background. We see that boat. He's on a port tack, so he won't have the right of way as he's coming up here with the 2 teams.
But the battle now, Bermuda is in the lead. They are in a comfortable situation. Antigua in second. It couldn't be better for Bermuda right now. But the battle, Puerto Rico, Tahiti. Who's coming first to that top mark? Who has the right of way? Who needs to bear away? That's going to decide if Bermuda is going in to the next round. Amazing. And then we have, of course, the launch of the spinnakers.
Yes,
The big trouble
I'm
for
very
all
much very much looking forward to this. We see that. I mean, there is a slight difference, you know, right? We've got about 50 meters between second and third place. We got over 120 meters of split between first and second, so there is room to for the boats to line up without there being too much of an issue. Now I think the next phase that we're going to look at, obviously we want to see how Tahiti is going to mix themselves up and pretty much place themselves between the other 2 boats.
But see, Puerto Rico, Tahiti, they're approaching each other. They're losing momentum, Tahiti, right now. It looks like when we are counting the meters, how they lose meters to Puerto Rico, it's almost like they're almost 1 knot of speed slower than Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico might also, they went a little bit higher up of the ley line, meaning that they are sailing with a bigger angle and capturing the speed much more into the boat.
Yeah, Puerto
So
Rico
quite
did go a little bit higher, and they are now actually the fastest boat out on the water with 8.2 knots of speed. But they are bearing away, and they are bearing down, and they're getting stuck. Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting. Interesting way to hike.
They need to pressure it. And now 10 meters in between third and fourth. This is going to be crucial for Bermuda, but also crucial for Tahiti. They need that third position to qualify. Bermuda need them to lose to qualify.
Well, Tahiti
so
right now sitting in third right here. Here we go. This is we're just gonna wait and see what happens right now.
Yeah.
It's good. This right here, this cross or the way Tahiti is going to be able to get in between the 2 races. This is it. It's going to make it or break it.
And luckily for Tahiti, there looks like to be a little bit room from the ley line to the top mark. Here we see Team Bermuda coming. Great start, great upwind leg, and now this launch of the Spinnaker. Whoosh, coming in. But
Here
there,
we go.
Tahiti,
All right.
that's the picture we want to see. That's important.
It's impressive that they only have 130 meters after they managed to make everybody go around, you know?
Yeah.
It's just
But here it's coming in. This cross is meaning everything for Bermuda, everything for Tahiti. Who will have the favorite side at the moment? Who
this
will
is
be
going to
it?
be very close.
They
I
need
think-
to bear away. It looks like
I
it.
think they're going to attack underneath them. They're going to do everything they can to get as close as they can.
No.
Here we go.
Whoa,
No, they're
are
going
in
behind them.
fourth. Yeah.
They're in fourth.
It's all open. Bermuda at the moment looks
right.
like going in online, but they're
Here
very
we go.
close.
This is the race between the
Whoosh.
races. Good Spinnaker set for the Bermudan team. And
Now
you
we are
guys
talking.
next with the Spinnaker.
Yeah.
This is a great shot. We see everybody right here.
See?
Very nice. We see the dog leg right here. We have the windward buoy. Everybody's bearing off. Here we go. Okay, let's look at here. Antigua with the Spinnaker going up.
But I'm
Lock
looking at
the
the two other
halyard.
boats behind.
Very
See,
nice.
They're going further out now. They're going a little bit higher up to launch the Spinnaker higher up and speed downwind straight away. And this is crucial.
Yeah, the first boat is protecting itself. He doesn't want to get luffed by the boat that's behind them.
So now it's coming in. Launch of the Spinnaker. This is where it's going to be decided.
Oh, the boat in the back has already got the...
They're
Looks like
already on
Tahiti has already
no,
got
no,
their Spinnakers
troubles,
up.
Puerto Rico! No! There it's going in! Tahiti, they are fighting back!
Was that like a Sambuca move here? I think it was, and they didn't manage to pull it off quite as much. Look at them, they don't have that much speed. Tahiti has got a lot more speed.
Oh, interesting call. They're trying to go to the right-hand side like Antigua did in the first
Oh,
race.
I'm sure it's we're talking about
sh-
meters here.
Will Tahiti come back in the race? This is the downwind leg where we can decide things. But upwind, we still have a battle. Everything is open. As it looks right now, it's Antigua and Bermuda that might qualify into the next round. Tahiti, if they get third, they take that second position.
They take Antigua's position, right?
No, Bermuda's.
No, Bermuda's position.
Yeah. So it's all about points and races, and maybe Bermuda might be unlucky with that 0 point. Everything can happen here, but I can't remember the rules. We need to look into it. We need to ask the jury if it's the last race deciding who's coming in, if it's a tie.
Yeah, we'll have to ask. We'll have to figure out that question.
Yeah. See, now it's a tie. Oh, they're saying Tahiti is getting second, but it's all about the rules.
The projected results on the top left-hand side of your screen right now is a tie between Tahiti and Bermuda.
So it's all about the calculation, how they're doing it. If it's the last race counting.
If it's last race counting, then it's Bermuda that's going in.
Yeah. So we need to look into that. That's a question we're having here. But see, Puerto Rico, if they go one step up, then they qualify.
This is the projected results. Yeah, there's a lot of calculations that are being made right now. This is projected results. This is not the way, this is not the official results.
No.
These are results that we're just trying
This
to
is not
calculate
over
and
yet.
try to get a scenario out for you guys and try to make you understand, make it a little bit easier. But by no means believe that this is how it's going to stand. We have a jury. We've got professionals that take care of this. So we got to see how it plays out. But anyways, we're in race 5, the last race of this week of the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series of round of group number 1, and we think we know who is leading, but we definitely don't know who's going to be in second place.
No.
And all this after 5 days of racing.
Yeah, it's that battle that is interesting here. And right now, Bermuda still in the lead, Antigua in second. They are winning momentum. But see, Puerto Rico and Tahiti, they're so close. And Puerto Rico, they tacked away from rest of the fleet, going to the right-hand side, as Antigua did in the first race. And now we can see on our tracking also that Antigua and Tahiti has jibed, and Bermuda jibing later on. So interesting call by Bermuda. Will they lose it now? Whoosh. This is close one.
This
Close
is a
call.
very close one. Let's see what's happening out here. Let's get back onto the boats here. and see what's going on. There we go, everybody. It's very concentrated. Everybody's sitting down at the bottom a little bit. There's just enough wind for them to be sitting in the middle of the boat. No, apparently not that much, because we got guys going down to leeward.
Yeah, and see here Tahiti, they are really focused. They want to come back in the race. That third place will mean a lot
Tom
for them.
Lamotte's right there. He's the main trimmer. He's a youth NACRA 15 sailor. Very concentrated. And right in front of him is a floater.
It means a lot.
Moen. Bernardino. Sitting right there at the grinder spot.
It looks slow. Our data is saying that Tahiti is getting more speed than Puerto Rico. So right now we have a switch of who is qualifying. Right now with 2 meters, Tahiti is going into the next round. It's all about the next jibe. When they're coming into the Puerto Rico is almost at the right-hand side ley line.
It's a drag race to get down to right now. If look at this, all the boats are pretty much lined up. We're at the 5th race. We're halfway through the race, so we've got only a couple 100 meters until we get down to the to the line to the bottom gate. Here we go with the projected results right now. These look like a little bit better. 22, 18, 16, and 13. So Antigua, Tahiti, Bermuda. Looking like Bermuda's out right now, the way it is.
Yeah, but again, it's not over yet, because Puerto Rico, they're losing momentum, but they have the right of way when they're coming towards the mark, and there's only 20 meters in between the boats, so we will have same speed race, and that's the top mark.
Puerto Rico is on a starboard tack right now, coming back in towards the rest of the fleet. As the rest of the fleet is, it looks as though they're on port tack, I believe. So this should be interesting. Now let's find out what's going on. I think tactically the tacticians right there are going to be thinking a lot about what's happening and how they're going to do this. Now this is all going to be about the drop, because they're all going to keep their spinnakers up as long as they can in order to have the speed. Now, which buoy are they going to go around, and which one are they going to do?
Are you new to sailing? Then matching these lines here. There's a line where the boat we are watching now, Puerto Rico, has the right of way, and Tahiti, they need to cross it and not be in the way of the Puerto Rican boat. It's a very close call. No, they just managed to jibe in front of them.
As soon as the sail is set, then they have the right of way, and they can't talk about it. There is no overlap. That was a very, very good move here by Tahiti over Puerto Rico.
And now they have the right of way on Bermuda and Antigua, and now it's all about speed, because 110 meters in between them, 80 meters in between them. That's quite...
Here comes an attack from the back. Puerto Rico is going to be attacking Tahiti in order to make sure that they can get closer and maybe steal a little bit of their wind before they get down to the final gate. Here we go. Look at this. 321 meters until we get down to the gate. Looks like Antigua is in second place, going straight down, jibing, lining up right in front of the others.
Yeah,
now this is going to be interesting here.
Bermuda
this
seems to
is
be
going to be what
there.
we're going to see here. We're probably going to see some windward drops. So these are also very technical drops.
But one thing that's interesting, Jan, here is, will Bermuda dare to go to the left-hand side, the mark there closes at, or will they cross over and go to the right-hand side? Because it looks like, when we're seeing them sailing here, there's most wind in the right-hand side. There's been that in the whole race.
Yeah, but it looks like on the tracker right now that they're going to go on the left-hand buoy, which is
drop. They are there now,
which is on this one. Let's just see what happens.
Left
that
side.
was very early spinnaker drop.
That's not to do any mistakes. They just need to secure going to the left-hand
Here's the
side.
other buoy. So okay, looks like as though everybody's going to probably go around on the left-hand side. They're going to be dropping the spinnaker as late as they can.
Yeah, speeding up here.
There we go. Look, you can see the retrieval line is already getting taut.
Yeah, great takedown there by Antigua.
And
now
apparently
Tahiti.
now we see that there's a committee boat that's down at the bottom of the mark, and we're getting a Charlie Plus. It's looking like the race course has been slightly altered. It's going to be a little bit longer.
Oi, oi, oi,
Oh, here we
what's
go with a
Puerto Rico
jibe.
doing? They're jibing, losing momentum, but they're going to the right-hand side. They're taking the chance as in the last race, as Antigua did.
Here we go. Very technical move right here. They're going to have to do a windward drop. They can't mess this up. Come on, this is super important right here. Here we go. The windward drop, getting it down. Come on, boys, a little bit faster. Get it down there. Get it down there. And now luff without putting that spinnaker up in the water. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Make sure that that jib is taut. Oh, the jib is not taut. They're losing some speed right there.
Yeah, but this is
Very
interesting.
difficult move.
Yeah.
Very difficult move. They were sort of squeezed into this position. Remember now, Charlie Plus, we were going a little bit longer. We have changed the direction of the course. We have a 1.8 kilometer long leg right now for the final windward leg.
And now we need to see, is Puerto Rico winning? Has the wind changed, or is it still stronger in the right-hand side? Tahiti followed rest of the fleet. Right now, Tahiti is qualified, but will Puerto Rico take it?
I have an answer for you, my friend. I now know how this is going to happen if we do have a tie. It's a question of how many first places, how many second places, and how many third places each team has gotten. And that will decide who's going to be out in front. So needless to say, let's just keep commentating this, because if we need to start taking out a calculator to figure this out, let's just enjoy the show for the time being. I see you scribbling next to me here. You're definitely your mental calculator is here at work. Let's just enjoy this right now, because there is some action going out on the water right now. All the boats are very, very close. You see the projected results here on the top left. It looks like Antigua Barbuda is going to be in first place, and now it's going to be a fight for the second between Tahiti and Bermuda.
Yeah, it's coming in here, but we are still looking at Puerto Rico. And when I'm looking at our tracker, there is still more wind in the right-hand side. So this means Tahiti is under huge pressure to keep that position. So let's see what happens. Antigua getting closer and closer to Bermuda. Bermuda losing it upwind. They need to keep their position. It's only 16 meters. Falcone is coming after them. They're the only one that hasn't tacked towards the new mark. So what will happen? What will happen? Will Bermuda keep their position?
Interesting. Look at Antigua. They're now on the left-hand side of the course. We've seen them all week sort of prefer the right-hand side, and yet again, Shannon has decided to go off to the left. He's seeing something that nobody else is seeing.
He's winning on it. 40 meters now.
39 meters.
Yeah. Oh, what's happening here?
37. It keeps on going down. All right, they're tacking. So yeah, they'll lose a little bit here because of the tap, because of the loss in speed. But he's seeing something that the others aren't seeing.
Yeah, interesting here. Let's see if they can keep the speed. Right now, they lost momentum. You can see there's not the same wind pressure as they have in the middle of the race course. They're trying to go into the middle where Bermuda is at the moment. Tahiti and Puerto Rico is more on the right-hand side. And you can almost see, if we go to the tracking system,
They have to be in the pressure. Look at this.
Yeah.
The meters are just dropping down.
Tahiti is covering up Puerto Rico. They know they just need to keep in third to go into the next round. So they will keep a match race against Puerto Rico. They don't care about Bermuda and Antigua. They only have one focus: Puerto Rico, and they will learn to say that country name a lot of times now, because if they're losing that fight, they will maybe not go into the next round.
We're on the third leg of race number 5 here in round 1 of the qualifying series of the SSL Gold Cup. And you are now looking at the final race. Here are the projected results of who will be qualified. Remember, the two top teams will be qualified to get into the 32nd of finals this winter.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very close one. And this couldn't be more close. And we have all 4 boats in the view, but it's the 2 boats closest to us we need to keep an eye on. Tahiti in the middle, Puerto Rico close to us, That's the match race right now. Puerto Rico needs to do something, and Tahiti needs to control Puerto Rico.
This is it. This is where the battle is at right now. And again, look at Antigua, which is just sailing their own race over on the left-hand side. Apparently, they've had a little bit more pressure than everybody else. They're still one of the fastest boats out on the water right now. Bermuda is sailing fast, and Antigua is sailing fast right now. The two slower boats now are Tahiti and Puerto Rico. It's looking like something is happening in the middle of the in the middle of the field right now.
Yeah, but it's quite interesting what's going on here, because now it's all about wind pressure. It's all about the angle, and it looks like they have maybe 7 knots of wind speed, close to 8 out there. That means they need a smaller angle into the true wind angle to go up to the top mark to sail the shortest distance. But if they have a lighter wind, they need 45 degrees, and this change of degrees can change the whole race again in this upwind leg. And then, of course, we love to say it, the launch of the spinnaker and maybe the penalty we have been seeing 2 times today of getting the bow split out too early when we change the marks.
Yeah, we're 1,000 meters to the top mark. We are on the final leg of this race 5. Final upwind leg. We then have to put the spinnakers up, and that's going to be that's a very exciting moment right there, as we've seen many things happen. Penalties have been happening as well. What an exciting race this has been. What an exciting past 2 races this has been. Obviously, these guys, group number 1 here, they've been putting the show on for us. Unbelievable. We've seen some crazy starts. We've seen some action-packed mark roundings. Just great sailing, all in all.
Yeah, and one thing is for sure, Bermuda is fighting back after that first race. They're doing everything special with that start they had, and now
missing the start on the first race. They were they were out, guns blazing. Look at that. They took the start of this race. They managed to take their own start and just have 3 other boats go around. They pushed all the other boats out. Really aggressive, and that's the sort of sailing that we like to see.
And now it's getting interesting, because Bermuda have already done their tag, and now we see Tahiti tagging. Puerto Rico, are they going further out to have a bigger angle on the tag and see if they can speed up? But it looks like Bermuda is very slow. There's a very light wind here on the right-hand side, and Antigua is coming in with speed. So again, imagine these 2 lines meeting each other. Luckily for Bermuda, they have to right away. See, Puerto Rico went a little bit far out to see if they can speed on Tahiti and not be caught in wind shadow. Let's see there, distance getting shorter in between first and second. Bermuda needs to keep their position.
Antigua should be able to just come right in behind Bermuda and just settle in and not have too many issues. Now, we did say it was a Charlie Plus when we were down at the leeward gate, which meant that they have made the course a little bit longer. So now, when we get up there, we will see that that pink triangular buoy, which means that there is no dogleg, there is no offset, and we expect to see the boats go directly from being close hauled onto a run, basically, and put their spinnakers up. And this might be a very, very exciting time, because the transition period between these 2 points of sails is going to be very, very short.
And I'm a little bit amazed. We have access to some data that you guys can't see. Right now, the battle between Tahiti and Puerto Rico is quite amazing, because they're as different as speed. One of the teams is faster than the other one, and we won't tell which one, because this is going to be a very close fight for those 2 when they're going downwind. And there we see Antigua. They have tacked in between of the fleet and throwing dirty air behind them and slowing down Tahiti a little bit, and Puerto Rico is also captured and slowing down.
Puerto Rico right now, I mean, Antigua is probably casting a small wind shadow over Tahiti, and Puerto Rico right now is completely in the wind shadow of both those boats in front, and there's nothing they can do. They just have to sit back there and take it, and wait until they get to the windward. It's a very difficult position to be in. The only thing perhaps that they can do is to try to bear away, but now all we have to see is the angle to get up to this windward mark, which is probably going to be coming up here at any moment in the drone shot here. look at the concentration. We're 160 meters away. Everybody is hiking out. Like we said, this young team right here is really putting all their weight out, all the riding moment that they can. Here we go. Team Bermuda is getting close. Now they got to get everything. They got to get everything settled in now. They really need to have a very good mark rounding. Let's see what's going to happen here. Here's that pink buoy that we were talking about.
They have good time. Don't do it too early. There's the bow split coming up.
There we go. Calm down. Yeah, the bow split. Now let's talk about that a little bit.
Oh, they haven't launched yet.
Yeah, they're taking their time. I've noticed that they're really taking their time, making sure that they're not rushing into any one of these maneuvers. And but I guess there is not rushing and taking quite a while.
Yeah, that's 10 seconds extra for that one.
All right, here we go. Now that bowsprit cannot go out too early. There we go. Now they can.
And it's coming out.
Bowsprit is out.
And
A good bear away. Open up that main. Get a good bear away.
Let's
there we go. Chalice
is
just jumping up and down on that halyard.
And let's see
Pretty
the mark
good.
up there.
Very good. Very good. Nothing messed up. Here we go.
There we go. Also good timing. But
Tahiti.
now it's the launch. It's the launch we need to look at.
Looking
Great
good.
launch.
Great launch. There we go. The pressure's on, and these guys are dealing with the pressure. It's beautiful. Here we go. 30 seconds between the first and second.
Oh,
10 seconds.
was that
20
too early?
seconds. Oh,
That was
jeez.
too
Oh, that
early.
might be too early. That might be a penalty right there.
Oh, is this the decision? Was that too early? We need to know what the referee saw on the
Is this what's going to be happening? Is this what is going to give us the outcome of this race right now?
Oh.
Was it that bowsprit that came out about 3 meters too early?
And they're not capturing the wind. The wind just died on all the boats. They are slower downwind with a spinnaker than upwind without one right now. So, are we going to see the wind disappear like in the last race yesterday with Bermuda? Let's see that.
Let's see that again. Here we go. The replay. There he goes. Oh, that is tough, man. If they're
Oh, it's a call from the
yeah,
juries.
if an umpire if a referee is standing right there next to them, it's going to be a tough call. Let's see what's happening right here. It's not looking as though
They haven't got a penalty.
they got a penalty.
They might be lucky in that case. Oh, that was just on the second then.
They are very, very lucky.
Yeah. But still, they need to go up and take Tahiti. Tahiti need to keep them behind them. They need to keep that third place to go in
Now
to
the
the next
question
round.
when it's like this is the question is now who's going to jibe first?
Yeah, and will the wind disappear also? Because again, see, they're going to the left side of the race course with less wind, where the right side has the most wind pressure.
Yeah, but tactically the left-hand side is the better side on the downwind because we saw everybody coming up on the right-hand side. So we'll just have to see what's happening because if it is the case and if the wind is settled more or less everywhere, then yes, they do want to go here on the and come down on the left-hand side.
But they only have 6.4 knots of speed. The wind is dying for them. They have the spinnaker up. Upwind they had 7.5 to 8.4 in speed. So everything can happen. And it really looks like Puerto Rico is losing the speed a little bit more than the rest of them. They're a little bit slow at the moment. So everything can change. And Bermuda, they are losing a little bit momentum to Antigua. Actually, it looks like the wind in the lead is disappearing before rest of the fleet.
There we go. We just saw them passing a little bit of water around, making sure they're staying hydrated. We all know that if you're not hydrated, then you're not concentrated. And if there is one moment to be concentrated, it is right now.
Yeah, this is the decision time. Who will go into the next round? Who will be first and second? Antigua will be first, but who will be second?
Who is qualifying for the finals?
Yeah, is it Bermuda? Is it Tahiti? Will Puerto Rico come back and pressure them? Will there be a malfunction? Everything can happen. We saw that in the other races here. So
the only thing that we don't have to worry about is that they don't have to take their spinnakers down. All they have to do now is cross the finishing line. Yeah. I mean, it sounds easy, right? But I guarantee you now, we do have another jibe that's coming up there.
They're
The
halfway.
timing is going to be very important. Here we go. We got some jibes starting. The first
Yeah.
boat is jibing,
Bermuda.
and all the boats are following right along with them.
No, actually, Puerto Rico jibed before rest of them. They took the chance earlier when we are following everything here. So that's quite interesting. Will they speed up? And if we have the drone turn around, it's interesting if Tahiti also drive with rest of the fleet. They haven't jibed yet. That's an interesting call. Will that lose them the spot? Because Puerto Rico is capturing speed almost a notch faster than Tahiti at the moment. That's
They're in the
interesting.
pressure. They might be able to come back down. I mean, there's only 100 meters between those two boats, and that's where the battle is right now.
But
we're in leg 4 of race 5 of this qualifying series of the SSL Gold Cup. All these teams are fighting for the top 2 places in order to be able to go to the finals this winter.
And Tahiti keep going to the left-hand side of the race course where the wind died for Bermuda. Puerto Rico is going to the right-hand side. This is a call, this is the race, and Tahiti is losing it. There they did the jibe. A little bit late, same place as Bermuda. Interesting call here.
That's right, you're watching the SSL Gold Cup here, and we are on the final leg, or just a couple hundred meters, about 1,000 meters probably, just to get down here to the final, to the finishing line. We are just waiting for these boats. It's an unbelievable race, and the points after 5 races, we've been racing all week, and we still don't know who's going to be in second. We have an idea right now, but we're only 1,000 meters away after several days of sailing.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico still winning momentum on Tahiti. So that might be a bad call for Tahiti. It's all open right now. And it's interesting if Puerto Rico will jibe towards the middle and get close to Puerto Rico, or they will continue their course towards the right-hand side. Because in the virtual world, I have been aggressive and jibed in the middle to see if I can get closer and throw some dirty on them. So that's interesting call here. What's going to happen? See there on the graphics, you can see Puerto Rico. It looks like they're far away from Tahiti, but they can actually still capture them by getting close to them and use the wind shadow. But are they ready for that?
Are they going to take the chance? Are they going to take the chance of doing, you know, I mean, the big difference here, you know, there's very little time wasted when you're on a e-racing and you're doing a jibe. Here we're talking 20-second loss if we're doing it, having to do two jibes.
Yeah.
And if they're right.
Yeah.
You know, now the risks are enormous. Is it not better to just try to go, you know, as fast as you can, as low as you can, try to get into a little bit of pressure, and really maybe see what happens on the finishing line?
But Puerto Rico needs to do something. It looks like in my IC Antigua they are so focused. They need that second place to
look
win
at how
this
he's
group.
just look at how delicate he's touching. He's just the ever slightest little pressure on that wheel. Look at that. He's just holding it with his fingertips, really trying to feel. Look at his body positioning right there. His shoulders are a little bit back. His hips are a little bit on the inside. That is the classic position to be able to feel your boat right there. In the, you know, that's Jules Mitchell's right there. He's used to sailing on smaller boats. Ooh. Look at that. You really could tell that position, in order to feel everything you can. Now there's maximum concentration. Everybody is quiet on that boat. Everybody is as low as they can get. And this is really, this is where a skipper is a true skipper. This is really interesting to be able to watch them, to watch their body language.
Yeah, 1/3 of the leg left. Puerto Rico needs to do something. It looks like they're losing a little bit momentum. Will they jibe a little bit earlier, or will they try to aim for the opposite side of the finish line and not the closest one, that is the committee boat? Will they go for that and then jibe in? That's their chance to win over Tahiti and maybe have the right away there. So are they jibing? They're changing the angle a little bit, but they need to do something because they're losing momentum, and that's the only chance to help Bermuda actually qualifying.
Look at the distance now between Antigua and Bermuda right now, just 78 meters. It's just coming down. I mean, just unbelievable right now. We saw Jules Mitchell's, and you know, you could see the way he's sitting on that boat, and it's just a classic, you know, small boat way of handling the boat. It's a great thing to see. And look at the difference in between the way the spinnakers are set up. You know, on the Antigua, the spinnaker is a lot more open than it is on the Bermudan boat. And it seems to be working for them. It seems to be having a little bit more speed. Here we go with a jibe from Bermuda. So they're very, very close. They're 182 meters to the line. They just got to make this one count. They do. Good jibe, smooth, and here we go. They're going and getting their win for this race.
Yeah, quite a good race by Bermuda. Special the start helped them a lot, but they've also been fighting for their position in the whole race. But interesting, it was like we were writing the story ourselves, but that's before
there we go,
bring into
finishing
that,
line between the blue flag and the checkered buoy right there, coming down. Bermuda is taking race number 5. Congratulations, there we go. Checkered flag is flying. That was a very, very impressive race with them on an unbelievable start. Probably one of the most textbook starts you can give. Here we go, Antigua, Bermuda.
And Antigua coming in. They must be very happy winning this group stage and qualifying into next round. But now it's the time of the waiting. Who is winning this giant battle? Is it going to be Puerto Rico or Tahiti?
They're realizing now. It just took a little bit of time for them to realize they are so concentrated. They are so cool on that team. You know, they're not jumping up and down. They're just relaxed, focused. I think once they start to realize what's happening, it's they're probably going to give each other a couple high fives.
There is Tahiti. Let's get a close-up on them. They might be very happy defending that third place. See, hands up, they're qualified, but they're cheering on Bermuda and saying great race. But see there, they go into the next round. The underdogs, see, so happy they are there.
The underdogs coming back at the last minute. Just an unbelievable race. Look at that. Just so great to see the underdogs to be able to come out there and to mess with the big dogs and the top dogs. And wow, just
great
unbelievable. Race. This is the sort of racing that that we love. And granted, we're sailing in 7 knots of wind, but how action-packed is this?
That's cool, and they're fighting for it, doing everything they could.
Is that Puerto Rico?
That's Puerto Rico. That's crossed the finish line. Yeah.
It's a little bit tough for them.
But
good racing by them
close
anyways.
fight. Everything was open. Here we had a very close group where everybody could qualify. Bermuda did everything they could, but unlucky for them, Puerto Rico lost the battle to Tahiti.
Yeah, they lost the battle to Tahiti. Wow, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, it's take a second here to take it all in and to see what happened. But it's not over, ladies and gentlemen. We still got one more race this afternoon, and as long as the wind cooperates, we'll be able to give in that final race and to see what's happening right now. Looks as though the wind is a little bit, probably around 6 knots, something like that. It looked pretty stable from the shots that we were getting earlier.
Yeah, and let's just, I think we soon will have some replays of this beautiful action of this race we had. This race had everything, everybody fighting the whole way in. And I have to take hats off for Bermuda for that fight, that start doing it. But again, Tahiti.
Maybe we can get a little onboard shot from Tahiti just to see the ambiance right there. Okay, here comes the race results. Bermuda with 8 points on this race number 5. Antigua Barbuda with 6. Tahiti 4 points. Puerto Rico with 2 points. And now what we've all been waiting for. The overall results. The overall results. Who is going to the finals this winter? Here we go. And it's going to be Antigua and Tahiti. And that is confirmed with 22 points and 18 points. Those are our 2 teams from Fleet 1 that are now qualified to go to the 32nd of finals for this winter. So congratulations to those two teams, and I'm sure we're going to get probably a little bit of on water. Probably Marco, I'm sure he's trying to get onto one of those boats, and we'll hear from him as soon as we can. But that what a race, and Bermuda, they must be biting their fingernails right now. 16 points, 2 points away. I mean, had they gotten that start on the race number 4, that would have totally changed the game. It's been just unbelievable in this fleet. Look at the point standing. I mean, everybody's won races, and it's just all over the place. You know, one day we'll have from first to fourth, and the next day it's completely the opposite. Fourth is first, and it's just great racing. We see that really a very nice even level for all these teams.
Great performance, great battle. And what an action we had in the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series, round 1 in the group stage 1. And as in football, the 2 first and second goes in to the next stage.
And we have now Marco, which is on board with Team Antigua and Barbuda. Marco, how's it going? How's the ambiance down there on the boat?
I feel like everybody here is pretty happy to have made it through to the final series this November, so congrats to this group. And if I had to describe your group in one word, it would be consistency. Do you feel that's accurate?
Yeah, for sure. We just worked on getting 1s and 2s, and that's how we got here. So kept it consistent, and we had some good racing, super fun.
And so it kind of feels like at this point, the sky's the limit for this group of Antiguans. What can we expect from you guys?
Yeah, I think we need to work on a couple stuff, refine little details, but I think this team's here to stay. We're here to go through all the way. So we'll see you in Bahrain.
And so anything you want to say to the people back home in Antigua?
Yeah, man, guys, thanks for the support. It's been crazy seeing the amount of love from everyone back home. So I'm looking forward to getting home and practicing. And, you know, to all the youths over there, you guys could be here soon, so keep it up.
Yeah, thanks, guys, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thanks, Marco. What a great ambiance on board right there. Look at those youngsters, and you know, even them telling the rest of probably a lot of these Opti sailors and Sunfish sailors that are out there. That's exactly it. That's the whole point of the SSL Gold Cup and the SSL Global Ranking is you know, to be able to come out here and to enjoy yourself and to be able to sail on these wonderful SSL 47s. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little quick look here at the replay and all the action of this last race. Welcome back, guys. That was a very exciting race number 5. And we're getting ready for race number 5, but of fleet number 2.
Yeah, but just if you haven't got the heat at home, then get ready for this next race also, because everything is open there. What a performance here at the SSL Gold Cup.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. We've got 7 knots of wind. We've seen the most unbelievable starts, the finishes, the hoists, and droppings of the spinnakers, and it's just action-packed. It's just absolutely wonderful to be watching this. And right now, we're going back to the fleet that we had this morning that had already actually has already been out on the water, and here is the team comparison. We've got Team Belgium, the Belgium Sea Devils, their SSL ranked number 25th. We have Estonia, the Icebreakers, SSL ranked number 37. We have Ireland, the Green Armada, SSL ranked number 30. And Team Serbia, the Eagles, SSL ranked number 55. And now what we're going to get you guys to give you a little bit of information. Now we're going to go with the team lineup here of the Belgium team. As number 1, we have Van der Beest. We have Sébastien Godefroy, which is the captain of the team. And now we're going to go follow right along with the next team, which is Team Estonia. Team Estonia with the tactician and team captain Tonu Tuniste. And with the hot shots on this are the main trimmer and the trimmer Thomas Tuniste and Peter Shakin. We have on the Irish boat right here. Here is your lineup for Team Ireland with the main trimmer and captain of the team, Nin O'Leary. As hot shots here is the pitman, Cian Guilfoyle, which is on this boat. We also have several other people that have all been world championships. So we've got quite a lineup on this boat. And for our last lineup here, we should have Team Serbia. There we go with Team Serbia, the helmsman and captain of the team, Goran Stevorovic. And the hot shot here is the tactician, Nikola Maranovic, along with some other world champion, Alexander Javanovic. Very dominant team here, very good team. We saw them having a great start this morning with probably the best start with the most speed that we've seen from all of the teams. So we're excited to see them continue and see what they've got in store. They've been able to rest a little bit since this morning. And here we go. So this is here's what's happening. These are the boats. This is where the battle will take place. Perhaps we have a little bit of a weather forecast. We know that the weather was around 6 to 7 knots on the last one. It's slightly overcast, quite warm, 24.
But we're going into a whole other type of race than the race we just seen.
And just telling me that we've got the provisional overall of this fleet right here. So we see there's only 4 races that we are now going to be doing. Race number 5, we have Estonia, which is leading the fleet in front of Ireland. In this fleet, there is a small, there is a little bit of a difference between the first 2 teams and the last 2 teams. Belgium has had a tough week. As you see, they haven't marked any points on the very first one. They weren't able to manage to finish the race. Estonia is just very consistently first, second, first. So we've got something unbelievable that Estonia is sailing very well.
Yeah. And if we're looking into this, then the race we just saw in Group 1, then here in Group 2, we already see that Estonia, no matter what, are going into the next race. But Team Ireland, Serbia is battling for it. Or will Belgium fight for their honor and show that they actually have a high level?
Yeah, so that's the provisional overall, and one thing maybe we could show you is where we are here in Switzerland. We are in Lake de Neuchâtel. We are in Grandson. For all of you that may have seen us or are just joining us right now, a good morning, a good afternoon, and perhaps good evening to you from the other side of the world. And welcome to here to Switzerland. So let us show you a little bit about where we are and what it looks like, some of the best sights and sounds of Switzerland. Wow, those shots are just unbelievable. It's just wonderful. I wish we had a little bit more sunshine today, but we can't complain. It's been warm and sunny for the last couple days. We've had a lot of good weather, and we have a little bit of overcast today. However, we do have more wind than we had yesterday, so we can't have it all. But we'll take what we have, and we're very happy with what we've gotten so far.
And we are starting with the beautiful shots of the Estonian team here. We can see they are preparing. There's 3 minutes and 50 seconds to the start. And if we look into the overall score, then Estonia has actually secured their position to go in either as first and second, no matter what happens in this race. The Belgian team, they had, as you said, a terrible start, so they are almost out of it. So they need to fight for the honor. So we have a match race between Ireland and Serbia, and that's a quite big fight we're going to have, because Serbia, I have to say, seeing them in the last race, the first race of today, they were so focused, such good racing, and really speeding up in a high level. And you can see on the boat how they are preparing and getting ready. There's a huge focus there.
Yeah, and they had an absolutely just an awesome start. They had great. I mean, they did take a lot of risk by being the boat which was the most to windward, but they did manage to get a lot of speed and to get a very, very good start, and that was great.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting how they will attack this one if they would do the way Bermuda was doing in the last race, really pressuring rest of the fleet out of that start and then just race for it. They need to win over Ireland with the 2 positions, so they need to keep Ireland behind them and go for the win.
Now we see here we're 2 minutes and 20 seconds before the start. We saw that we are racing with the P flag, so that's good news. We don't have a black flag out, and that's very good. So we should probably see an exciting start here. 2 minutes before the start. Is it going to be as exciting as the last race, you think?
It will. I hope Belgium will really fight for it, fight for the honors, show what they can do, and go in and fight for it. And then Serbia, they will do everything to throw in. Estonia, they can take it more as a practice, but being in this free role will give them more time to test things, but also put themselves in the lead. So there's a huge pressure actually on Ireland and not rest of the teams.
Yeah, that's true. The Irish, here we go, light sail, so sails light. We're doing it at 0.85, so the wind has shifted slightly to the right, so that means that we are basically almost at a east wind. And you see the LA2, that is the race course that we'll be doing. So now let's get started and let's get into this, because we are 1 minute and 10 seconds before the start, and this is very, very important. Who is going to get that leeward boat position? It looks like Estonia is hanging out back there. It's just like a
Serbia needs to take care. They're not getting
like
caught out.
Like a shark, which is just sort of waiting to pounce back there.
Serbia and Ireland are already battling it out. Serbia in a bad position. Ireland is pushing them. Serbia needs to do something now, or else Ireland will have a good start.
The Irish are blocking the others out there, and they're going to block all the way until they can get up there. It looks like, yep, definitely have two battles going on in here. So, what's going on? Everybody's stopping. We're at 30 seconds before the start.
That's a slow start we are having here.
Yeah,
what will Serbia do? They're in trouble. They need to do something now, or it's too late.
Somebody needs to bear away and get some speed. Look at this. The boats are stopped. Their boats are pretty much stopped. We have 18 seconds left to go.
Serbia
Probably only a couple meters in order before we go.
Too late,
Serbia.
Serbia.
It's too late. Serbia is going to have to go around. They got to go around now, but they've got no speed. There's 7 seconds left to get on the clock. Ireland is putting their nose down. Nobody has any speed. And it's a good start. Nobody has crossed the line yet.
No, and there's the cross. But Serbia caught no wind. A really good start by Ireland. Taking the battle from the start.
Blocking Serbia out right there. Serbia having to go around, but they can't go around. They don't have any speed. No. Look, they're turning as much as they can. The rudder is turned all the way. There's just nothing they can do. If your boat is stopped, you know, before a sailboat can move, and turn, it needs to go forward.
And special the SSL 47 we have here, the Gold Cup boat. When you lost momentum, it can take a bunch of time to gain speed again. See, they haven't even crossed the starting line yet. Ireland is there. Belgium, they're going for showing the honor. They want to win. Estonia, they are free to practice thing, but Ireland needs to
Estonia right now, good thing they've got a very good lead, because they are in a terrible position right now. They're unable to tack, and they're getting completely shut out here by Belgium. Now, this is good. We see Belgium out in front. This is very good. They've had a really difficult week. Even if they do win, they won't get qualified. But it's good for them to be out there. So really, the racing right now is between Ireland and Estonia.
Yeah, and Ireland, they want to win over Estonia, just to show, hey, we are better than you guys.
Yeah, it won't really change anything in the...
But this can maybe be a good thing for Team Serbia. I could see Serbia straight away tack to the right-hand side, trying to find that win that Antigua has been finding in all the other races in the right-hand side. And that's their chance to go there, but Estonia and Ireland is following them. That's leaving Belgium by themselves, but Belgium also now tack towards the right-hand side. See there, focus on Team Ireland.
Yeah, what's interesting here now in this particular race is that we know that Estonia is going through. We know that Belgium is out. So basically, we're looking at Ireland and Serbia, and these are the two where you know, if we do a little bit of mathematics, things can happen. Things can change with these two.
But don't worry, this race is not over yet. We have been seeing it all day. Even with a bad start, teams will come back because of the light wind conditions. There's only 100 meters, and you can see Serbia is actually gaining speed on the others right now. Ireland, Estonia battling each other right now. But where's Belgium? They have good time on the left-hand side, going for the victory.
Yeah, it would be great to see Belgium oh, look at this. This is a great shot right here. Ireland and Estonia sailing together, side by side. Ireland in a difficult position. It's difficult to see how close they are to get. Well, I guess they're very close.
They are very close there. There's a small overlap here.
Yeah, it's a difficult position for Ireland. They won't be able to hold it. There we go. Now we see that they're attacking. That windward wind shadow is pushing them off to the left. Now let's see what's going to happen with the cross here with Belgium.
But
Ireland here is on starboard tack. Oh yeah,
they're Ireland is crossing away, but I think it's because Serbia is always, as there they're coming. Serbia was also doing attack to the opposite side. They found some wind, so Ireland, they only have one task to keep Serbia behind them. So that's a match race in between them. So why battle Estonia when your task is to attack Serbia?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a race within a race.
Yeah, it is. It's actually a match race here. Now Estonia is taking the lead. They're finding wind, while the rest of the fleet going to the left-hand side, Estonia going to the right-hand side. And I have to say, with the data we have right now, it looks like the shortest route towards the top mark.
It does look that way so far. We have a 1.9 kilometer long windward leg for the time being, and we saw that we had a small right hand shift. We started the day out, I believe that we were at 70 degrees north. We're now at 85, so it's been shifting throughout the day. A slight shift to the east, 15 degrees. And the weather, the wind has been holding. We've seen everybody been able to put the weight out and get hiking. So some really nice conditions.
Yeah, and we just saw Estonia attack and follow the rest of the fleet. And the interesting part here is they are higher up in the race course than the rest of the fleet, so they might have to ride away and do a lot of damage both to Belgium, Ireland and Serbia when they are approaching each other. And at the same time, they are the leaders. You can see Belgium, Sebastian, he's looking all around, discussing, hey, what to do with all of these here around us. Right now, we are in second, maybe the lead, but Estonia is coming in, Ireland and Serbia is following us. Let's see, there's the result.
This is the projected results on the top left-hand side of your screen. Right now, Estonia with 27 points, so that's a very, very big lead. Ireland with 18 points, Serbia with 12, and Belgium with 12. So right now, as it stands, we have a tie between third and fourth place, but what really interests us is the first and second place, because those are the two teams that will be qualifying for the finals this winter.
And while they're racing upwind here, we can see they're battling for finding some wind of that. Maybe we should see that start once again, if we can get a replay of that one, because that might be a huge decision, maybe game-changing for the whole score and the battle between Ireland and Serbia. But it's all about how they're racing back here also.
That was a very impressive. Here you go. Your wish is their command. Here we go with Ireland. Very interesting to see Ireland here almost stopping their boat and just making sure that Serbia blocking the Serbs out. And so that is their arch enemy right now. That is their arch rival, and they're just making sure that they can't go back down there.
But I'm amazed that Serbia didn't react earlier, because they actually had the time to turn around and go on the inside of Team Ireland. But they didn't do. They kept it and continue that way, and then they lost more.
Yeah, you have to, in sailing rules, there is no room at the boat, at the committee boat when you take a start. It's not like a buoy, and so therefore you can't just squeeze in and say, I have right away, I have room. There is no room at the committee boat.
That's why if they're turning around earlier, because they already saw it, we saw it 30 seconds before, then they might have been doing something going behind the Irish team and had a better start. It's still a bad start, but maybe a better start than this one.
Probably that being underneath them and being in their wind shadow, even though it's a bad start, would probably be a better start than to have to go around.
Yeah, it has to be.
So basically Ireland did a great thing, and they managed to give them two bad choices, and Serbia chose the worst of the two choices.
The worst of the two choices, yeah. But here, see the tack battle is on. Belgium attacking in front of Ireland, Ireland in front of Serbia. They're following each other. And then Estonia, they're just sailing away, taking the lead, comfortable, going to the right-hand side, sailing the shortest distance as it looked like, and then going towards the top mark.
Yeah, you know, when you're sailing without pressure and you're feeling good and things are happening, you sail well. And it really wouldn't surprise me to see them win this one again, because they don't have any pressure. They don't need to win in order to get qualified, and they're probably going to sail very well, very fast.
Yeah, but Serbia have one huge issue also, because Belgium is also sailing without pressure. They just want to show the honor of going in and try to take a win, because they cannot go into the next round. But Serbia needs to pressure both Belgium and Ireland behind them to qualify.
Yeah, they want to show, they want to show everybody here at the SSL that, okay, yeah, they've had a bad week and things like that, but they can get out there and they can win one. So right now it's really important for Team Belgium to just get out there and put their war faces on and their war paint on, and they absolutely must win this one in order to redeem themselves.
Yeah, they need to come back like Asterix and Obelix in this battle, so let's see how they were doing. But here we can see still huge focus. Even if they're out of it, they're doing what they can. See the concentration, the focus on everything. Sebastian controlling everything, the captain of the team.
Definitely, I could feel, you could see it on their faces right there. I mean, there is intensity right there. They really, really want to get out in front, and it's maximum concentration out here.
And now you can almost feel how the Estonian team is going towards the top mark. The Belgian team against the top mark. The Estonian team have been doing attack, so they will meet up maybe if the Estonian team is not too far ahead.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a right
meters.
shift. If we're looking at what's happening right now, it just sort of looks like the wind is turning slightly right, so that's going to be an even bigger advantage for our team Estonia. Now, the advantage of having Team Estonia way out in front is they're not going to be casting any wind shadow over the others, so they can just have their own fight.
Yeah, they just need to practice, learn the boat, getting ready for the next round.
Yeah, they're in another league. I mean, obviously, they've been 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 all week long.
Yeah. So great performance by them. But the battle is the three boats behind us. That's going to be interesting.
Team Estonia was the first team to come out here back in 2019. They were the very first team to come out here and to get involved on the SSL 47 and to test the boats back in the day. So they've been here for a while. They haven't had more training days by any means than anybody else, but they've been involved in the SSL Gold Cup since the very beginning. They're super motivated to show the world what Team Estonia can do, and they've done it this week, and they're doing it again today. So really, congratulations to these guys, and they've got a wonderful team that's out here, and we've been talking with them for years now. It's great to see them perform.
Yeah. Now they're taking a comfortable lead. They're going towards the top mark, but can you see the three boats behind us? It looks a little bit bad for Serbia at the moment. You can see it's like they're losing momentum, they're losing speed, they're losing distance to both Team Ireland and Belgium. And Belgium, they're going after see how many points they can get, how good a position. Second place is the best position for them the whole weekend. And there we go. Nice and slow, upwind. Team Belgium.
We see a pretty even split if we look at the leader right now. We have 330 meters to the mark, or we've got about 150 meters split between all of the boats. So it's a relatively even split between all boats. Right now, it just looks like they'll all be going up to the weather mark. I probably will have Belgium go slightly over ley line in order to be able to block Ireland and Serbia. Serbia is going to find themselves either having to go way above overlay line or just be in the wind shadow of the other two boats. But right now, the next big thing is going to be hoisting those spinnakers, and we saw that has been an arduous task for the last for the last races, for the last group that we had and their two races. This is the second race of the day for this qualifying group.
It's a beautiful upwind leg by Team Estonia, but they haven't been under pressure. Now they're going to do a double tack to round that top mark. But we're keeping an eye on the 3 boats behind. We have seen the whole weekend how teams have been having difficulties launching that spinnaker. Will they take a time? Will they do it fast? Or will the Irish do like they have been done sometimes, do a jibe and a spinnaker launch at the same time? That's the whole question.
Yeah,
here.
so you guys, maybe you've been hearing us talk about, sambucas and stuff like that. No, they're not having cocktails on the boats. Those are just some of the wild names that sailors have given to some of the moves that they do.
And mark rounding coming in, Team Estonia. Nice to see them. They secure the victory. See, they're giving them time.
There's that bowsprit coming out well after the windward mark. We've seen already several penalties regarding that. Here we go. The tack is all the way out. The spinnaker is out to the tack. Taking the jib down. It's already hoisted. Look at that. I think they haven't even gotten... That just goes to show you the wind shift that there is. They've been able to set their spinnaker before they get to the offset mark.
Here's Team Belgium really doing a great job coming in. And they're not launching it at the same time as Estonia. They're waiting.
At this. Look. They're not even going towards the offset mark. They're just going straight up. And now they're going to bear away. Probably in order, because what you do is you want to be going down on the right-hand side. So everybody's going to be doing a jibe as soon as they can. And there we go. We see Team Estonia that's already jibed because everybody needs to come back to the left-hand side. We've had a huge shift in the wind. Now, let's see what race committee decides to do. Are they going to continue like this? I'm sure we're going to see a change in course.
Yeah, and Team Ireland coming in, a fast launch of that spinnaker. They need to win it. They know they need momentum. They don't want to do a mistake here.
Are they going to do a sambuca?
It looks like it. It looks like it. Estonia, Ireland, it looks like both of them going to the right-hand side.
They're just setting it up right now. And then going into an immediate jibe, I'm sure.
Let's see.
Let's just wait for them to get down to the offset mark, but I expect them to do an immediate jibe right at the mark.
It's coming in there. See, Estonia have gone to the right-hand side, Belgium to the left-hand side.
There we go.
Interesting
Here we go.
call.
An immediate jibe. Getting over to the left-hand side. They're playing that tactical game.
Yeah. And now
here we go. Here's Team Serbia.
They need some speed. They need to find the wind. Early launch by them. And they're a little bit closer to the offset mark than the rest of the fleet here. So they're going very close to it. So let's hope they're not touching it and getting a penalty.
Right now, he's just got to make sure that he's not going to touch that, because if he touches that buoy, he's going to have to do a penalty. And then that will be definitely game over.
See, you can almost see it here on the graphic. He's going very close to the mark. Let's hope we can get some on-water picture of that, because that is a very daring movement he's doing there. But Ireland, Belgium, Estonia going to the right-hand side, going downwind, and now Team Serbia is joining them. But now I have one question here. When Ireland, they are only 120 meters in front of Serbia, and Serbia is coming from behind, they will get the wind first into their sails. So what is the chances for them to speed up and actually go past Ireland in this downwind leg?
Well, the chances are huge, and just like you said, being the boat that is in the back, you are the first boat that is going to be catching and touching that new wind. Yeah. And so if you are able to stay in that new wind, and if you are able to keep your speed in that new wind, you could essentially catch up to the first guys.
Yeah. And we just saw the picture from Team Ireland. We could see Serbia behind them. Serbia is going to the left-hand side, and the rest of the fleet to the right-hand side. So the captain of the Serbian team is taking a chance. And according to our data, and also you can see the meters on the screen, that might be a bad decision. There's no
Yeah,
win
I think
there.
tactically what he's probably going to try to do is to do less jibes than the others. So perhaps that one of the things that he's trying to do right now is to set himself up so that he only has to do one jibe and go straight down to the gate, as opposed to the others, which are probably going to have to put in another jibe. So
You can see it there.
perhaps by that point, if the wind is settled in enough everywhere, then he can play that game. But it's difficult to say. I could tell the wind is shifting even more and more right. So is it the right? It's very difficult to say.
It's very difficult. It's not over yet. It looks like Serbia is way behind. See, losing momentum 300 meters now. But if they only need to do one jibe and they're hoping the others are doing a mistake in their jibe and coming in, that could also be part of the tactics here, because one mistake there can lose 50, 60 meters, maybe 100 meters in one move. But Team Ireland has been quite consistent on that account in the whole series this weekend. There's Belgian team doing a great performance, second place. They're also the team with most speed in the sails right now. So let's see what's happening. Whoosh. The wind disappearing.
The wind is disappearing. Let's hope we can get this, we can finish this last race off here. We really need for everyone to be able to race this last race.
And we can tell you on the graphics that Team Serbia is jibing now. So they're doing exact what you said here, Jan, in studio. They're trying to aim for that gate mark with only one jibe. But it has been costly, 400 meters behind. They are sailing way slower than the rest of the fleet. So let's hope for them. There's coming in a breeze here, end of this SSL Gold Cup qualifying series, the last race of this weekend in this group.
Yeah, it's always a difficult move because they're playing the tactical game right now. But I mean, it's such light winds. It's a big gamble. All the others, all they need is just to have a puff, and even if they have to do 2 more jibes, they'll be faster than the boat, which doesn't have any wind. So it's tactically it's a good decision what they've been doing. Now it's just a question of whether the others are going to get more wind or less wind, and or you know, perhaps the Serbs will get a puff as well. So they'll be have a it'll be a win-win for them. Who knows? We'll have to see how this plays out as we get down to the leeward gate.
Yeah, it's interesting what's going in here, and it's all about angle also now, because when they can't capture the wind, then they need to find the angle on the boat, and some of the boats are doing a bigger angle to the wind for, instead of the other boats, trying to speed up, but then sailing a longer distance. And I actually have to say, here we have Estonian team, nice, comfortable in the lead, but I think that's the only chance the Serbian team has right now to change the angle of the sails and see if they can speed up and capture more wind and sail a bit longer distance than the rest of the fleet. But here it is, the wind is disappearing.
Here we go, top left, the projected results. Team Estonia with 27 points, Ireland 18, Serbia 12, tied between Serbia and Belgium. It looks, for the time being, we'll just have a small change. Estonia 21, Ireland 20.
Yeah, you can almost
Serbia
see.
18 and Belgium 10. So the projected results have just changed here. We have 21 points for Estonia, 20 for Ireland, 18. So Ireland, Serbia.
So Serbia needs to catch up with Ireland. They need to catch up with them. So that's the only thing we're waiting for. We're waiting for that win.
So apparently, what I was just been told that those projected results were not correct.
Yep.
So there are some
Yeah.
mathematical glitches.
But that's how it is sometimes. But we are looking at the graphics here, and it really, Serbia is far, far behind, and it looks like in our graphics, in our data, that they are losing momentum. The wind has disappeared on that spot. So is this, I have to say, good for the Irish? That start the Irish did meant everything for them in this race at the moment. So
Yeah, the wind is now coming back left, and so Serbia
There's
took a
no
big
wind there.
gamble right now, and yeah, it's very difficult. They took a big gamble, and now the wind has shifted back left. It's centered itself again, so we're sort of seeing a wind that has a tendency to go to the right and back to the center, to the right and back to the center. And if we look at the tracker, if we can get a little bit of a tracker view, then we can see some of the differences in angles.
it's going so slow, that jibe, that even I can see they're jibing at the moment. They can take time, but they cannot capture the win, the leaders here. It's almost like seeing Bermuda was in the lead yesterday, where the wind disappeared and suddenly they were laying dead on water. But let's see what happens. This could maybe be the chance for Team Serbia. And it looks like that we're also getting a shortened race course.
So now here we go. I believe these are the correct projected results right here, as we had seen earlier. So 27-18, 12-12. So we're looking right now. Definitely Estonia is in, Ireland as well. Serbia and Belgium are picking up the rear, third and fourth place.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. There's a small battle in the lead here. Estonia, Belgium and Ireland. And this is the battle of glory and honor in this race. Estonia is secured right now. Ireland is secured into the next round. But Belgium, they really want to show that they are up for the running. They can take third place by winning this race. And right now, when we are looking at these boats here, the Belgian boat is actually placed better than the Estonian boat.
Yeah, perhaps we could get a little bit of onboard footage to see what's going on that Belgian boat, because we know that they're not far away from catching up. They're in second place. There we go, and we could talk a little bit about this. I mean, now unfortunately, now we know who's going to be qualified and who's not going to be qualified. It would be interesting here to look at a little bit about how it's working on board, and so we could talk a little bit about some of the sailors that are right here, right in front of us.
Yeah, and there you can see Sebastian, the captain, going in the lead. And he's one of the more routine sailors they have on the team.
And you see right here we have Emma here. She's in the middle of the boat. Her name is Emma Plaskarts. She's been to the Olympics in 2020, and she's a laser sailor, as a matter of fact, and she's been several times world champion and in several different other classes. Just an exceptional sailor. She's really a specialist in the laser radial class. So
this boat is looking beautiful, but see, there's absolute no wind out there. There we go.
There we go. Here's Team Estonia, just very calm. You could just sense the how calm they are on that boat.
But also look at the statistic up there, the measurement. Serbia 1.1 kilometers behind the leader. They really took that chance in the right-hand side.
Matti Sepp right here, number 9. If you look at him, he's always looking behind him. He's one of the few. He's constantly looking behind him. He's figuring out where everybody is and what's going on, and you can just tell he's very concentrated on what he's doing. But he also has very good spatial awareness of where he's going.
Yeah, but it's a hard day for Serbia. They took the chance. They went into low wind. So Ireland, Belgium, Estonia are battling for the honor of winning this race. So let's see if Belgium, it looks like they're taking in the fight to see if they can capture Estonia. They're still in a very good angle, but they need to find that wind. The wind is disappearing for them at the moment.
Looks very, very light. Now, it's always difficult to tell from a drone shot here whether there is a very little wind or not. No matter how much wind there is, I mean, there is, a certain amount of concentration that is coming out. It is actually harder to sail when there's light wind than when there is, medium to heavy air. Obviously, heavy air is a complicated complicated things to do, but very light winds. It's difficult to keep that spinnaker, you know, up, and it's difficult to keep that boat, you know, to keep moving. Those are very, you know, difficult sailing conditions, and it's tiring. We as we heard yesterday, you know, they were saying at this when we interviewed our team Estonia. They were telling us it was very difficult for them to stay concentrated and to keep their calm and to keep their nerves and make sure that, you know, everything was cool, calm, and collected. But they managed to do it yesterday in similar conditions. And we do see there in the background where we have other boats that are not participating in the regatta, but we see that darker line. So maybe we'll have, you know, maybe this is just a little lull, and we're going to have a little bit more. I mean, we're seeing
coming in,
we're seeing boats that are not racing boats in the background that are moving. So that tells me that we have some wind that's coming.
But now we have an interesting case. This is going to be quite interesting at the gate mark. Estonia needs to make a bigger angle, or a smaller angle, I have to say, in the downwind race here for the gate, because they need to cut off Belgium. Belgium is winning momentum. See, they already won 40 meters on the Estonian team just in these few meters downwind to the gate. And now they're coming in with more speed than the Estonian team. And if Team Estonia is losing that momentum, then the Belgian could go in and take the lead now. So this is very crucial for what they're doing, and it looks like they're going to the left-hand side.
It's going to be very difficult here now for Belgium to be able to keep that speed up. You see, they have less angle to you know, they're much more on a run, and it's really difficult for them. We saw Estonia right here, as you see, instead of going down to the right-hand side buoy, they're now going to the left-hand side buoy because they're closer to the wind and they could keep a little bit more speed. And they, you know, they're just going to get out there and have a little bit more speed. But now, here come our favorite parts. The spinnakers dropping.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening with these.
And if you're new to sailing, then you can see here how it's working. The Belgians are sailing with a bigger angle to a small angle in the downwind towards the wind. That's why they're sailing faster than the Estonians, than the Belgian team. So this is the way it's working. So it's all about that. Oh, they're so good in doing that. Fast down.
Yeah,
with
that's
that
pretty
one.
good, man. And then pretty much had nothing that touched the water. Very little bit of that spinnaker actually touched the water. Smooth mark rounding, kept their speed.
And now Team Belgium coming in.
Team Belgium now. I mean, you could tell they have less speed, right? Because they're further away from the wind, and so it's also they have less pressure in their spinnaker, which is going to make it perhaps a little bit more difficult for it to come down.
Yeah.
Now it is on the correct side, so it's just a leeward drop, a simple leeward drop. Well, nothing's real simple on these SSL 47s, I'll tell you that. Here we go. Good drop. Very nice, and right into it. That was a very, very nice drop. Now let's try not to stop that boat here. Let's just nice and easy, smooth mark rounding.
Yeah, and while you're saying that, see Team Island, they're missing the mark. They need to do a double jibe to round that mark. So they will lose a lot of momentum here. Are they dropping the kite now or the jibing first?
I believe they're going to jibe, and maybe one of the options right now is to actually head up and go down to the right-hand side.
Yeah, because
marker.
When we saw the Serbian team going to the left-hand side, they lost all momentum. So exciting if they're going to do like Antigua, keeping right all the time when going upwind.
Perhaps. You see, now they are going towards that right hand. I don't know. Maybe they might jibe here.
Let's see.
It's difficult. I think they're trying to keep. Ireland is trying to keep their momentum.
They are taking a jibe.
No, they are jibing. They're jibing late because they want to have that angle. Now look at that. Now they're gonna luff and they're gonna drop that spinnaker at the very, very, very last moment. This is gonna have to be a very, very quick drop. Maybe we could see the buoy here. Look at this. I mean, they almost have the bowsprit at the height of the buoy. But we've seen some unbelievable moves from these guys. These guys have pulled off the hardest moves. Look at that, no problem, no issues, in a half a boat length.
But
These guys have just really done some extraordinary moves. I guess they're not extraordinary. They're just complicated moves, and they're the ones that have done it the best this week.
Maybe Marco could help us a little bit, because they're all going to the left-hand side. Oh, what's happening there?
Oh, Charlie minus. There we go. So, change of course. And it's going to be much, much shorter. Oh, yeah. Wow. 815 meters. It's about 1,000 meters shorter than what we've been seeing.
So at the place where Serbia is at the moment is where the rest of the fleet is going to. So that's a hard one for Serbia here. It's shortened race course. They are actually in top of the top mark now, and then need to go backwards. But one thing I want to ask Marco about is, all the boats are going to the left-hand side, but the whole day there's been more wind on the right-hand side. What's happening on the water right now?
Yeah, there's only one way to describe it, I guess, and that there is absolutely no wind nowhere. So everybody, I guess, is just taking a wild guess from what I can see, because Serbia is absolutely dead in the water. They still have to round the bottom mark. But the teams going up the left side of the course, so we have Estonia in the lead, Belgium second, and Ireland in third, seem to be kind of gliding along very gently, but still, it's very, very hard to read these conditions.
And Marco, we could see from the camera here that there was a little bit of wind a little further up, like we saw some non-racing boats moving. Can you confirm that to us, or is it just pretty much died down everywhere?
They are moving, but very, very slowly, unfortunately, and it doesn't seem like that pressure has enough speed to get to the race course, in a reasonable time. So we'll see what happens, because it looks like these boats are going to be out here for a while still. So maybe that pressure hits, maybe it doesn't. It's too early to tell.
Quite interesting observation from Marco, and we are following some data and some tracking in studio, and see Serbia, they're really speeding up. They just won 300 meters on the rest of the fleet, and according to our data, they are capturing wind in the right-hand side, and all the fleets are attacking to the right-hand side now, because that's where the wind is.
Hey, if maybe from our on-water boat, if we could just get a real quick on-water shot to see that pressure coming in from the right-hand side, that would help us to understand what's going on. It definitely looks like it's the right-hand side. If we're looking at the angles now at which they're sailing, Estonia, they're still sailing at about 3.7 knots. So we have Serbia, which is downwind, sailing right now about 7 knots. So here we go. They look like they're hitting some pressure.
But Belgium needs to take care now, because Ireland and Estonia is in the middle of the race course, where Belgium is going more to the left-hand side ley line at the moment. So they need to take care they're not losing that second place to the Irish, because there is wind on the right-hand side. Just see Serbia speeding up 500 meters, almost 600 meters they're capturing. So it's the right-hand side the battle is going to be in.
Well, now they've shortened the race course, and if the wind comes in, this is going to be a very, very short leg. If we saw there was a little bit of wind way far in the distance now. If that wind has come down onto the race course, and it kind of looks like we have a little bit more pressure, let's see what's happening.
Yeah, and Ireland might be in trouble here, because Serbia is doing to the right-hand side when they're rounding that mark.
Gotten down
so
to
they're
the lower
getting
gate.
closer and closer, and more speed, and there's wind in that side. So now it's going, maybe we're going to have a small battle in the end, especially because the race course has been shortened. So let's see if Serbia is coming back in.
Looking at the tracker here, we can see that Serbia has actually now made it down to the leeward gate, and they took the right-hand side gate, and they're now back going upwind.
Yeah, you can see here Estonia and Belgium is battling in the opposite side, but we need to zoom a little bit out here. You can see Ireland nice and slow, but see Team Serbia, they're going to the same side, and you can almost see how much speed they caught over there. So they know there's wind, And this, if they can capture this win upwind, then they will be back in the race, and they're winning momentum at the moment.
Yeah, so 394 meters, a little less than 400 meters until we get to the windward mark for our third leg here in race number 5 of these teams. We are having a bunch of different changes here in the within the weather forecast, within the weather and the wind shifts.
Yeah, but quite interesting. See Belgium losing momentum to Ireland. Ireland is almost close of getting second. They are on the right-hand side in the wind Serbia has. So right now, Ireland is really winning into this race, and they will be in a starboard tack, having the right of way, coming up towards the top mark. And I know it looks like they are far away from it, but if the wind pressure is there, they will speed up. They almost hit 8 knots of wind.
There's
speed
O'Leary. He's looking at the angles right now, deciding when they're going to have to tack. It looks from our point of view here that they are over ley line, but it is so shifty out there. It's difficult to say. Here we go. Now they're going in for the tack. We're about 180 meters away. Estonia is 180 meters away from the mark. Is the wind going to keep on turning around, or what's happening? We're looking. Now we have Estonia and Belgium. Belgium is not giving up. They're only 85 meters behind Estonia.
But they really need to time it. See the big angle Ireland has on it to speed up. It's like the wind disappeared again. They almost hit 8 knots of speed, and now they're back on 4. So this is terrible conditions for them. It's like a minefield, they're saying out there. So what is happening?
Yeah, the minefield full of holes of no wind and patches of wind, and yeah, a complicated situation. Here we go. So this is so that's the buoy that we see when we have a change of course. Is the pink buoy. When we saw that Charlie. The letter C, there's a flag for it in the maritime community. So that signals that is the new buoy that the teams must go to. So there we go. They're going to go around this buoy now. It's very important here. We saw a lot of penalties being given in the previous race if they don't put their bowsprit out. If they put their bowsprits out too early.
Yeah, and there we go. And
now they really have to get everything going here. Like they've got several things to do. They have to put the spinnaker up, take the jib down, bear away, open up the mainsail, get the boat going. And as you can tell, with this light wind, it just takes a little while for those 280 square meters of sail to fill up. Here we go. They're now full. Now the question is, let's get this boat going.
And it's going slower downwind than upwind, so the wind just disappeared again. We're waiting for Belgium. Let's hope Belgium is not doing the same mistake as last race. But see what's happening with Team Ireland behind. They need to do a double tack. They fully missed that angle, so they need to tack up again above the ley line and then back again, or else the wind has shifted terrible for them out there. So losing momentum, and see now you can see Serbia is getting closer and closer to Team Ireland. So it's not over yet, especially in these wind conditions here.
Difficult wind conditions right here, huh? With the wind shifting left and right, and as you were saying, a minefield. All of a sudden, you've got some wind, and then you don't have some wind, and it's really important that we get to the end of this race. Oh, here we go. In the background, you see that. You can look at the water in the background now, where we can see that there's a little bit of pressure up there. So I'm sure the teams are looking at that and waiting for that to come down.
Yeah, and here we have. It's Team Belgium, and they need to take care of not launching that bow split too early and get a penalty. That will be terrible in this situation.
Was that perhaps a sambuca that they're trying to set up? Or are they going to jibe immediately? It kind of looks like they want to jibe immediately.
And
I think they've learned from their lesson, huh?
Yeah, they learned the lesson. It's taking time.
They're taking their time now. Bowsprit is out. Spinnaker is up. They're just going. I think they're just going to try to do a normal hoist and then probably a jibe directly afterwards.
Yeah, and there we go. Oi, what's happening? What's happening?
I think there's no wind and they can't actually get their sails to fill up.
catch it.
Or is that the retrieval rope? Oh,
It
no,
looks like a
it's
rope
the
around it, and the boat stops. It's not sailing.
No.
That's terrible. Are they losing it now?
It's the retrieval line, and they put it the wrong way around.
Oh, no. Is this... The Irish is coming in with speed. Oh, and it looks like the Irish can't find wind. They're attacking. Serbia is getting closer and closer to
Look at the
Ireland.
desperation on their faces.
Yeah. What's happening? It's broken or what's happening?
No. I think it's just the retrieval line has been wrongly put, and now they're releasing the retrieval line. They're going to have to untie it and put it correctly again. There you go, and they're dropping it into the water. I mean, this is just it's a silly mistake that was done probably by the bowman as he was preparing the spinnaker.
But they're literally not sailing. 0.2 knots downwind. But luckily for them, Ireland and Serbia lost wind. When we're looking at the tracker, if we can see the battle between Ireland and Serbia, because Serbia is getting closer and closer to Ireland. And if Serbia gets in front of Ireland, then everything is changing again. Special with Belgium stopping sailing here.
Exactly. I mean, they are tied for points. We saw there 12 points each. This is... So, for Serbia, it's not over.
No, it's not over yet in these light conditions. See, Ireland, it's like they're pumping the boat with the tracker. But zoom a little bit out, then we can see Serbia is actually coming very close now. There's only 250 meters. There's been 1.2 kilometers in between them earlier today. So... And see, you can see Ireland, they're almost circling around.
This is a great explanation of what snakes and ladders are.
Yeah. So there we go. Who is the best turtle in this race here? Who can find that wind?
So apparently Estonia has removed their spinnaker. The problem was more than what we expected. Or either that or the wind has changed.
Yeah. They are sailing 1.2
Estonia
knots.
dropped. Excuse me. Yeah, I was wrong. Estonia dropped their spinnaker. Belgium is the one that had the problem with their spinnaker. Yeah. And now it looks like they're sailing upwind on the downwind leg.
This is a crazy race. This lack of wind can change everything. Ireland is at the moment, as I see it, under huge pressure because Serbia is approaching them step by step. None of them has rounded that top mark, that new top mark. I know we're going to be here on this light wind water the next 10 minutes for going downwind for that finish line. And if Serbia or Ireland is doing a big mistake at that mark rounding, getting a penalty, hitting it, launching the bow split too early on, or what's happening, then it could be game over and Ireland is out of this qualification series and not going into the next round.
And all this at 0.6 knots.
Yeah, all this. It's almost we can walk faster and swim faster than they're sailing. So if I was a team captain here, I would put the whole crew up to the sail and then start blowing with my mouth.
Well, obviously, I don't think they all speak just quite as much as you do.
No, but still, see, it's all stop and they're just sitting. What to do? What to do in this case?
Very difficult condition. And what's really difficult here is to keep concentrated and to make sure that everybody keeps that boat moving. Because really what you want to do is just, throw the towel in and say, okay, it's over. But no, it's not over. That there is wind. I mean, we saw it right behind there and anything can happen. This is the last race. We still got a couple hundred meters. We're looking at maybe 600 meters left of this race. It's difficult. It's warm out there. It's sunny. You need to stay concentrated.
And can you see Serbia? They're actually looking for that opportunity right now. They're trying to find that win because they almost, I have to say, have been capturing 1 kilometer of loss on Team Ireland now. 1 kilometers, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a perfect condition for them. So let's see if they can capture that wind and speed up a little bit. But right now it looks like all the boats has lost momentum. There we go. It's Serbia, it's Ireland. Estonia, it's like they're not sailing at all. There's no wind in those sails. So what to do in this case? Marco, can you see anything out there with this here?
Yeah, I mean, before we got a little pressure that worked its way down the race course. That's why we saw Serbia be able to round the bottom mark and all the other boats kind of play towards the right side of the course. But now there's truly nothing. Like, it could be a nice skating rink at this point. We don't know where the wind is coming from. All the sails are in different positions, different trims. There's really no telling. Estonia seems like they have their Genoa on the wrong tack. I can't tell, really. It's really stressful, I can imagine, for all the teams on board because there's no progress being made. Everybody is absolutely still.
Marco, one question here from studio. What will happen if one of the boats is not finishing the race?
I have absolutely no clue, but I'll have to inform myself because that's looking likely at the second. Hopefully something happens. I don't know, something off the land, something from the sky. Something from anywhere, and somebody gets moving because otherwise it's going to be tough.
0 points for not finishing a race. So Ireland and Serbia will be on that water until they're finishing this race. So
Hey Marco, can you tell if the race committee is deciding to do something, or if they're body language on race committee, or are they maybe canceling, or do you know?
At the moment, they're just trying to read the wind, trying to understand if something is going to move, just anything might show up out of the blue. It looks like actually at this second, Ireland has established, I believe, a starboard tack approaching the top pink mark. They're moving, I guess. It's more of a question than a statement, I guess, at this point. But yeah, that's what we have.
Okay, great. And just to answer your question, there is a time limit from the first boat finishing to the last boat that can finish, and that's 15 minutes.
Oish. And right now, Serbia looks like on the data sheet they have no speed at all. They're just waiting it, they're sitting it out. They were so close, they are still only 240 meters behind the Irish, but the Irish are going downwind now. So what will happen here? How can they find that wind and come back in this race? This is the first time I'm seeing a race where we're cheering on boats that's not sailing. So let's see who has the currents with them.
Yeah, this is the difference, I guess, between e-sailing and real life. Is sometimes you can't control the wind, right?
But Team Ireland is getting speed according to data. 1 knots of speed. Rest of the pack only have 0.5. So Team Ireland is speeding up. You can almost see it in the background how they're rounding.
They
that
really must make sure. The problem when you don't have any speed is that you have no control over your boat. So the worst thing that could happen right now is that they just drift into the mark, and then they catch themselves a penalty, but they have to do another 360. So they have to be careful. Also, I mean, we're still racing. Race committee has not said otherwise. They do have the option
But
to
Estonia
stop
is
the
more than
racing.
halfway now, so they're so close of getting into that finish line now. So the race committee cannot stop this race. 1 boat will finish, but now it's a race of time for Serbia, because if there's a 15 minutes timeline, we can see Ireland for half of a leg downwind for Estonia is 10 minutes behind, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. That means that Serbia will not finish.
I've been in this situation before, and it's very difficult. But what happens is all of a sudden you'll get the slightest little breeze, and if you don't take care of that, if you don't manage to catch that little breeze the time it's there, maybe your opponent is going to catch it. So yes, everybody's relaxing, everybody's taking care of it, but taking care of not moving too much, etc. And it's very difficult to be sort of alert and be ready to take immediate action as you're waiting and nothing is happening. So it's a very delicate game of relaxing, not getting stressed, and yet being ready to pounce.
If we can jump into the Estonian boat once again, we saw behind at the mark that the Irish team launched the Spinnaker. That's quite a daring
very
move.
nice.
Rest of them have put down the Spinnaker, so maybe the Irish are capturing wind. They are. See, they're moving us.
Yeah, look at that. O'Leary just, pointing off there over to the starboard side on the back saying, yeah, look, man, there's something that's coming out of there.
Yeah. So right now, the Irish can actually take on the Belgian and the Estonian team going downwind, and Team Serbia, we can just see, because the Irish launched the spin again and found some wind, are losing distance again. Oh, what a shame for them. But Ireland is speeding up.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was just saying. Like, nothing's happening for a while, and then you just got to get ready, and sometimes these boats have masts that are so tall. They can actually catch air that you can't see on the water. So perhaps on the water it looks like a mirror, but up in the air you could have maybe 1 knot of wind or 2 knots of wind, and it's just not marking down onto the water. So the guys that are able to sort of feel that their boat is moving forward, yet they don't feel any wind down on the level of the water, it's it's very difficult.
Here in our studio, we can see two
here
things.
We go. So
is that the finish line moving?
No, that's not the finish line. That is the race committee, which has decided to cancel the race, which I think, honestly, is the very best decision. So right now they have stopped the race, and it's absolutely normal. It's the right thing to do. I'm actually surprised that they haven't done anything before this. This is why I was asking Marco, because frankly, it's not racing. It's not racing anymore. When you're heading upwind on a downwind beat, on a downwind run, you're not racing anymore. So it's a good decision. I think the race committee did the right thing here. Now we'll see what the rest of the plan is. Are we going to send another one, or are we going to stop here? It is 3:50 according to the race rules. Is at 4 o'clock.
It's
so
the last
that's in
race
10
start.
minutes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is the end of racing. According to the racing rules, we cannot start a race past 4 o'clock.
No. So sadly for this battle between Ireland and Serbia is ending up. But maybe we can still look into what actually made the big difference in the start while we had wind. Maybe we can see this start again, but that was fantastic seeing how the Irish actually cut off Team Serbia in the start.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there was definitely some great action that we saw in this race. It was great to see these guys. These guys race. They started the race off with good conditions, probably 6-7 knots of wind, and now it's just died down. Here we go. Let's look at that start again with the Irish just blocking out the Serbs. We knew that the race was going to be between these two boats, and Serbia right there, absolutely no wind, weren't even able to get the boat to go to the other side.
And if we should do a call there, that was where the Irish actually won this race, the battle against Serbia. Sadly, it was cancelled, so the point stands as is. So the 4 races they've been doing this group is counting. And there we have Team Estonia getting ready to be towed in without no wind here.
That's right. They're going to be getting towed back in, and now we are going to be celebrating the teams that have qualified. So we have a podium, which is out here, and that's the next point. So
maybe we could see the overall result of this group here.
Before we see the overall, we're going to see the highlights of what's going on and what happened in this race number 5, which unfortunately got cancelled. Apparently, I'm being told that that's not going to be possible. I'm sure we'll see that here in a little bit. For the time being, right now, we can stay here with these images and commentate and let you know what's going on. We weren't expecting for the race to end this quickly, so we will give you more information. We will let you know what's going on. Provisional. There we go. Provisional overall. So. This is, I guess this is not provisional overall. This is the overall standing.
There was a small slightly mistake there, but it's Estonia going in to the next round together with Team Ireland after this race here, after 4 races in total. So they're going into the final series in October, November.
Yeah, so this is it's great. So now we do know who our teams are that are qualified. Here we go. This is Estonia, Ireland. Here we go. So this is the overall result after 4 races. Obviously, the 5th race has not counted. So we have 19 points for Estonia, 14 points for Ireland, 10 points for Serbia, and 6 points for Belgium. Estonia and Ireland are now qualified after several days of sailing, after 4 races here in the qualifying series for the SSL Gold Cup, and they are now qualified for the 32nd of the final, which will be held this winter.
Yeah, congratulations to the 2 nations. Amazing there. I don't know if we are lucky that Marco is capturing one of the teams out there while they're getting towed, but let's hear more about that. But quite a final, Jan, quite a qualifying series here at the SSL Gold Cup. We have been having some ups and downs, but most of all the teams has been battling it out and doing the best they could.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible. We've seen some absolutely incredible racing today. We've had the luck to be able to have 7 knots of wind this morning, and we started this race off with some pretty good wind. Unfortunately, it wasn't.
Continue the whole day.
It didn't continue, but that's racing, that's sailing. We had a great time showing you guys what's been happening and discussing a little bit about the rules, and we thank you all for joining us and being with us. We'd had a great time showing you a little bit about where we are and this beautiful country of Switzerland and this wonderful lake, which has given us everything. Like we said 2 days ago, we had 33 knots. Today, we had started with 7, finished with 0. So a lot of different weather.
And if you like what you've seen and you want to see more, then go to the social medias and follow the SSL Gold Cup, both on Facebook, Instagram, but also YouTube. And then one thing you need to keep an eye on is next week. Next week, they will announce where the final series will be held. That's right. Going to be exciting. Where in the world would the finals be held? In the SSL Gold Cup.
And don't forget, also from the 1st to the 3rd of June, we are going to be having the round 2 of the qualifying series here, and it'll be very exciting. We'll have 4 teams that will be with us. Remember, you can get all the information that you need on the Star Sailors League on the goldcup.starsailors.com. You have all the information. You have all the information that the teams get. You can go onto the official notice board and get the official notices as well. You have all the information from there. Like you said, social media, YouTube. You can go back and see, and stick around because we'll be doing a little bit of some of the recaps of what's been happening today, and we've now have a ceremony that'll be happening to congratulate the 4 teams that will be moving on, and we'll have all that for you out there on YouTube on the SSL Gold Cup channel. So there's definitely more information that will be coming out. we will be launching also on Monday, the 13th of June. We will be going to the Olympic Museum in Lausanne, and it will be the official launching of the SSL Gold Cup. If anybody is around, you are all welcome to come over and to see that it is open to all public. It's just this is just the beginning of a great story, and you were with us here for the very first qualifying series. And we really hope you enjoyed it. And we've got a little bit more of information, as we said. We're just waiting for the crew and to be able to send us a couple more images of what's happening, and we maybe have Marco, which is still out on the water, that can probably give us some information.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I've just been told that Marco is on his way back, and so that's pretty much it for us. So anyways, so ladies and gentlemen, from my part and from Thomas, thank you very much wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and we will see you very soon for the next round 2 of the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series.